Chapter 3204. As expected of blood brothers, they have hidden it so well. The green-robed woman stood in front of the cave and looked at the back of Madman. She then looked at the third cave, her eyes filled with indignation. Sister Dandan, why do I feel that you seem to be prejudiced against them? They don't seem to have done anything to you. Zhao Xiaojin looked suspiciously at the green-robed woman. Anyway, I just don't like them. The green-robed woman snorted and returned to the cave. Zhao Xiaojin smiled helplessly, glanced at the third cave, and also entered the cave. Black Dragon was also watching the show. After everyone left, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. What kind of monsters were Mo Yuan and Mo Wuhui? Then it turned and flew to the front of the cave, looked at Hulwan and said, "You've worked hard." "It's nothing." Hulwan quickly smiled. "All right then, I'll go in first. You continue to guard and don't let anyone in." With that said, the Black Dragon entered the cave abode. "What about me?" Hulwan hurriedly asked. "Don't worry, I remember everything. I'll help you ask Mo Yuan later." Black Dragon smiled without looking back. After entering the cave, he saw Qin Feiyang sitting alone in front of the tea table with his head lowered in contemplation. "What are you thinking about?" Black Dragon waved his claws and set up a barrier around the cave as he looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. "Cough cough, I'm thinking about this big brother of mine. He actually mastered the law of death." Qin Feiyang's expression was also filled with shock. "Aren't you blood brothers? How come you don't even know his law of death?" Black Dragon was stunned and looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang. "I've asked him before, but he has always been mysterious. If he wasn't forced to reveal it this time, I don't know how long he would hide it from me." Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth and said, "Forced to?" Black Dragon was stunned and said in surprise, could it be that he deliberately revealed it in order to obtain those heaven-defying treasures from the Hall of Famers? Qin Feiyang nodded. "You two brothers are really cunning." Black Dragon shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Same here." Qin Feiyang chuckled. "Speaking of which, what should we do with the Fire Luan?" Black Dragon asked. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "Let it in." "All right." The Black Dragon nodded. With a wave of its claw, the enchantment dissipated. It said to the door, "Brother Hulwan, come in quickly." Whoosh. Hulwan immediately ran in. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. "Don't be so excited. I don't have a way to make your bloodline reach ancestral awakening yet." "No way?" Hulwan was stunned. "That's right. I don't want to hide it from you. I really have no choice. So now, you have two paths. First, you continue to follow me. I'll think of something. Second, leave. The Rogue Cultivator Alliance is not a place where you ferocious beasts can stay for long. It's best if you all leave." Qin Feiyang smiled. "You're quite honest." Hulwan looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. "I've always been very sincere to ferocious beasts because there are many ferocious beasts around me, and even divine beasts. So I understand you. Although you're ferocious by nature, you're also straightforward. As long as you recognize a friend, you'll never betray them." Qin Feiyang smiled. Even the Black Dragon was a little surprised by these words. It didn't expect this human to know so much about them. Hulwan asked, "What kind of divine beasts do you have around you?" "Many. 5-clawed golden dragon, blood Kirin, and white jade Kirin. I also know a hellhound and a fire Kirin. Of course, there's also Brother Black Dragon." Qin Feiyang smiled. "So many." Hulwan was surprised. "I've seen divine beasts before, so naturally there are more. You might not know, but I've seen a whole group of dragons before. There are countless mystical dragons in the dragon clan, such as black dragons, white dragons, golden dragons, silver dragons, and so on." Qin Feiyang said. "Dragons?" Not only Hulwan, but even the Black Dragon was shocked. "Haven't you heard of dragons?" Qin Feiyang looked at them suspiciously. "No." The two beasts shook their heads. Qin Feiyang frowned without leaving a trace. Were there really no dragons in the Sky Cloud realm? But that's not right. There were dragons in the ancient realm, so why weren't there any in the Sky Cloud realm? Could it be that dragons were born in the ancient realm? But this didn't make sense, because there was also the ice dragon. Now that the situation was confirmed, the ice dragon should be in the sky cloud realm. Since the ice dragon was in the sky cloud realm, there should be dragons in the sky cloud realm. What the hell was going on? Also, the celestial dragon godsword and the ice dragon sacred sword, the two sovereign divine weapons, had now appeared in the blood hall. Then, would the dragons, revered dragon, and princess dragons also be in the blood hall? Blood hall. It seemed that he had to find an opportunity to investigate this situation. Shaking his head, Qin Feiyang looked at Hulwan and said with a smile, "I won't force you. You decide. You don't have to worry because no matter what decision you make, it won't affect our relationship." This, Hulwan was hesitant. There was no other way. Logically speaking, there was no need to continue staying here. However, this person was able to transform the black dragon, which meant that his ability was certain. Maybe he could find a way in the future. If he left like this, wouldn't he miss this opportunity? Why not stay and see the situation first? Hulwan pondered for a while and finally made a decision. How about this? I'll follow you first. If there's no other way, I'll leave. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. As long as Hulwan stayed, he had a way to make Fire Lotus not leave in the future. Just as the Black Dragon said, Hulwan was a paragon sovereign. Keeping it by his side would definitely be of great use. Now, go and send the other beasts out, lest they become the thugs of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Qin Feiyang said. The other beasts weren't weak either. If they continued to stay in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, they would become a member sooner or later. This wouldn't be good for him in the future. Old brother Mo, from what you said, why do I feel that you don't like the Rogue Cultivator Alliance? The Black Dragon looked at him suspiciously. Because if it were other members of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, they would be more than happy to have them stay. After all, they could strengthen the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. It's not that I don't like the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. I just don't want them to become cannon fodder for the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Qin Feiyang smiled. So that's how it is. This emperor didn't misjudge you. You're a pretty good human. The Black Dragon laughed. You flatter me. I'm just putting myself in their shoes. Beasts also have life and dignity. Why should they become cannon fodder for a human? Qin Feiyang said. The Black Dragon and Hulwan looked at each other. If they hadn't seen with their own eyes that this person was a human, they would have suspected if this person was a beast. Go. Qin Feiyang smiled. Okay. The two beasts turned and rushed out of the cave, disappearing at lightning speed. Qin Feiyang also followed behind the entrance of the cave, setting up a lightning barrier. Then, he entered the Black Tortoise world and stood in front of the ancient castle with a thoughtful look. Ancient castle, where are the Black Dragon's heavenly tribulations? After a while, he asked. At that time, the Black Dragon's heavenly tribulations had all disappeared in the ancient castle. No one would believe that they had disappeared from the world. Therefore, they should be hidden somewhere in the ancient castle. In a cultivation room on the second floor. These heavenly tribulations are very powerful. Don't mess around. The voice of the ancient castle sounded. Qin Feiyang immediately closed his eyes. Soon, he found the missing heavenly tribulations in a cultivation room on the second floor. But now, there were only 8 heavenly tribulations inside. Each of them emitted a terrifying aura. If it wasn't for the stone door of the cultivation room, the entire Black Tortoise world would be finished. That's not right. Why are there only 8 heavenly tribulations? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. He clearly remembered that when he comprehended the 5th profound, all the heavenly tribulations disappeared in the ancient castle. Although he didn't pay much attention to it, there should be at least 80 to 90 heavenly tribulations. I merged all the heavenly tribulations together and then divided them into 8. Now, I have good control over the power of these 8 heavenly tribulations. Each of them is enough to instantly kill a perfect sovereign. This is specially prepared for you. Otherwise, when you meet such a powerful enemy in the future, you won't have the power to fight back. The ancient castle said. Each of them can instantly kill a perfect sovereign? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. That's right. But the opponent must be unprepared and be caught off guard. If the opponent is well prepared, they will at most be seriously injured. The ancient castle said. That's still very powerful. Qin Feiyang exclaimed. This meant that he had 8 trump cards. Although it was only a one-time use, he was satisfied. After all, he could seriously injure a perfect sovereign. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, then, if I change these 8 heavenly tribulations into one, how powerful will it be? Then, it will definitely be stronger. Even if a perfect sovereign is protected by a supreme heaven-defying divine artifact, it will still be able to instantly kill him. However, if you want to use it to deal with a sovereign weapon, it's still far from enough. The ancient castle said. I know that. Qin Feiyang nodded. If the power of this heavenly tribulation was comparable to a sovereign weapon, the ancient castle wouldn't be able to block it at all, let alone being sealed in the cultivation room. In any case, this is just a precautionary measure. You have to rely on yourself for everything. Becoming stronger is your greatest capital. The ancient castle warned. What it meant was that Qin Feiyang shouldn't rely too much on these external things. Understood. Qin Feiyang nodded and then asked, did you already know that senior brother Frenzy grasped the law of death? Of course. He was cultivating in seclusion in my body. How could I not know? The ancient castle said. Then why didn't you tell me? Qin Feiyang wasn't satisfied. We respect the privacy of others. The ancient castle said indifferently. You should know about the white-eyed wolf situation, right? Qin Feiyang asked. En. The ancient castle responded. All right, I won't ask anymore. Anyway, I will know sooner or later. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. Even if he asked, the ancient castle wouldn't tell him. Why waste his breath? Next, he entered the cultivation room and began to ponder about the karma law and the other 5 laws. Chapter 3205. A large number of beasts leaving the Rogue Cultivator Alliance would naturally cause a commotion. However, with Black Dragon and Fire Luan around, no one dared to stop them. For the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, the other beasts weren't important. Even Fire Luan didn't matter. The most important thing was that Black Dragon didn't leave. After all, a divine beast was still very meaningful to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. After sending away all the beasts, Black Dragon and Fire Luan didn't immediately return to the Hall of the Famers. Instead, they wandered around the Azure Wave Snow Mountain. Because the Azure Wave Snow Mountain was still very unfamiliar to them. 2 days later, Madman finally returned to the Hall of the Famers. After entering the Black Tortoise realm, he immediately found Fire Lotus and told her everything about the time law he got from the Fire Lotus. This was undoubtedly a good fortune for Fire Lotus, so she was very grateful to Madman and immediately went into seclusion. 2 days outside and 2,000 years have passed here. How's your comprehension of the law? Hall. Madman looked at Qin Feiyang and snickered. Don't be so proud. Isn't it just mastering the death law? I also have the cause and effect law, okay? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Then this daddy has already comprehended the 4th profound of the slaughter law. What about you? Madman chuckled. Qin Feiyang helplessly shook his head and said, there's something we need to discuss. What is it? Madman was suspicious. What is our purpose in coming to the Sky Cloud realm? Qin Feiyang asked. Rescue the Sword Emperor, Mermaid Emperor, Blackwing Emperor, Whitewing Emperor, and investigate your ancestors' background. Also, find the small beast and take back Chang Shui. Of course. Revered Dragon naturally won't let it go. Madman said one by one. Yes. But now, it's not the same for us to stay in the Eastern continent. So these 2 days, I pondered about it. Now that both of us have stepped into the half-step dominator realm, although it's still far from the Blood Hall, it shouldn't be a problem for us to protect ourselves. Why don't we go to the Western continent and take a look? Qin Feiyang asked. This, Madman pondered. This was no child's play. It would be fine if the Blood Hall only had one sovereign divine weapon. But now, both of the dragon's sovereign divine weapons were in the Blood Hall. If they really fought, they would be the ones to suffer. Logically speaking, Staying in the eastern continent and keeping a low profile was the wisest choice. When they were all strong enough, who would be afraid of whom? However, if he really had to wait until he broke through to become a paragon dominator before going to the western continent, who knew how long he would have to wait? For now, we don't need to think about our ancestors' past, because they have already gone to look for it themselves. As for Chang Shui, small beast is too strong. We are no match for it. So now, all we can do is go to the western continent and think of a way to rescue the Sword Emperor and the others. Qin Feiyang said. What about the eastern continent? Madman asked. We are just passers-by in the eastern continent. Whether it's the Rogue Cultivator Alliance or the Demonic Hall, they're just a transitional period for us. Qin Feiyang said. You can't say that. To deal with the Blood Hall, our strength is far from enough. So, we can still rely on the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and the Demonic Hall when necessary. Madman shook his head. You mean, cooperate with the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and the Demonic Hall? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Besides, hasn't the Demonic Hall been looking for us? With the help of the Demonic Hall, it will definitely be much easier to deal with the Blood Hall. As for the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, actually, there is also a possibility of cooperation. And this key point is the Vice Alliance leader. The Vice Alliance leader colluded with the Blood Hall. This is a huge taboo. If we can help the Rogue Cultivator Alliance get rid of the Vice Alliance leader, then we can really turn enemies into friends with the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. But before that, we have to investigate this Alliance leader. If he also colludes with the Blood Hall, then our situation won't be good. Madman said. I think so too. But now, we don't even know where the Alliance leader is. How can we investigate? Qin Feiyang frowned. This matter is really a little strange. Madman rubbed his forehead. Why is it strange? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. To tell you the truth, I have been with the Hall of Famers for the past 2 days. In fact, I have already indirectly asked him about the Alliance leader's situation. But guess who he found out about it? He actually doesn't know where the Alliance leader is. He even said that he couldn't contact the Alliance leader thousands of years ago. Madman said. It can't be. Qin Feiyang had a look of surprise. If it was said that ordinary members of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance couldn't contact the Alliance leader, then it would be reasonable, but the Hall of Famers was the top 3 in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. His position was second only to the Alliance leader. How could he not be able to contact him? Madman asked. Have you asked the Vice Alliance leader? No. I just gained his trust, so I didn't dare to ask too many questions. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then how about this? You find a chance to ask him. I will also go and ask around. I don't believe that such a large Rogue Cultivator Alliance doesn't have anyone who knows the whereabouts of the Alliance leader. Madman said. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded and reminded, however, you can't directly ask around, lest you arouse suspicion. Don't worry, I still know this common sense. Madman smiled proudly. Qin Feiyang smiled. With Madman's ability to do things, he could definitely rest assured. Suddenly, he was stunned and patted his head. How could I forget about it? What? Madman was suspicious. The fire dragon we met in the trial ground. Based on the attitude of Yi Tian and the others, it's obvious that its position in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance isn't ordinary. Maybe it knows something? Qin Feiyang said. Yeah. How could I forget about it? Madman also patted his head hard. When Zhao Xiaojin and I came out of the trial ground, this Hall Master was extremely reserved in front of the fire dragon. I think its position in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance is probably above the Vice Alliance leader and the Hall of Famers. Qin Feiyang analyzed. In that case, it might have a direct relationship with the Alliance leader. Madman was shocked. That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded and then said, however, I also heard that after it came out of the trial ground, it disappeared without a trace. Where are we going to find it? Nothing in this world is difficult for those who are willing. I will investigate this matter first. One more thing, Zhao Eyong was killed. We have to find another person now. Otherwise, It will be troublesome to leave the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Madman said. I have already thought about this matter. There are a total of 10 people guarding the barrier. We know Interrogation Officer 2. As for the other 9, we are very unfamiliar with them. If we try to persuade them, it will definitely be very troublesome. It might even cause a big mess. Qin Feiyang pondered. Then, you mean we should make a move on Interrogation Officer 2? Madman asked. No. Interrogation Officer 2 is the Vice Alliance leader's confidant. We definitely can't look for him. However, I do have a suitable candidate in mind. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Who? Madman was curious. Zhong Deyuan. That is, Zhong Sanbao's father. Now, he is already under my control. If he replaces Interrogation Officer 2 to guard the border, then we don't have to do a lot of things. Qin Feiyang smiled. But this person used to be the City Lord of East City. Now that we ask him to guard the border, will he agree? Madman asked. Do you think he still has a choice? Because of Zhong Sanbao and Zhong Santian, as well as the sneak attack on me last time, the Vice Alliance leader and the other higher-ups are already quite dissatisfied with him. If he doesn't listen to my arrangements, I guarantee that he won't live past tomorrow. As for replacing Interrogation Officer 2, that is even simpler. When the time comes, I will just casually say a few words in front of the Vice Alliance leader, and he will be able to take up the position. Qin Feiyang smiled. All right then, I'll leave this matter to you. Madman nodded. But the problem now is that I can't show up. As Black Dragon said, if I show up now, they will definitely ask how I reconstructed my body and soul so quickly. If I don't find a suitable reason, then they will be suspicious when the time comes. Qin Feiyang rubbed his temples. He never thought that there would be a day when the time array of the Black Tortoise realm would make him worry. That is indeed a problem. Madman nodded. At that time, Qin Feiyang was at the Perfection Undead realm. To reconstruct the body and soul of a Perfection Undead realm expert, it would take at least tens of thousands of years, or even longer. So now, Qin Feiyang would have to wait tens of thousands of years before he could show up. After tens of thousands of years, the daylily would be cold. How about this? When the time comes, you can say that after helping Black Dragon successfully pass the tribulation, you also obtained some good fortune, so your body and soul were reconstructed so quickly. Madman said. Will that work? Qin Feiyang frowned. In any case, these people haven't passed the tribulation. Even if what we say is false, they can't verify it. Besides, everyone's opportunities and good fortune are different. Just because they haven't seen it before doesn't mean it doesn't exist, right? Madman chuckled. Makes sense. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, then nodded with a smile. All right, let's say it like that. All right then, I will first inquire about the whereabouts of the Fire Dragon and the Alliance leader. I will leave Zhong Deyuan's matter to you. After dealing with these matters, we can officially challenge the Blood Hall. Madman's eyes flashed coldly. At the same time, I look forward to our next encounter with the Prince of the Dragons. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Ha ha. Madman laughed loudly. The two left the Black Tortoise world and appeared in the cave. Madman directly left. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, then also left the cave and flew toward the Alliance capital. Isn't that Mo Fengyuan? He reconstructed his body and soul so quickly. Oh my god, he must have cheated. And his cultivation is also at the half-step ruler realm. As expected, he has successfully comprehended the fifth profound of the Law of Thunder. This pair of brothers is simply monsters. Qin Feiyang's appearance immediately caused a sensation in the Hall of the Exalted. Chapter 3206. Alliance Capital. Central City District. The Vice Alliance Master sat alone in the pavilion in the courtyard, thinking about something as he drank tea. Swoosh. A figure descended in front of the courtyard. It was Qin Feiyang. Disciple greets Master. Qin Feiyang stood in front of the door and cupped his fists. The vice leader was stunned. He raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang with a surprised expression. Come in. Qin Feiyang pushed open the courtyard's door and walked into the pavilion, standing in front of the vice leader. The vice leader sized up Qin Feiyang for a moment and said in surprise, "You've really reconstructed your physical body and divine soul. How did you do it? So fast." Disciple isn't sure. After I helped Black Dragon overcome his tribulation, a divine light descended from the sky and merged into my body. Then, not long after, my physical body and divine soul were reconstructed. Qin Feiyang said, "There's such a thing. Master has heard that only living beings who undergo tribulation will be blessed by the heavens. I didn't expect that the person who helped to undergo the tribulation would also receive such a fortuitous encounter." The vice leader's face was filled with surprise. It might have something to do with the lightning law, I comprehended back then. When I passed the heavenly tribulation and comprehended the lightning law, I was in a mysterious space the entire time. In any case, Disciple can't explain it clearly. However, to be able to reconstruct my physical body and divine soul so quickly is indeed a fortuitous encounter. Qin Feiyang rubbed his head and smiled. "That's true." The vice leader nodded and didn't probe any further. He smiled and said, "Now that you've officially stepped into the ruler realm, how do you feel?" "I feel pretty good. I've improved in all aspects, far surpassing before." Qin Feiyang smiled. "This is the benefit of stepping into the ruler realm. However, don't be complacent. In the Eastern continent, a half-step ruler is at most a mid-tier expert. As long as you become a perfected ruler or even a great perfected ruler, you'll have the ability to move unhindered." The vice leader warned. "Disciple will remember." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Then, why did you come to find Master this time?" The vice leader asked with a smile. "It's been a few days since I last saw Master. I missed him a little, so I came to pay him a visit." Qin Feiyang grinned. "Smelly brat." The vice leader scolded with a smile, but his face was filled with a gratified smile. Qin Feiyang continued, "Of course, there are also some questions regarding cultivation that I would like to ask Master. Sit down and talk." The vice leader pointed at the stone bench in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang sat on the stone bench and said, "Disciple has heard that above the fifth profound, there is a supreme profound, an ultimate profound. Is that true? You actually know about this?" The vice leader was astonished. "It's just hearsay," Qin Feiyang said. The vice leader poured a cup of tea and handed it to Qin Feiyang. "Thank you, Master." Qin Feiyang caught the teacup. Above the fifth profound, there is indeed the ultimate profound and the ultimate profound. Moreover, these two profound are extremely terrifying. It's no exaggeration to say that if you comprehend the ultimate profound, even if you're only a half-step sovereign, you can still fight against a peak sovereign. The vice leader took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "So strong." Qin Feiyang was shocked. "Yes." The vice leader nodded and said, "As for the ultimate profound, it's the ultimate profound in the world. As far as Master knows, no one in the sky cloud realm has comprehended the ultimate profound." Qin Feiyang couldn't help but be stunned. No one in the entire sky cloud realm has comprehended the ultimate profound? Do you know why our leader is called the number one person in the sky cloud realm in spacetime law? The vice leader asked. "I don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "The reason is that he's only one step away from the ultimate profound," the vice leader said. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. The leader of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance was actually this powerful? However, although he's only one step away, this one step is the difference between heaven and earth. To successfully take this step is countless times harder than ascending to the heavens. The vice leader shook his head and sighed. Qin Feiyang asked calmly, "Then, is the leader in seclusion right now trying to comprehend the ultimate profound?" "I'm not sure." The vice leader shook his head. "Not sure?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Yes. Our leader comes and goes without a trace all day long. No one knows where he is. Master often tries to contact him, but I can't. I don't know where he's enjoying himself." The vice leader's expression was somewhat helpless. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. He couldn't contact the Hall of Famers and the vice leader. Why was that? As for the ultimate profound and the ultimate profound, don't force yourself too much. Right now, the most important thing for you is to raise your cultivation level. The vice leader warned. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then, he asked curiously, then, how many people in our Rogue Cultivator Alliance have comprehended the ultimate profound? Only 3. The vice leader smiled. 3. One is definitely the leader. Could the other 2 be you and the Hall of Famers? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes. This is also the reason why the 10 great elders are inferior to us. Although they're all perfect sovereigns, they haven't comprehended the ultimate profound. Therefore, their strength is inferior to ours. However, the strength of these few elders shouldn't be underestimated. Because they've basically all grasped the entrance to the ultimate profound, they're slightly stronger than ordinary perfect sovereigns. The vice leader smiled faintly. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. In short, for you, the ultimate profound should be left to its natural course. If you're lucky enough to enter an epiphany and comprehend the ultimate profound, that's naturally something worth celebrating. However, if you don't force it. After all, the road is paved one step at a time. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Otherwise, you'll end up with nothing. The vice leader warned again. Understood. Qin Feiyang nodded. He picked up his teacup and took a sip. Then, he looked around and asked, where are the 3 Xing brothers? Them. Xing Da and Xing San are both cultivating. Xing is still guarding the border. The vice leader smiled. Still guarding the border? Qin Feiyang was astonished. Yes. We haven't found a suitable candidate yet. We can only wrong him to help guard the border for now. The vice leader shook his head. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Wrong Xing. For him to say this, it meant that the 3 Xing brothers really meant a lot to the vice leader. Qin Feiyang pretended to ponder for a while. Then, his eyes lit up. He looked up at the vice leader and said, Master, I've thought of someone who you can let replace Xing. Who? The vice leader was stunned. Zhong Deyuan. Qin Feiyang said. Zhong Deyuan. The vice leader was stunned. He asked, the former city lord of East City who sneaked up on you? Yes. He has the perfected immortal realm cultivation. He's the most suitable person to guard the border. Qin Feiyang nodded. But he sneaked up on you. We can't trust him at all. The vice leader frowned. Master, you worry too much. After so many things, do you think he still dares to mess around? Besides, he's the city lord of East City. Letting him guard the border is also a punishment. Qin Feiyang smiled. So you deliberately took revenge on him. I knew it. How could you be such a magnanimous person? The vice leader shook his head and laughed. Ahem. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly. His expression was slightly awkward as he said, regardless of whether it's revenge or magnanimity, in any case, he definitely won't dare to act recklessly now. After all, the higher one's cultivation is, the more they care about their lives. Okay, I'll think about it. By the way, there's one more thing. Since you're here, I'll ask for your opinion. I plan to let Li Fuyuan take over as the city lord of East City. What do you think? The vice leader looked at Qin Feiyang inquiringly. Li Fuyuan? Qin Feiyang stared blankly for a moment before asking, that person who helped disciples chase after Zhong Deyuan? That's right. The vice leader nodded. I've met this person before. And he's trying to get close to me because he wants to be the city lord of East City. Originally, I didn't have a good impression of him. He's too snobbish. But thanks to him, I was able to stop Zhong Deyuan. So, putting everything else aside, this person should be trustworthy. Qin Feiyang said a few words tactfully. Okay, I have an idea. The vice leader smiled and said, go back to the Hall of the Exalted and spend more time with Tian. After all, you're family with us now. You should take care of him. I take care of him? Master, you're wrong. It should be Brother Yi who takes care of me. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Don't play dumb. Who in the Hall of the Exalted doesn't know your talent now? Tian can't compare to you at all. The vice leader rolled his eyes. Aren't you afraid that I'll become arrogant by praising me like this? Qin Feiyang smiled. With me around, do you think you can become arrogant? The vice leader looked at him teasingly. Forget it. I'd better continue to keep a low profile. Qin Feiyang laughed dryly. In short, help Tian'er more in the future. After all, he's my grandson. I also hope that you can support each other like brothers. The vice leader said. Don't worry. As long as I have the ability, I'll do my best to help Brother Yi. Qin Feiyang said solemnly. Good, good, good. Then why don't you stay and have a meal before leaving? The vice leader asked. Forget it. You're so high and mighty. How can you cook? After Qin Feiyang said that, he got up and left. Brat, are you doubting my cooking skills? Let me tell you, when I was young, I was also good in the kitchen. The vice leader stared at Qin Feiyang angrily. Who saw it? You're bragging. Qin Feiyang chuckled without looking back and disappeared like a flash of lightning. Bastard. The vice leader shook his head and scolded with a smile. The more he looked at this disciple, the more satisfied he was. After Qin Feiyang left the central city, he landed on a mountain peak. After pondering for a while, his eyes flashed and he took out the divine voice stone. Buzz. A shadow appeared. It was Zhongde Yuan. Get ready to replace second Xing and guard the barrier. Qin Feiyang said. Guard the barrier? Zhongde Yuan was stunned. Qin Feiyang nodded. Yes, this is my arrangement. Don't ask why, just do it. But, Zhongde Yuan obviously didn't want to go. Chapter 3207. No buts, if you don't listen, I will go to Master now. You know what the consequences will be. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. No, 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 I will listen. Zhongde Yuan hurriedly agreed. Qin Feiyang's expression eased a lot, and he asked, I asked you to collect the spirit vein and crystal vein, how much have you collected so far? Not much. After all, to collect the spirit vein and crystal vein, you have to leave the Azure Wave Snow Mountain. Zhongde Yuan shook his head. Don't you have ready-made ones in the Alliance? Qin Feiyang frowned. The Alliance does have ready-made ones, but who is willing to give them to me? You also know that for those below the Sovereign Realm, Spirit Vein and Crystal Vein are indispensable. So, I can only send people to look outside. Zhongde Yuan said. Okay, but you have to remember that your men are not allowed to rob outside. Qin Feiyang said with a cold face. Understood, understood. Zhongde Yuan nodded repeatedly. After turning off the sound transmission stone, Zhongde Yuan found that his back was already dripping with cold sweat. Although Qin Feiyang's cultivation was much lower than his, when he faced Qin Feiyang, it was as if he was facing a mountain. There was a heavy sense of oppression. Half a month later, Madman finally returned. Inside the cave, the two sat opposite each other. How is it? Qin Feiyang poured a cup of tea for Madman. Madman moistened his throat and shook his head. I have inquired about the Hall of the Exalted, including the 4 major districts of the Alliance, but there is no trace of the Alliance Master. What happened? I went to find the Deputy Alliance Master, but he also said that he couldn't contact the Alliance Master. Qin Feiyang frowned. Do you think something happened to the Alliance Master? Madman was surprised. How is that possible? The strength of the Alliance Master is quite terrifying. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Although the whereabouts of the Alliance Master have not been found, the whereabouts of the Fire Dragon are a little known. Madman said again. Where is it? Qin Feiyang hurriedly asked. According to my sources, it seems that someone saw it leaving the Azure Wave Snow Mountain from the north. However, I didn't manage to find out exactly where he went. Madman shook his head. Left the Kanglan Snow Mountain? Qin Feiyang frowned, pondered for a while, and said, It seems that the investigation strength of the two of us is far from enough. We still need help. After saying that, Qin Feiyang brought Madman to the Black Tortoise world and directly sent a message to Elder Hua. Is the Alliance Master not in the Alliance capital? Elder Hua was also surprised when he heard their pleas. Based on our current investigation, he shouldn't be in the Alliance capital. Qin Feiyang said. All right, I'll get Chu Yun to investigate. Elder Hua nodded. Wait. Seeing that Elder Hua was about to turn off the divine sound transmission stone, Qin Feiyang hurriedly stopped him and said, Also, there's one more thing that I think you should know. What is it? Elder Hua looked at him suspiciously. Do you know its identity in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance? Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a giant python appeared. This was the fire dragon's previous body. It. Elder Hua was startled and asked, You've seen it before? Yes. Furthermore, we even helped it pass its tribulation and transformed into the fire dragon. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then go and find it. It definitely knows the whereabouts of the Alliance Master. Elder Hua said. It's also gone now. We can't find it. Wait, from what you said, you know its identity. Qin Feiyang and Madman were surprised. Of course I know. The Rogue Cultivator Alliance's Alliance Master has two very powerful pythons. These two pythons are a couple, and their strength is second only to the Alliance Master in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Elder Hua said in a deep voice. Second only to the Alliance Master? Then aren't they stronger than the Vice Alliance Master and the Hall of Famers? Qin Feiyang was shocked. It's not that they're stronger than them, but they're not weaker either. They both have grasped a supreme profundity. And the fire dragon you're talking about is the child of these two pythons. Hence, its status in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance is relatively high. Therefore, I'm guessing that it definitely knows the whereabouts of the Alliance Master. Elder Hua explained. I see. Qin Feiyang and Madman were enlightened. Since it's gone, there's nothing we can do. How about this? You guys stay in the Alliance capital and wait for it to appear. Immediately find a chance to ask it. At the same time, I'll also ask Chu Yun to send someone to look for them outside. Elder Hua suggested. Alright, let's do that. Qin Feiyang nodded. Oh right, I've also thought of something. I wonder if you guys have heard about it in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Elder Hua suddenly said. What is it? Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at him suspiciously. A few days ago, someone from the Blood Hall sent a letter of challenge. Elder Hua said. A letter of challenge? The two of them were stunned. Yes. Elder Hua nodded and said, the general content is that the Blood Hall of the Western Land, the Demon Hall of the Eastern Land, the Sky Hall of the Southern Land, and the Deity Hall of the Northern Land are organizing an exchange meeting for the younger generation. Exchange meeting? Qin Feiyang and Madman were stunned. Don't think that this exchange meeting is just a simple chat and drinking tea. On the surface, it's an exchange meeting, but it's actually a battle between the four superforces. Elder Hua said. In other words, this is a spar. Qin Feiyang asked. Isn't the way you put it? This is a fierce battle. Moreover, according to my analysis, this matter, speaking up to this point, Elder Hua looked at the two of them strangely and said, is directed at you guys. Directed at us? The two of them looked at each other. Yes. Because this so-called exchange meeting has never happened before. However, this time, I just spread the news that you guys have secretly entered the Demon Hall, and the Blood Hall did this. Is there such a coincidence in this world? Moreover, I know the faces of those people from the Blood Hall very well. If they don't have a motive, they won't go through so much trouble. Therefore, this matter is definitely directed at you guys. They want to use this exchange meeting as an opportunity to get rid of you guys. Elder Hua chuckled. Then why are you still laughing? Qin Feiyang was speechless. This matter has nothing to do with me. Why can't I laugh? Moreover, as expected, they will definitely come up with various restrictions during the exchange meeting, such as your slaughter domain and sovereign divine weapon. Elder Hua looked at the two of them gloatingly. So what? We're not even in the Demon Hall. Madman pursed his lips. However, the key is that the Rogue Cultivator Alliance is also involved. Elder Hua said again. What? The Rogue Cultivator Alliance is also involved. Why don't we know about this? The two of them frowned. This exchange meeting is still in the process of being discussed, so there hasn't been any news yet. Elder Hua smiled faintly. Qin Feiyang asked, in that case, the Rogue Cultivator Alliance will most likely let the two of us participate. This will depend on the decision of the Deputy Alliance Leader and the Hall of Famers. I'm telling you guys first so that you can be mentally prepared. Elder Hua said. The Sky Hall and Deity Hall aren't stupid. They definitely know the purpose of the Blood Hall, so why would they still interfere? Qin Feiyang frowned. Of course they're not stupid, but they're also very interested in you guys. As for whether they're friends or foes, I don't know. Elder Hu shook his head. All right, we'll pay attention. The current mission is still to find the Alliance leader and the Fire Dragon. Qin Feiyang said. Elder Hu nodded his head, and the projection dissipated. Exchange meeting. Madman lowered his head and pondered for a while before looking at Qin Feiyang and asking, "What do you think of this matter?" "I think Elder Hu's analysis is right. The Blood Hall is really targeting us. However, we're in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, so there's no need to worry too much. Besides, the Deputy Alliance Leader and the Lord of the Hall of the Exalted may not let us participate. After all, our cultivation is still far from that of the older disciples." Qin Feiyang pondered. They're really persistent. But haven't they thought that even if we're in the demonic hall, we can just not participate? Madman sneered. If that's the case, they will definitely think of ways to force us to participate. For example, the reward. The person who gets first place will be rewarded with a supreme treasure. Can you resist this temptation? Qin Feiyang chuckled. If I didn't know their purpose, I definitely couldn't resist it. But now that I know, it's a different story. Madman smiled sinisterly. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Maybe they have some trump cards. At that time, we'll have to participate even if we don't want to. In short, we can't have too much luck with the Blood Hall's style. Qin Feiyang shook his head. He had a strong premonition that this matter wouldn't be so simple. Chapter 3208. In just a few days, Zhong Diyuan took office. Naturally, the token to open the barrier had also fallen into his hands. For Qin Feiyang and the Madman, this undoubtedly meant that they had one less worry. A few more days passed. Li Fuyuan finally received the order to succeed the East City Lord. This made him overjoyed. On the same day, he sent a voice transmission to Li Yuandao, asking Li Yuandao to invite Qin Feiyang to his house as a guest and prepare a big gift to express his gratitude. However, Qin Feiyang used the excuse of going into seclusion to politely refuse. This was because a snobbish person like Li Fuyuan could be contacted, but it was better to have as little contact as possible. Another half a month passed. Qin Feiyang finally received a message from Elder Hu. "How's the investigation going?" Qin Feiyang asked. Elder Hu shook his head and smiled. "You don't know how mysterious this matter is." Mysterious? Qin Feiyang was stunned. This old man didn't find the whereabouts of the Alliance leader, but this Fire Dragon. At this point, Elder Hu's expression became incomparably strange, and he said, "It's currently in our demon palace." "What? In your demon palace?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why would the Fire Dragon go to the demon palace? Back then, didn't you ask me to help you investigate? In the end, what a coincidence. That girl Chu Yun found a sneaky Fire Dragon outside the demon palace. Chu Yun caught it and asked. "It was the Fire Dragon you mentioned." Elder Hu said. "Sneaky? Why did it sneak to your demon palace?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "We asked, but it would rather die than say anything." Elder Hu shook his head. His cultivation wasn't much, but his bones were quite tough. "Then where is it now?" Qin Feiyang asked. "It's locked up with Chu Yun." Elder Hu smiled. "Then what do you want to do with it?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. "What do you think?" Elder Hu asked. "You're the ones who caught it. I don't have the right to decide." Qin Feiyang chuckled. "Stop pretending. According to the relationship between our Devil Hall and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, we should have killed it. Because even if we kill it, the Rogue Cultivator Alliance will have nothing to say. After all, it was the one who barged into the Devil Palace. However, this old man knows that you're also interested in it. That's why I kept it." Elder Hu said. "All right." Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and nodded. "I admit that I am indeed interested in it because I really want to know why it would take such a huge risk to go to your demon palace." "This old man wants to know too." Elder Hu pondered for a moment and said, "How about this? I'll give it to you when you have the time." "Wait a moment. I have to come up with a plan for this." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and then lowered his head to ponder. What's there to plan? Elder Hua was bewildered. Based on its status in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, I'm definitely unable to take control of it by force. Otherwise, I'll definitely be the one to suffer losses. So, I have to look for an opportunity to gain its trust. So long as I'm able to gain its trust, then it'll naturally tell me the reason. Qin Feiyang smiled. Is that so? Elder Hua came to a sudden understanding and nodded. All right. I got it. Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he smiled. You'll pretend to execute it in public so that you can make an example out of it. After that, I'll seize the opportunity to rescue it from all of you. Kid, you really have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. Elder Hua roared with laughter, and then he thought for a moment and said, then let's go to Ocean of Cloud City. However, you have to be prepared because the members of our Devil Hall won't show mercy to you. Of course. Acting has to be realistic. Qin Feiyang grinned. You're really confident. All right, we'll do as you say. I'll get the law enforcers to take it to Ocean of Cloud City, and the execution will be held at the square at the center of the city. Elder Hua spoke. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded, and then he suddenly asked, right, have you found those 2 spies I told you about? Of course. But we didn't alert them. Elder Hua chuckled. Who are they? Qin Feiyang was curious. That's none of your business. Elder Hua shook his head. Qin Feiyang laughed bitterly. I won't tell anyone. This matter is a great humiliation to our Devil Hall. So, the fewer people who know about it, the better. Let's get down to business. Elder Hua's projection vanished as soon as he finished speaking. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. But it was indeed so. The dignified overlord of the Eastern Continent actually had an elder who was a spy from the Independent Cultivator Alliance. If news of this were to spread, the Devil Hall would definitely be ridiculed. Qin Feiyang put the transmission stone away and walked out of the castle. He stood in the main hall and gazed at one of the cultivation rooms before he smiled. Senior brother, you've come out. Time to get down to business. Bang! The stone door opened, and then Madman walked out and asked, is there any news? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, we'll talk on the way. Both of them left the castle and appeared within the abode. Qin Feiyang pondered deeply for a short while before he walked out of the abode and arrived before the abode. Little Jin, are you there? It didn't take long. The energy of the laws that sealed the abode vanished, and then 2 figures walked out. It was Zhao Xiaojin and the green-clothed woman. What? I'm telling you not to have any improper thoughts about little Jin. The green-clothed woman gazed coldly at them. Big Sister Dandan. Zhao Xiaojin couldn't help but blush when she heard this. As for Qin Feiyang and Madman, they chose to ignore her. Qin Feiyang looked at Zhao Xiaojin and said with a smile, let's go. Zhao Xiaojin was stunned. Where are we going? Didn't you say so? You want us to accompany you back to pay respects to your parents and brother? Qin Feiyang said. At the same time, he gave Zhao Xiaojin a meaningful glance. Pay respects to my parents and brother? Did I say that? Zhao Xiaojin was stunned, but when she noticed Qin Feiyang's gaze, she slapped her head and nodded. Yes, yes, yes. Look at me. I was so engrossed in my cultivation that I almost forgot about it. Let's go then. Qin Feiyang smiled. All right. Zhao Xiaojin nodded. Xiaojin, wait a moment. Why don't I accompany you? I'm worried if they accompany you. The green-clothed woman hurriedly stopped Zhao Xiaojin and whispered. What's there to be worried about? Don't tell me they'll eat me. Zhao Xiaojin was speechless. That might not be the case. The green-clothed woman snorted coldly, guarding against Qin Feiyang as if she was guarding against thieves. Sister Dandan, you're thinking too much. They're all good people, it's fine. Cultivate well, I'll be back soon. Zhao Xiaojin comforted her, then looked at Qin Feiyang and laughed. Let's go. Whiz. At that moment, the 3 of them soared into the air and flew towards the Alliance capital. Madman asked suspiciously, Zhao Xiaojin, is that woman crazy? Why is she always targeting us? Sister Dandan is actually quite a good person. It's just that her pride is too strong and she can't tolerate others ignoring her. As for the 2 of you, every time you see her, You treat her like air. You must feel uncomfortable. Zhao Xiaojin shook her head and laughed. To put it bluntly, it's the temper of a young miss. Madman looked down on her. She's a young miss to begin with. It's normal for her to have such a temper. There's no need to pay attention to her. Qin Feiyong waved his hand and smiled. Qin Dage, Brother Mo, what the hell are you doing? I don't remember asking you to accompany me back. Zhao Xiaojin looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyong and Madman. I don't know either. Ask him. Madman pointed at Qin Feiyong. Zhao Xiaojin looked at Qin Feiyong. The situation is like this. Qin Feiyong briefly explained the matter of the fire dragon. Zhao Xiaojin knew their identities, so she didn't have to worry about anything. What does that have to do with me? Hearing this, Zhao Xiaojin asked suspiciously. This is just in case. Because think about it, when the Demon Palace executed the fire dragon, Senior Brother Madman and I happened to be there. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? So I thought of letting you go with us. This way, if someone asks, we can say that we're accompanying you back to pay respects and happen to encounter this matter. Qin Feiyong smiled slightly. You're really thoughtful. Zhao Xiaojin's face was full of admiration. After all, in such a situation, we have to be careful at every step. Qin Feiyong sighed. Then how's the investigation going? Zhao Xiaojin was curious. You want to know? Qin Feiyong asked. If you're willing to say, I'll listen. If you don't want to say, just pretend that I didn't ask. Zhao Xiaojin giggled. Qin Feiyong couldn't help but laugh and transmitted his voice. The matter has been investigated. The deputy leader is indeed colluding with the Blood Hall. What? Zhao Xiaojin's body stiffened. Don't doubt it. I have ironclad evidence in my hands now. Qin Feiyong thought to himself. What about Brother Yi Tian? Zhao Xiaojin hurriedly asked. Yi Tian has nothing to do with this. Qin Feiyong shook his head. What should we do? If Brother Yi Tian knows the truth, how can he bear it? Zhao Xiaojin's face was full of worry. Everyone needs a process of growth, and Yi Tian is no exception. Therefore, he has to face what he has to face. We can't help him with this matter. He can only bear it himself. Qin Feiyong smiled faintly. Why is the deputy leader so muddle-headed? Doesn't he know that colluding with the Blood Hall will not only harm himself but also cause Brother Yi Tian irreparable harm? Zhao Xiaojin's face was full of anger. People who are blinded by greed have no rationality. Qin Feiyong shook his head. Wait, old Qin, this elder was said that he won't show mercy to us. If only the three of us go, won't it feel like we're sending ourselves to death? Madman suddenly frowned. Qin Feiyong was slightly stunned and nodded. It does feel like we're sending ourselves to death. It seems like we have to call Black Dragon and Huilwan. With their help, it shouldn't be a big problem. What about them? Madman asked. I don't know either. We have to look for them. Qin Feiyong shook his head. Buzz. Before he finished speaking, Qin Feiyong's voice transmission stone suddenly vibrated. Qin Feiyong's eyes had a trace of suspicion. He took out the voice transmission stone and a figure quickly appeared. Li Yuandao? Qin Feiyong was slightly stunned. Brother Mo, you're not in the cave? Looking at Zhao Xiaojin and Madman beside him, Li Yuandao couldn't help but be stunned. Qin Feiyong smiled faintly. No, I have to go out for something. Do you have something to do? If your father wants to invite me, wait until I return. Chapter 3209. My father is indeed looking for you, but it's not to invite you over as a guest, but to ask for your help. Li Yuandao's expression was filled with helplessness. What's the matter? Qin Feiyong was suspicious. You probably don't know yet, but the Black Dragon and Fire Luan by your side have been causing a ruckus in the East City these few days. My father has no choice but to ask for your help. Li Yuandao sighed. What? Qin Feiyong was startled. I knew it, you definitely don't know about this. Li Yuandao shook his head. What are they causing a ruckus about? Qin Feiyong was suspicious. Actually, it's not that big of a ruckus. It's just that they like to go to restaurants to drink, and when they're drinking, they don't like to be disturbed. So whenever they go to a restaurant, they will chase the people inside out. Think about it, a restaurant is a place to do business. If they cause such a ruckus, how can others do business? So now, all the restaurant owners are looking for my father to solve this matter. Li Yuandao shook his head. Is that so? Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. The Black Dragon and File One are both related to you, so my father can't offend them, so he can only ask for your help. Li Yuandao sighed. Then which restaurant are they in now? Qin Feiyang asked. I heard from my father that they're in the Fengchen restaurant. Li Yuandao replied. Fengchen restaurant? Qin Feiyang and Zhao Xiaojin were stunned. Wasn't that a famous brothel in the East City? Their conflict with Feng Wanyun was caused by this Fengchen restaurant. These two fellows have such a hobby. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. Anyway, you should quickly take them away, lest they cause public anger. Li Yuandao smiled bitterly. All right. We'll go now. Qin Feiyang nodded and turned off the voice transmission stone. He helplessly looked at Madman and said, seems like these two aren't good people either. Obviously. Madman shrugged his shoulders. Let's go. We have to pass by the Alliance capital anyway. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Fengchen restaurant. At this moment, all the guests, including the brothel keeper and waiters, were standing outside the door, their faces full of indignation. Within the restaurant's main hall, there was a 1-meter-long black dragon and a rooster-like bird sitting on a chair. There was a group of women around them, and they were all the Wind Dust Pavilion's Wind Moon women. At this moment, all the women surrounded the black dragon and the chick, occasionally feeding them a piece of fruit or holding a wine cup to their mouths. They looked like they were serving two masters. Without a doubt, these two beasts were the black dragon and the File One. Mo Yuan. The brothel keeper looked at Qin Feiyang as if she had seen her savior. The others finally heaved a sigh of relief. The main character had finally arrived. Qin Feiyang made a shushing gesture to the group of people and then silently walked into the main hall. The Black Dragon and the File One were enjoying themselves. They did not notice Qin Feiyang at all. The women noticed, but under Qin Feiyang's hint, they did not make a sound. Qin Feiyang walked over. Seeing them sitting on the chair with a satisfied expression, his face could not help but darken. Bird Master, Dragon Master, do you want me to massage your shoulders and legs? Qin Feiyang asked. Sure. The two beasts replied without hesitation. But as soon as they finished speaking, they realized something was wrong. This voice, immediately. The two beasts quivered and stood up to look at Qin Feiyang. You both know how to enjoy yourself. Qin Feiyang laughed. No, no. The black dragon hurriedly waved its claws and laughed dryly. That. Do you want a drink too? Come to your second uncle. Qin Feiyang's veins bulged, and directly gave the two beasts a knock on the head, and said angrily, Look at you guys now, what's the difference between you and those human playboys? This, cough cough, bro, give me some face. The black dragon laughed awkwardly. You still know how to save face. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said, Don't you think it's embarrassing enough? Let's go. It's just a drink, how embarrassing can it be? The black dragon and the File One complained and helplessly got up and followed Qin Feiyang outside. The women finally heaved a sigh of relief. Young Master Mo, thank you. The brothel keeper stepped forward and was extremely grateful. It's fine. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, then looked at the people around him and cupped his hands. Everyone, I'm sorry for causing trouble for you. Don't worry, I will definitely restrain them in the future. Actually, it's not a big deal, young Master Mo doesn't have to take it to heart. Of course, this was just polite words. Because Qin Feiyang was now the disciple of the Vice Alliance leader, who would dare to offend him? Qin Feiyang smiled slightly, then looked at the two beasts and said, Let's go. Sure. At that moment, the three men and two beasts soared into the air and flew towards the border. I say, two big brothers, is wine that good to drink? After leaving the Alliance capital, Qin Feiyang looked helplessly at the Black Dragon and the File One. You're a human, why are you asking us? The Black Dragon was stunned. I don't drink, so I don't know, what's so good about wine? Qin Feiyang said. So it's like that. Then you're really a weirdo. The black dragon despised. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Not drinking is a weirdo? What kind of logic is that? Fine, if you want to drink, I won't object, but you can't mess around. Do you know what kind of effect this will bring to me? Others will definitely scold me behind my back, saying that I'm indulging you and protecting you. I'm the disciple of the Vice Alliance leader, can't you leave me some face? Also, don't you dislike being disturbed by others? Why are you letting a group of prostitutes serve you when you're in the Feng Chen Tower? Qin Feiyang looked at them with disdain. Cough, cough. It's just a feeling, you human women are quite interesting. The black dragon laughed embarrassedly. Scram. In short, don't use my name to act like a tyrant outside. I don't want others to point fingers at me behind my back. Qin Feiyang said. Fine, 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 we'll be careful next time. The black dragon nodded repeatedly. Qin Feiyang felt helpless. It seemed that he had to make a trip to the Heavenly Pleasure Tower to get some wine, otherwise, who knew what kind of trouble these two fellows would cause in the future. Under the black dragon's lead, they quickly arrived at the border and met with Zhong de Yuan. When he saw Qin Feiyang again, Zhong de Yuan was like a little wife who had been wronged, causing Qin Feiyang to have goosebumps all over his body. Didn't he just ask him to guard the barrier? Was there a need to be so wronged? Cloudsea City. It was bustling as always. Since his reason for coming out was to accompany Zhao Xiaojin home to pay her respects, he naturally had to make a trip to the Zhao family. In front of the Zhao family's gate, Zhao Xiaojin, Qin Feiyang, and the black dragon appeared out of thin air. As for Madman and Huoluan, Qin Feiyang sent them to the Heavenly Pleasure Tower. Not only did the Heavenly Pleasure Tower produce their own immortal intoxication, but they also had Heavenly Mountain Dew and other fine wines that would definitely satisfy Huoluan and the black dragon. Young miss. The guards at the Zhao family's gate were stunned when they saw Zhao Xiaojin suddenly return. What? Am I not welcome? Zhao Xiaojin said with a cold expression. Welcome, welcome. Young miss, please come in. The guards repeatedly nodded. Upon entering the Zhao family, Qin Feiyang clearly noticed that the number of guards and servants in the Zhao family had decreased, and all of them had worried expressions. Besides that, the once majestic Zhao family was now covered in withered leaves, and weeds were growing out of the cracks in the stones. It was obvious that they hadn't been cleared out in a long time. But when they saw Zhao Xiaojin return, a sliver of hope burned in the eyes of the Zhao family's guards and servants. Cousin. Very soon. A young man in his 20s ran over with a few servants following behind him. Zhao Feng. Zhao Xiaojin was stunned. Cousin, you've finally returned. Zhao Feng was overjoyed. Greetings, young miss. The group of servants were also overjoyed. He is. Qin Feiyang was confused. He's one of my uncle's sons. His name is Zhao Feng. Zhao Xiaojin messaged to explain, and then she coldly looked at Zhao Feng and indifferently said, Don't think too much. I only came back to pay respects to my parents and little brother. After saying this, she left. Cousin. Zhao Feng's expression froze as he hurriedly knelt on the ground and called out, Cousin, please save our Zhao family. Zhao Xiaojin's eyebrows furrowed. Father is dead, second uncle is dead, and the guards and servants have all run away. There are less than 50 people left in the Zhao family. The Zhao family doesn't even have a single person who can make decisions. If you don't do anything, our Zhao family will be destroyed sooner or later. Zhao Feng called out. That's what you asked for. Zhao Xiaojin thought for a while before saying indifferently. Yes, it's all my father and second uncle's fault, but they paid the price for it. Mo Yuanyuan was there, and a person called Xing San killed them with his own hands. And our Zhao family's soul and crystal veins were also taken by that Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo, but now, we don't hate anyone. We just hope that you can come back and revive our Zhao family. Zhao Feng said. I've already said that I have nothing to do with the Zhao family. You should go find someone else. Zhao Xiaojin shook her head. The things that Zhao Yunhai and Zhao Yuntian had done had made her completely give up. Thus, no matter what happened to the Zhao family, she would not help them. Zhao Feng couldn't help but despair. At this moment a guard hurriedly ran in and called out to Zhao Feng, Young master, something big has happened. But before he could finish, The guard noticed Zhao Xiaojin. After a moment of surprise, he became ecstatic and bowed. "Greetings, young miss, what's the big deal?" Zhao Xiaojin looked suspiciously at him. "It's like this. Not long ago, the enforcers of the Demon Palace brought a fire dragon to the square in the center of the city and announced that this fire dragon was from the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. He trespassed on the Demon Palace and was captured by the Demon Palace. Now, he will be executed on the spot," the guard hurriedly said. Qin Feiyang and Zhao Xiaojin glanced at each other, a sharp light flashing through their eyes. Chapter 32:10. "I'll go with Black Dragon," Qin Feiyang messaged. "Then you be careful," Zhao Xiaojin warned. Qin Feiyang nodded, and then he turned to Black Dragon and said, "Big brother Black Dragon, let's go." With a wave of its claw, Black Dragon immediately took Qin Feiyang and flew out of the Zhao family toward the plaza in the center of the city. Black Dragon. That's a divine beast. It was only now that the Zhao family members noticed Black Dragon's existence, and shock appeared on their faces. "Cousin, I'm begging you. If you don't care about the Zhao family will truly be finished." Zhao Feng began to plead. "That's right, young lady. This is the land of our Zhao family. If the Zhao family is gone, the land will be gone as well. Then your parents, your little brother, and the ancestors enshrined in the ancestral hall will all become wandering ghosts. Can you bear to see such a thing happen?" The guards and retainers also kneeled on the ground and begged. At the same time, at the plaza in the center of the city at this moment, there was a sea of people. 10 black-armored men stood in the plaza. They were tall and straight, and they all had a skull insignia on their bodies. They were the enforcers of the Demon Hall. And their cultivations were not weak. 9 of them were late-stage gods, and the leader was a perfected god. In the center of the plaza was a 10-meter-long fire dragon. It didn't have any injuries, but there was a bloody hole in its sea of energy. It was clear that its sea of energy had been crippled. The fire dragon is a divine beast. The Demon Hall is willing to kill it. So what if it's a divine beast? Who told it to be from the Wandering Cultivator Alliance? If the Wandering Cultivator Alliance dares to barge into the Demon Hall, isn't that just seeking death? Everyone was chatting. The enforcer leader looked up at the sky, then at a black-armored man next to him and barked, "Do it." "Yes." The black-armored man replied respectfully and took out a Janmadao. It was more than 4 meters long and shone with a cold light. It was extremely sharp. This was also a peak-grade heaven-defying divine artifact. The leader of the enforcers roared, and the black-armored man immediately raised his Janmadao and chopped towards the fire dragon's head. The fire dragon's weak expression was filled with despair. But at this moment, boom! A terrifying divine aura surged, and the black-armored man was sent flying along with his Janmadao. What? Someone actually dares to obstruct the Devil Hall's enforcers? Everyone was shocked. The fire dragon was also stunned. Whoosh! In the next instant, a man and a dragon appeared in front of the fire dragon. "It's you." The fire dragon looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. "What's wrong with you? How did it fall into the hands of the Demon Palace?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "It's a long story." The fire dragon sighed and said, "Hurry up and bring me away." Qin Feiyang nodded and waved his hand, bringing the fire dragon along. "Mo Feng Yuan, you're openly challenging the Devil Hall. Do you know that?" The leader of the enforcers roared. "So what if I'm challenging the Devil Hall?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Good. I've long heard that you're an arrogant person. Now that I've met you, you're indeed worthy of your reputation." The leader of the enforcers looked extremely gloomy. "I'm arrogant. What can you do to me?" "Brother Black Dragon, cripple them," Qin Feiyang sneered. "Okay." The black dragon cackled, and the divine aura of a perfected sovereign surged out, imprisoning the 10 enforcers. "What? It's actually a perfected sovereign divine beast." The 10 enforcers were horrified. At the same time, 10 strands of divine dragon energy surged into appearance and shot into their seas of energy. Shrill cries resounded as their seas of energy were crippled on the spot. "Well done. Kill them." The fire dragon roared. "We can't kill them. We can't afford to offend the Devil Hall. Quickly seize the opportunity while their experts haven't arrived to leave. Qin Feiyang hurriedly stopped the fire dragon, and then he nodded to the black dragon. The black dragon understood, and it immediately swept up Qin Feiyang and the fire dragon before it flashed out of the city and vanished amongst the mountains outside the city. Swoosh! At the same time that Qin Feiyang and the two divine beasts vanished, a figure descended from the sky above the square, and it was Elder Hua. What's going on? Elder Hua frowned. My lord, it's Mo Fengyuan. He just happened to be in the city, and he had a perfected sovereign realm black dragon by his side. He made the black dragon heavily injure us and rescue the fire dragon. The leader of the enforcers hurriedly roared. You can't even deal with such a small matter properly. Elder Hua glared at the enforcers, and then he gazed outside the square while a wisp of a smile flashed through his eyes. After that, he gazed at the 10 enforcers and shouted, Go back. I'll personally look for the Alliance Master of the Independent Cultivator Alliance and ask him to give me an explanation. Yes. The enforcers replied and left with Elder Hua. Mo Fengyuan is really audacious. Yes. He's probably the only one who dares to seize someone right under the nose of the Devil Hall. Mo Fengyuan reminds me of Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo. They're both arrogant young men. I wonder what will happen when they meet. Is there even a need to think about it? It'll definitely be interesting. Moreover, Mo Fengyuan isn't ordinary as well. Of course. How could he be ordinary when he has a perfected sovereign realm divine beast by his side? According to my knowledge, even the Vice Alliance Master's eldest grandson, Yi Tian, doesn't have the protection of a divine beast. Even though the entire process was very short, Qin Feiyang's appearance instantly shook the entire city. Moreover, the news was swiftly spreading to the other cities. Outside the city, the black dragon stopped in the sky above a valley. There were many ferocious beasts in the mountains, but all of them fled when they sensed the black dragon's aura. Qin Feiyang withdrew an Origin Ocean Divine Pill and tossed it to the fire dragon. The fire dragon opened its mouth and swallowed it, and its shattered sea of qi immediately started to repair itself. What exactly happened to you? How did you fall into the hands of the Devil Hall for no reason? Otherwise, I would have accompanied Zhao Xiaojin back to pay respects to her parents and younger brother. You wouldn't even know how you died. Qin Feiyang frowned. Thank you. The fire dragon thanked him and fell silent. Qin Feiyang frowned. This fellow is definitely hiding something in his heart. The divine voice transmission stone rang. Qin Feiyang took out the divine voice transmission stone, and the madman and the fire luan appeared. Where are you right now? The madman frowned. We're outside the city. Qin Feiyang said and sent the coordinates to the madman. Then, he sent a message to Zhao Xiaojin. Very soon, the madman and the fire luan rushed over. The madman glanced at the fire dragon and asked via voice transmission, How is it? You've been silent since the beginning. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly. The madman looked at the fire dragon and said, Back at the trial grounds, we told you our identities. Do you still not believe us? If you really encounter any problems, you can tell us and we'll help you think of a solution. The fire dragon glanced at the madman and then at Qin Feiyang, but he still remained silent. You're going a little too far. We saved you in the trial grounds, and now we've saved your life again. Don't you trust us? The madman raised his eyebrows. When the fire dragon heard this, he couldn't help but struggle. Swish. At this moment, Zhao Xiaojin also came. Looking at the fire dragon in front of him, Zhao Xiaojin said in surprise, It's really you. When I heard that the demon hall was going to execute a fire dragon, I thought it was a coincidence. The fire dragon glanced at Zhao Xiaojin and still didn't say a word. Has it always been like this? Zhao Xiaojin looked at Qin Feiyang and the madman and asked secretly. Qin Feiyang replied and looked at the fire dragon. Running to the demon hall is not a joke. Are you investigating something? Don't worry, we will definitely not tell anyone, and you can completely trust us. The fire dragon struggled for a moment before looking up at the three of them. Can I really trust you? Of course. Qin Feiyang and the other two nodded. The fire dragon pondered for a moment, then looked up at the three of them and said, All right, I'll tell you, but you have to promise me that you won't tell anyone else. We promise. Qin Feiyang said. All right. I went to the demon hall to investigate the whereabouts of my parents and the alliance leader. The fire dragon set up a soundproof barrier and said in a deep voice. What? Investigate the whereabouts of your parents and the alliance leader? Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other in dismay. The fire dragon actually didn't know the whereabouts of the alliance leader and the others. This was too unexpected. That's right. As you said, my parents and the alliance leader are missing. The fire dragon sighed. How could they be missing? I've also heard about this from Master. Qin Feiyang frowned. I've never heard Master mention it either. The madman shook his head. Vice Alliance leader and the Hall of Famers, they don't know either. They thought that the alliance leader and my parents just went into seclusion or went to have fun. The fire dragon said. When he mentioned the Vice Alliance leader and the Hall of Famers, he paused for a moment, as if he had something to say. Then why didn't you tell them? Zhao Xiaojin was suspicious. The fire dragon paused again. You don't trust the Vice Alliance leader and the Hall of Famers? Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered as he asked. The fire dragon raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise, as if asking, how did you know? As expected. Qin Feiyang muttered. He looked at the fire dragon and said, actually, it's not difficult to guess. For you to hide such a big matter from them, it shows that you don't trust them. That's right. I just can't trust them. And it's precisely because the two of you are the disciples of the Vice Alliance leader and the Hall of Famers that I hesitated to tell you. The fire dragon looked at Qin Feiyang and the madman and sighed. What's the specific situation? Qin Feiyang frowned. A few thousand years ago, the alliance leader and my parents went missing, but I didn't care at that time. Like the Vice Alliance leader and the Hall of Famers, I thought that they just went into seclusion. But a few hundred years ago, in a cultivation room in the Alliance capital, I inadvertently found a bit of dried blood in a corner. This is very abnormal. Why would there be blood in the cultivation room? So I thought of the worst possibility. Could they have encountered an accident? The fire dragon's gaze was extremely gloomy. Encountered an accident? Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other. Black Dragon and Fire Luan were also shocked. One must know that whether it was the alliance leader or the fire dragon's parents, they were peak existences in the eastern continent. How could they have encountered an accident? And it was in their own cultivation room? Chapter 32:11. Just based on this bloodstain, isn't it a bit too childish to conclude that something bad happened to them? Qin Feiyang frowned. That's right. This little bit of blood doesn't mean anything. Maybe something went wrong during their cultivation and they spat out blood themselves. It's just that they didn't clean it up at that time. Moreover, the Alliance Master is known as the #1 in space-time law in the Sky Cloud realm. Even if someone wants to harm him, they might not be able to do it. Madman also said. I thought so too, but why can't I contact them? It's fine if the Vice Alliance Master and the Hall of Famers can't be contacted, but even I can't be contacted. That's not normal. As for what you said at the end, the Alliance Master is indeed the #1 in the Sky Cloud realm in terms of space-time law attainments, but what if the person closest to them wants to harm them? Fire Dragon said solemnly. The person closest to them, Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other. If that's the case, no matter how strong the Alliance Master is, he can't guard against it. Then what are you thinking? Zhao Xiaojin frowned. To tell you the truth, I suspect that someone colluded with the Demon Palace and plotted against my parents and the Alliance Master. Fire Dragon said. What? Someone colluded with the Demon Palace? Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other in dismay. Why would Fire Dragon be so suspicious? One has to know that the real collusion is between the Vice Alliance Master and the Blood Hall. Wait. It doesn't know that the Vice Alliance Master is colluding with the Blood Hall. And the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and the Demon Palace have always been enemies, so the Alliance Master and his parents will naturally associate it with the Demon Palace. Qin Feiyang secretly said. So, it ran to the Demon Palace to investigate? Madman said. That should be the case. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at Fire Dragon. Then, did you find anything in the Demon Palace? No. Before I sneaked into the Demon Palace, I was discovered by Chu Yun. Fire Dragon looked angry. Fortunately, you didn't sneak in. Otherwise, you would have been beaten to death. Qin Feiyang was speechless. How could he do such a thing? Now that I've told you, shouldn't you help me? The Fire Dragon looked expectantly at Qin Feiyang's group of 3 and the 2 black dragons. How can I help? Go with you to the Devil Palace to die. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. What do you mean by courting death? Don't we have the Black Dragon and the Fire Luan? Both of them are so powerful. If they're discovered, they can definitely escape. But then again, why do you have 2 such powerful divine beasts by your side? Fire Dragon had a suspicious look on his face. Many things happened while you were away from the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. You will know when you return. As for helping you, we can help you, but not to the Devil Palace. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Where are we going then? Fire Dragon was puzzled. If your suspicions are true, and the Alliance Master and your parents were really plotted against, then this matter definitely has nothing to do with the Devil Palace. Qin Feiyang said. Definitely? Fire Dragon was slightly taken aback. He frowned and said, Are you so sure? Of course. Qin Feiyang nodded. If it was really the Devil Palace's doing, then Elder Hua wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to deal with the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Don't make it sound so natural. Why? There are only 2 major forces in the Eastern Continent, the Devil Palace and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Besides the Devil Palace, no one else has the ability to do so. Fire Dragon frowned. If I say it's not, then it's not. As for the reason, you will understand in the future. After saying that, Qin Feiyang lowered his head and became gloomy. If the Alliance Master was really plotted against, then the culprit must be someone close to the Alliance Master. Otherwise, with the Alliance Master's strength, even if Elder Hua came with a sovereign divine weapon, he wouldn't be able to do it silently. By the way, who is the closest person to the Alliance Master and your parents? Qin Feiyang looked at Fire Dragon suspiciously. The closest person is definitely me. But I can't possibly harm them. Next would be the Vice Alliance Master, the Hall of Famers, and the 10 Great Elders. Fire Dragon said. Then, does the Alliance Master have any other relatives? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. No. He is alone. Fire Dragon shook his head. In that case, the most suspicious ones are indeed the Vice Alliance Master and the Hall of Famers. Qin Feiyang muttered. The 10 Great Elders are also possible. Zhao Xiaojin said. Qin Feiyang nodded and then transmitted his voice. The biggest suspect is still the Vice Alliance Master. Because he colluded with the Blood Hall, this proves that he has bad intentions. That's right. Let's start with this person. Madman secretly said. Why are you guys exchanging glances over there? Is there something that you don't want me to know? Fire Dragon glared at Qin Feiyang and the other 2. No. Just thinking about various hypotheses. Then, come back with us first. I also promise you that if there is a chance, I will definitely help you investigate. Qin Feiyang smiled. Go back to do what? Fire Dragon frowned. Go back and cultivate well. With your cultivation, even if you find out the person who secretly harmed your parents and the Alliance Master, do you have the ability to avenge them? Qin Feiyang smiled. Fire Dragon was silent. Let's go. Wandering around outside like a headless fly all day long won't yield any results. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. All right. Fire Dragon nodded and then said, but what I told you today, you must keep it a secret, especially the Vice Alliance Master and the others. You don't need to remind us. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, by the way, you didn't go to the trial ground for sightseeing, right? I went to find the Alliance Master and my parents. Not only the trial ground, I searched the entire Azure Wave Snow Mountain, but I didn't find any clues. Fire Dragon sighed, his expression full of worry. You are too naive. Even if they are still alive, the culprit can't hide them in the Azure Wave Snow Mountain. Qin Feiyang shook his head. In any case, I still think that Demon Palace is the most suspicious. Fire Dragon coldly snorted. Don't jump to conclusions too early. The truth is often beyond your imagination. Let's go. Qin Feiyang smiled and opened an altar. The group jumped up one after another. Azure Wave Snow Mountain. When Qin Feiyang and the others arrived at the boundary, they happened to see a group of people coming out of the boundary. This group of people was led by the Vice Alliance Master and the Hall of Famers, followed by the 9 elders. They were all emitting a murderous aura. When the two groups met, they were all a little stunned. Master, where are you going? Qin Feiyang was the first to speak. We are going to save it. Why is it with you? The Vice Alliance Master pointed at the Fire Dragon and said in shock. Qin Feiyang and the others nodded in realization. It turned out that these big shots had mobilized so many people to rescue the Fire Dragon. What a coincidence! Qin Feiyang was about to speak. Buzz. But at this time, the voice of the Divine Sound Transmission Stone sounded. Everyone looked at the Vice Alliance Master. The Vice Alliance Master took out the Divine Sound Transmission Stone, and a shadow suddenly appeared. It was Zhuo Tiansheng. Looking at the Vice Alliance Master, Zhuo Tiansheng immediately said excitedly, Master, the Fire Dragon has been rescued. You don't have to come. As for the people who rescued the Fire Dragon, I guess you will never guess. He even deliberately kept them in suspense. It should be Mo Yuanyuan and Mo Wuhue. The Vice Alliance Master glanced at Qin Feiyang and Frenzy standing opposite him and said lightly, How do you know? Zhuo Tiansheng was stunned. They are standing in front of me now. And you, since you reported it in time, I will also record your merit. The Vice Alliance Master said. Thank you, Master. When Zhuo Tiansheng heard this, he was immediately overjoyed. The Vice Alliance Master nodded and turned off the Divine Sound Transmission Stone. Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang and frowned. What is going on? It's like this. Zhao Xiaojin asked us to accompany her back to pay respects to her parents and brother. Qin Feiyang gave a simple explanation of the speech that he had prepared beforehand. So that's how it is. The group of big shots suddenly understood. Then, the Vice Alliance Master looked at Fire Dragon and said angrily, Why did you go to the Demon Palace? Don't you know our relationship with the Demon Palace? This time, you were lucky to have met Mo Yuanyuan and the others. Otherwise, even if we rushed over to save you immediately, you would have already died in the hands of the Demon Palace. I know. Huolong had an impatient look on his face. You're still not happy with a few words of advice? The Vice Alliance Master also had a helpless look on his face. Don't say too much. It's fine as long as you come back safely. On the other hand, our 2 disciples have made a great contribution. How do you think we should reward them? The Hall of Famers chuckled. Indeed, we should reward them. The Vice Alliance Master nodded, looked at Qin Feiyang and Frenzy, and laughed. Tell me, what do you want? Is there even a need to say it? It must be a supreme-level heaven-defying divine object. Frenzy chuckled. The Vice Alliance Master and Frenzy were stunned. They then turned around and looked at the 9 great elders. There's nothing else, let's go back. All right. The 9 great elders nodded and looked at Frenzy in amusement. They then turned around and entered the barrier, leaving like lightning. The Vice Alliance Master and the Hall of Famers ignored Qin Feiyang and Frenzy and left without looking back. Old man, what do you mean? Didn't you say you wanted a reward? What kind of attitude is this? Frenzy hurriedly shouted. Stop shouting. Even the Vice Alliance Master and Hall Master only have one supreme-level heaven-defying divine artifact. How can they give it to you? Fire Dragon, shut up. Even if you don't have one, you can still change the reward. It's not like you have to have a supreme-level heaven-defying divine object. Frenzy had a look of displeasure. Let's go, what's there to complain about? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He stepped into the barrier and nodded to Zhongde Yuan beside him. Then, he left. What do you call that? Right, greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. It's like drawing water with a sieve. Zhao Xiaojin glanced at Frenzy with Schadenfreude and also left. Black Dragon, Fire Luan, and Fire Dragon all had smiles on their faces. Frenzy looked at the 2 men and 3 beasts angrily and glanced at Zhongde Yuan. Seeing that he was also forcefully holding back his laughter, he said angrily, "What are you laughing at? Do you believe that I'll get Old Man Qi to cripple you?" Zhongde Yuan's expression stiffened and he quickly waved his hand. "No, no, no, we're all on the same side. Let's talk nicely." Me. Madman snorted through his nose and left as well. Zhongde Yuan finally couldn't hold it in and laughed. However, there was a trace of fear in his eyes that was even stronger than before. The rise of these 2 brothers was already unstoppable. Being controlled by this child might not be a bad thing. Chapter 32:12. Returning to the Hall of the Exalted, Zhao Xiaojin glanced at Yi Tian's cave abode number 1, sighed, and entered cave abode number 2. Qin Feiyang and Madman were about to enter as well, but seeing the fire dragon still following them, they couldn't help but frown. "Why aren't you going back? Why are you following us?" Madman looked at it suspiciously. "I'm all alone now. If I don't follow you, who should I follow?" The fire dragon looked at the 2 with a pitiful look. "You're still all alone? Take a look for yourself. Who has a higher status than you in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance?" Madman rolled his eyes. "What's the use of having a status? They're all polite to me on the surface, but who knows what they'll do behind my back? I'm worried and scared now. I'm worried about my parents and the Alliance leader. I'm afraid that they'll plot against me too. So, I have to find a backer." The fire dragon sighed. Madman was stunned and speechless. "If you want to find a backer, you should find an expert like the Vice Alliance leader. What kind of backer are my brother and I? We're just 2 half-step sovereigns. You guys aren't much, but they're strong." The fire dragon pointed at Black Dragon and Fire Luan and chuckled. Qin Feiyang and Madman shook their heads and smiled bitterly. It seemed that this guy was going to rely on them. "All right then, you can stay in cave abode number 4 for the time being. Brother Black Dragon, Brother Fire Luan, you 2 accompany it so that it won't be worried all day." Qin Feiyang looked at Black Dragon and Fire Luan and said, "Accompany it? Doesn't that mean we have to protect it and be its personal bodyguards?" Black Dragon was a little reluctant. "Don't say that. We're brothers. Don't be so distant. We'll share blessings and misfortunes together." The fire dragon smiled flatteringly. "Who's your brother?" Both Black Dragon and Fire Luan had a look of disdain. "Do you guys still have any humanity? I've already fallen to such a state. Can't you guys be understanding? Is it true that a tiger will be bullied by dogs?" The fire dragon said angrily. "Who are you calling a dog? Why don't you try cursing again?" The Black Dragon and the Black Dragon immediately glared at the fire dragon. "I'm just making an analogy. Don't worry, I won't let you guys protect me for nothing. When I find my parents and the Alliance Master, I promise you guys will enjoy endless glory and wealth." The fire dragon chuckled. "Cough cough. Do we look like those snobbish divine beasts? What we care about is friendship. Isn't it just protecting you? How simple is that? Let's go, let's go. In the future, the 2 of us will be inseparable from you." That's right, that's right. In the future, don't mention any benefits to us. Glory and wealth. Otherwise, I'll fall out with you." Black Dragon and Fire Lotus angrily rebuked, then put their arms around Fire Dragon's shoulders and walked towards cave abode number 4 like good brothers. In the end, it was the Fire Dragon who was stunned. Why did he change his attitude faster than flipping a book? Sigh. This daddy has finally seen what is called shameless. These 2 guys are even worse than the white-eyed wolf. Madman's face was dark. Qin Feiyang also couldn't help but feel depressed. Why were all the beasts he encountered like this? "Let's go." Madman turned around and entered the cave abode. Qin Feiyang also entered the cave abode. With a wave of his hand, the Law of Thunder appeared and sealed the door. "Old Qin, do you think the disappearance of the Alliance Master and the Fire Dragon's parents is really related to the Vice Alliance Master?" Madman sat beside the tea table and asked with a frown while making tea. "This matter is really hard to say. Although the Vice Alliance Master is the most suspicious, others are also possible." Qin Feiyang pondered. Sigh, The situation is somewhat beyond our expectations. I have a feeling that if we really help the fire dragon, then we will most likely be involved in an even bigger dispute. Madman shook his head and sighed. I also have the same feeling. However, no matter who is related to this matter, it will be beneficial for us. Qin Feiyang said. What benefits? Madman poured a cup of tea and pushed it in front of Qin Feiyang and asked. Think about it, if the Alliance Master is really killed or imprisoned somewhere, then after we find out the truth, we will be his benefactor. At that time, the Rogue Cultivator Alliance will definitely help us with all their strength. Coupled with the support of the Demon Palace, then we will truly have the capital to contend with the Blood Palace. Qin Feiyang said as he drank his tea. His eyes flickered with a bright light. Makes sense. Madman nodded and also took a sip of tea. He asked, then, should we keep an eye on the Vice Alliance Master all day long? It's not easy to keep an eye on the Vice Alliance Master. If he released his divine sense on a whim and discovered us, then we will lose our lives. But if we don't keep an eye on him, we won't be able to find out the truth. Qin Feiyang was also in a difficult position for a moment. Madman pondered for a while, then his eyes suddenly lit up. How about this, let's pull Yi Tian in? Pull Yi Tian in? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yi Tian is his grandson. Even if he lives with him for a long time, he won't suspect anything. And as long as we can live under the same roof as him, then we will definitely be able to find out something. Madman's eyes flashed. That's not good. What if Yi Tian leaks it? Qin Feiyang frowned. So, this is a gamble. Madman said. This gamble is too big, let's forget it. Qin Feiyang shook his head. After all, they were grandfather and grandson. If Yi Tian leaked it, then the situation would be even worse. Then, can you think of a better way? Madman asked. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, then let out a long breath and said, no matter how perfect a person is, there will be a time when they reveal a flaw. Let's wait patiently. Wait, Madman frowned. Mo Yuan, Mo Wuhui, are you guys here? Suddenly, a voice came from outside. Third Xing. Qin Feiyang and Madman were stunned. They quickly got up and dispersed the thunder law that was blocking the door. You're all here. Third Xing looked at the two and smiled. What are you doing? Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Third Xing took out 2 metal boxes and said with a smile, this is a reward from the Vice Alliance leader and the Hall of Famers. Reward? Qin Feiyang and Madman were stunned. They hurriedly went forward and took the metal boxes. I heard the two of you say that these are 2 legendary-level heaven-defying artifacts. Frankly speaking, I'm a little envious of you guys. How long have you been in the Alliance? You've already gotten so many legendary-level heaven-defying artifacts. Third Xing shook his head. Ha, Madman smiled proudly and said, that can only mean that our ability is outstanding. Third Xing laughed involuntarily and nodded, your ability is indeed obvious to all, but you should have heard of the saying, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other with a trace of suspicion in their eyes. Why did Third Xing suddenly say this? Don't misunderstand, I'm not referring to our Rogue Cultivator Alliance, but other forces, such as the Devil Palace. If they know of your talent, I'm afraid they won't let you grow so easily. So when you leave the Azure Wave Snow Mountain in the future, you must remember to keep a low profile. Third Xing warned. You scared me. I thought that someone from the Rogue Cultivator Alliance wanted to deal with us. Madman patted his chest. One of you is the Vice Alliance leader's disciple, the other is the Hall of Famers' disciple, who would dare to deal with you. All right. I'll go back and report. Good luck. Third Xing smiled, turned around and soared into the air, disappearing from Qin Feiyang and Madman's line of sight like lightning. Qin Feiyang and Madman also couldn't wait to return to the cave and open the metal boxes. Immediately, rays of dazzling divine light surged out from the metal boxes. There were 2 metal boxes, one containing a neat set of armor, and the other containing a fiery red long sword. They are indeed legendary-level heaven-defying artifact. Madman's eyes were filled with excitement. Qin Feiyang asked, last time, the Hall of Famers gave you a weapon or armor. Weapon. Madman secretly said. The Vice Alliance leader gave me a piece of armor back then. In other words, this armor should be given to you, and this long sword should be given to me. In this way, our defense and attack are both complete. Qin Feiyang secretly smiled. I didn't expect these two old men to be so attentive. Madman bared his teeth. It seems that they really treat us as their personal disciples. Qin Feiyang sighed. Then if we still investigate them now, wouldn't it seem that we are too heartless? Madman secretly asked. That's a different matter. If there is no problem with them, we will definitely respect them and love them. But if there is a problem, then we can only be heartless people. Qin Feiyang shook his head. All right. Madman nodded and said with a smile, this armor is mine. After saying that, he dripped his blood to recognize it as his master. Qin Feiyang also took out a long sword and dripped his blood to recognize it as his master. This sword was 3 feet long and 3 fingers wide. Its hilt was shaped like a Qilin, so it was called the Qilin Divine Sword. After Madman dripped his blood to recognize it as his master, he smiled and said, now it's time to tame them. Of course. Qin Feiyang smiled. Legendary-level heaven-defying artifacts had their own consciousness, so just dripping blood to recognize them as their master wasn't enough. They had to make these 2 artifacts follow them wholeheartedly. Swish. The 2 entered the Black Tortoise world and directly laid their cards on the table without any hesitation. The process was similar to when Qin Feiyang first tamed the Spectre battle armor. At first, the 2 artifacts were shocked when they found out about Qin Feiyang and Madman's identity. They also hid something in their hearts. But when they found out that the Black Tortoise world was an independent world and they could even cultivate in the Sourceland, they immediately became as obedient as a lamb. Time flew by. Outside, half a year had passed. And in the Black Tortoise world, more than 100,000 years had passed. With Madman's help, Qin Feiyang finally comprehended the 4th profound of the law of slaughter, but he had no clue about the 5th profound of the law of cause and effect. Qin Feiyang also didn't force it. And on this day half a year later, suddenly, a shocking piece of news came from the Demon Hall. The 4 superforces of the Sky Cloud world, Demon Palace, Blood Palace, Sky Palace, Deity's Palace, and the slightly weaker Rogue Cultivator Alliance, were going to hold an exchange meeting 3 days later. Of course. Anyone with a bit of brain knew that this so-called exchange meeting was definitely not as simple as an exchange meeting. Chapter 32:13. Naturally, the Hall of the Exalted was also talking about this. Our Rogue Cultivator Alliance is actually going to participate in the exchange. Devil Hall, Heavenly Hall, Immortal Hall, Blood Hall, which one of them isn't stronger than us? Aren't we just asking for humiliation if we join in the fun? Not only the ordinary members, but even the disciples of the Hall of the Exalted had no confidence in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Of course. There were also people who supported it. The current Rogue Cultivator Alliance was already the super overlord of the Eastern continent. Could they have some dignity and not boost the morale of others while diminishing their own prestige? Besides, this was not a battle between the higher-ups, but a competition between the younger generation. What was there to be afraid of? The reason why the 4 major forces were strong was because they had the Sovereign Divine Weapon. If the Rogue Cultivator Alliance also had the Sovereign Divine Weapon, they might not be weaker than the 4 major forces. As the situation became more and more intense, 2 factions began to fight over this matter. One faction, led by the Hall of Famers, did not support the participation of the exchange. The other faction, led by the vice leader, supported the participation of the exchange. What? It will start in 3 days. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and Frenzy also received Elder Hua's message. They were quite shocked. This was too fast. After the announcement, no matter what, they should have more time to prepare. That's right. Elder Hua nodded. Then where is the location of the exchange? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Sky Cloud Ocean. You've been there before. It's the island where the little rabbit is. This place is called Sky Cloud Island, and the little rabbit is the referee of this exchange. Elder Hua said. The little rabbit is the referee? Qin Feiyang and Frenzy looked at each other. Don't underestimate the little rabbit. Its strength is not simple. Also, just this morning, a portrait appeared in various cities in the eastern continent. Elder Hua could not help but frown as he said this. Portrait? Qin Feiyang and Frenzy were stunned. Yes. The appearance of this portrait is very strange. No one knows who spread it, and no one knows the person in the portrait, so I'm going to ask you. Elder Hua said. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other and said to Elder Hua, "Let us see." Elder Hua took out a portrait from his chest. In the portrait was a middle-aged man with a face full of vicissitudes. He was dressed in a black robe, with a tall and straight figure and a sharp gaze. The most eye-catching thing was that he was carrying a 1.5-meter-long broadsword on his back. It's him. Looking at the portrait, Qin Feiyang and the madman's eyes trembled. You really do know each other? Elder Hua's eyes flickered as he asked, who is he? However, Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear to him and stared at the middle-aged man on the screen. Their faces were extremely gloomy. They were all too familiar with this face, and they would never forget it for the rest of their lives. Because the person in the portrait was the Sword Emperor. Since his portrait had appeared in all the major cities of the Eastern continent, it must have been done by the Blood Hall. Who is it? Elder Hua looked at them suspiciously. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and looked at Elder Hua. Do you know our purpose in coming to the Sky Cloud Realm? Elder Hua shook his head. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, one of our purposes in coming to the Sky Cloud Realm is to rescue the person in the portrait. This, Elder Hua was stunned and asked, you mean, this person is your companion? That's right. When we were in the lower realm, someone kidnapped 4 of our companions. This person is called the Sword Emperor, and he was one of them. Qin Feiyang nodded. Was it Elder Hai from the Blood Hall who kidnapped them? Elder Hua asked. No, but it's related to the Blood Hall. And now, as soon as the exchange conference was announced, the portrait of the Sword Emperor appeared in all the major cities of the Eastern continent. Do you know why? The Blood Hall is using the Sword Emperor to threaten us and force us to participate in the exchange conference. If we don't go, they will kill the Sword Emperor. Qin Feiyang's face sank. He and Frenzid had already thought that the Blood Hall would definitely try to force them to show up, but they didn't expect that they would use such a method. I see. Elder Hua nodded in realization, but then he shook his head and said, the Blood Hall is really despicable. What are you going to do now? What else can we do? We can only participate. Qin Feiyang said. Since the Blood Hall has carefully planned this scheme, they will definitely do something in the exchange conference. I'm afraid that you will be in danger if you go. Elder Hua was a little worried. Even if we lose our lives, we must go. Qin Feiyang's eyes were firm. No matter what, he had to ensure the safety of the Sword Emperor and the other 3. Elder Hua asked, then, are you going to participate as the Rogue Cultivator Alliance's Hall of Fame disciples, or as our Devil Hall's core disciples? Logically speaking, we will definitely participate as your Devil Hall's core disciples. After all, you have already announced that we are Devil Hall's disciples. But, when Qin Feiyang said this, he couldn't help but frown. Are you worried about exposing Mo Wuyuan and Mo Wuhui's identities? Elder Hua asked. That's right. My Karma Law and senior brother Fengzi's Death Law have already been exposed. When we participate in the exchange conference, we will definitely have to go all out against the Blood Hall, Heavenly Hall, and Divine Hall's disciples. At that time, the Karma Law, Death Law, and other laws will be exposed. It will definitely arouse the suspicion of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Why is it that the power of law that Mo Yuan and Mo Wuhui control is exactly the same as the power of law that Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo control? If that's the case, they will naturally think that we might be Mo Wuyuan and Mo Wuhui. Qin Feiyang said. That makes sense. Elder Hua nodded. It doesn't matter if our identities are exposed. I'm just worried that it won't be easy to investigate the Alliance Master's whereabouts in the future. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Now that the situation is urgent, why do we still care about the Alliance Master? Fengzi stared at Qin Feiyang. Phew. Qin Feiyang let out a long breath and nodded. Then let's do it. Although the Alliance Master was stronger than the Sword Emperor and the other 3, in terms of importance to Qin Feiyang, Even 100 Alliance Masters added together couldn't compare to the Sword Emperor and the other 3. Elder Hu glanced at the 2 and sighed. To be honest, even if you participate in the exchange conference, you won't be able to solve the root of the problem. I know. Even if we escape this calamity, the Blood Hall can still use the Sword Emperor and the other 3 to threaten us. So if we want to completely eradicate them, we have to save them from the Blood Hall. My original plan was to find the Alliance Master and resolve the internal strife of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. At that time, we will unite the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and the Devil Hall. This way, the chances of saving them will be greater. But I didn't expect the Blood Hall to be so impatient and not give me any time to prepare. Qin Feiyang sighed. It's not the Blood Hall's fault. It's your fault. Elder Hu shook his head. Blame us? Fengzi was stunned. That's right. You have displayed such amazing talent and ability. Not to mention the Blood Hall, even my Devil Hall can feel threatened. The Blood Hall naturally won't allow you to continue growing like this. Elder Hu shook his head and smiled. From what you said, being talented is also a mistake. Fengzi was stunned. What do you think? Elder Hu chuckled. Sigh. Looks like I can't be so outstanding in my next life. Fengzi was speechless. The corner of Elder Hu's mouth twitched and he smiled. All right then. Prepare yourselves. With your current cultivation, let alone the Blood Hall, I'm afraid you won't even be able to defeat the core disciples of the 4 major forces. Then how strong are the core disciples of the 4 major forces? Fengzi was curious. The core disciples of the 4 major forces are actually similar to the disciples of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance's Hall of Fame. Once their cultivation reaches the greater mastery stage, their disciples' names will be removed. So, the strongest disciples participating in this competition are only at the lesser mastery stage. However, the Sovereign Realm is different from the Imperishable Realm. You can use all kinds of methods to fight those in the Imperishable Realm, but not in the Sovereign Realm. That's because the key to the Sovereign Realm is the power of laws. For example, the divine art that increases your cultivation is useless in the Sovereign Realm. Elder Hu said. Useless? Qin Feiyang and Fengzi raised their brows. That's right. The Sovereign Realm increases one's cultivation by comprehending the power of laws. The divine art that increases your cultivation is just an ordinary divine art, so it can't increase the cultivation of sovereigns. Taking a step back, even if it can increase one's cultivation, like you, Qin Feiyang, who can reach the lesser mastery stage with the help of the divine art, what's the use? In the end, you've only grasped 1/5 profound, while a true lesser mastery stage sovereign grasps 3/5 profound. I don't think I need to explain the difference between 1/5 profound meaning and 3/5 profound meanings. I'm sure all of you are aware of it. Elder Hu smiled. When Qin Feiyang and Fengzi heard this, they couldn't help but frown. In the past, they had thought that when they reached the half-step Sovereign Realm, with the Rising Dragon Art and Blood Devil Domain, they would definitely be able to fight against lesser mastery stage sovereigns, and even greater mastery stage sovereigns. However, when they heard Elder Hu's words, they realized how naive they were. There was a fundamental difference between the Sovereign Realm and the Imperishable Realm. The Sovereign Realm comprehended the power of laws. Below the Imperishable Realm, it increased the strength of one's divine power and divine soul. The two couldn't be mixed together. What about the other divine arts? Qin Feiyang asked. Ordinary divine arts don't have much effect in the Sovereign Realm, unless it's a heaven-defying divine art. Of course, there are exceptions. For example, your concealment divine art. This kind of pure support-type divine art doesn't have much effect. Elder Hu explained. The key is that the concealment divine art doesn't have much effect in battle. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Unless the opponent was weaker than him, the concealment divine art would be forcefully destroyed by the opponent's aura. Therefore, the two of you have to be prepared. Ignoring everything else, at least try to raise your cultivation to lesser mastery stage before the battle. Only then will you have a chance of winning, Elder Hu said. All right. Lesser mastery stage. Qin Feiyang and Fengzi lowered their heads and remained silent. Chapter 32:14. Also, it's best to raise your law of death and law of cause and effect. Because only these two laws can suppress the core disciples of the three forces. Elder Hua added. You know my law of death. Frenzy was stunned. Qin Feiyang's law of cause and effect wasn't a secret to Elder Hua, but Frenzy's law of death was only revealed recently. Furthermore, it was in the Hall of Fame. If the Rogue Cultivator Alliance can bribe our Demon Hall's elder, then our Demon Hall naturally has the ability to do so. So, is it difficult to know your situation? Elder Hua smiled proudly. All right. Frenzy nodded. The disputes between these forces were really complicated. Old Qin, I have already comprehended the fourth profound of the law of death, but I can't figure out the fifth one. Isn't there some law of life and death in your six-word divine art? Can you give me some hints? Frenzy turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked. I was hoping for you to give me some hints. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Until now, he still couldn't figure out if the law of life and death in the six-word divine art was the law of life and death. Looks like I can't count on you. Frenzy shook his head and smiled. Then I can only look for your master. Up to you. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The deputy leader also grasped the law of death. If he was willing to help Frenzy, then it would indeed be an opportunity for Frenzy. However, Frenzy's problem was easy to solve, but what about his law of cause and effect? No one in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance grasped the law of cause and effect. Elder Hua laughed. Regarding the law of cause and effect, this old man can give you some pointers. Please tell me. Qin Feiyang's spirit rose when he heard this. My Demon Hall's Hall Master grasped the law of cause and effect. Elder Hua smiled. This, Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why didn't you say so earlier? Frenzy frowned. If he had said so earlier, then Qin Feiyang would have gone to the Demon Hall's Hall Master and might have already comprehended the fifth profound. Qin Feiyang didn't display the law of cause and effect at the start. Elder Hua pouted. Unreliable old bastard. Madman muttered. What are you mumbling about? Elder Hua was suspicious. Of course I'm saying that you're a person of virtue and prestige who is revered by tens of thousands of people. Do you think I'd say anything bad about you? Madman chuckled. Do you think this old man is that stupid? Elder Hua rolled his eyes. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, if you really want to consult the Hall Master, this old man can help you ask. Then I'll leave it to you. Qin Feiyang was very grateful. Elder Hua smiled, and the shadow disappeared. Then there's no time to lose. Shall I go and look for the Vice Alliance leader now? Madman asked. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded, and then reminded him, since you're asking for advice, you should have a good attitude. I know what I'm doing. Don't worry. Madman waved his hand impatiently. Qin Feiyang shook his head and waved his hand, sending Madman out. Although Madman had become a disciple of the Hall of Famers, with his talent and comprehension, the Vice Alliance leader shouldn't make things difficult for him. Now, he was the only one left. Would the Demon Hall Master agree to help him? He pondered over the Karma law while waiting patiently. Black Tortoise World. Day after day passed. On the morning of the 10th day, Qin Feiyang's voice transmission Godstone finally reacted. He quickly took it out, but he was happy for nothing. The person who sent the message was Madman. At this moment, he was standing in a room, and his eyes were filled with excitement. He agreed. Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Under this old man's relentless efforts, he finally agreed to personally guide me. Madman smiled proudly and asked, what about you? Any response from the other side? Not yet. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Don't give up. Good luck. After saying that, Madman turned off the voice transmission Godstone. Who are you talking to? At this moment, the Vice Alliance leader walked into the room with his walking stick. With your disciple. Tell him the good news. You agreed to teach me. Madman chuckled. You two little fellows. The Vice Alliance leader shook his head and sighed. It's a pity that you didn't become my disciple. Madman immediately became emotional. Although we aren't master and disciple in name, in my heart, I have always treated you as my master. Glib tongue. The Vice Alliance leader laughed and said, follow this lord to the secret room so that no one will disturb you. Secret room? Madman was stunned. There was actually a secret room hidden here. When Madman followed the Vice Alliance leader to a well in the backyard, the Vice Alliance leader stepped on the ground and the neat ground immediately cracked open. A secret passage slowly appeared. Next, Madman followed the Vice Alliance leader into the secret passage. The secret passage spiraled downwards. After walking for about half a mile, 2 stone doors finally appeared in front of them. This is where this lord used to cultivate in seclusion. No one will disturb us here. The Vice Alliance leader chuckled and opened one of the stone doors. A secret room about 100 feet wide appeared in front of Madman's eyes. Inside the secret room, there was nothing but an old cushion. It seemed extremely empty. Then whose cultivation room is this? Madman glanced at the secret room and then looked at the closed stone door on the side and asked curiously. This cultivation room. The Vice Alliance leader looked at the stone door with a trace of pain in his eyes. This is my son's cultivation room. Your son, isn't that Brother Yi's father? Madman was stunned. That's right. However, after my son's death, this cultivation room has never been opened again. The reason for that is because his memorial tablet is currently enshrined in this place. The Vice Alliance leader sighed deeply and entered the secret room. Brother Yi's father is dead. How did he die, and what about his mother? Could it be? Madman hurriedly followed in and asked in surprise. You guessed right, they are both dead. Moreover, they have been dead for many years. Let's not talk about it. Sit down. I'll explain the secrets of the laws of death to you. The Vice Alliance leader shook his head and pointed at the cushion. All right. Madman nodded and suppressed the doubts in his heart. He sat on the cushion and listened attentively to the Vice Alliance leader's explanation. Black Tortoise World. Another 10 days passed. The divine sound transmission stone rang once more. Qin Feiyang hurriedly took it out and activated it. A fiery red figure appeared. Who else could it be but Elder Hua? How is it? Qin Feiyang immediately asked. Even though 20 days had passed in the Black Tortoise World, only a short while had passed outside. The Hall Master agreed to help you. Come to Black Phoenix Mountain. We'll wait for you there. Elder Hua smiled. Black Phoenix Mountain? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Black Phoenix Mountain is near Cloud Sea City. After saying that, Elder Hua told Qin Feiyang the coordinates. I'll go right away. Qin Feiyang nodded and immediately left the Black Tortoise World. He found Black Dragon and asked him to bring him to the border. Because with his half-step ruler cultivation, it would take him around an hour to travel from the Hall of the Exalted to the border. But Black Dragon was different. He could bring him there in a dozen breaths of time. At the border, after Zhongde Yuan opened the barrier, Qin Feiyang looked at Black Dragon and said with a smile, "This is a private matter. You don't have to follow me." All right. Black Dragon didn't ask what private matter it was. He nodded and left. Qin Feiyang also disappeared at the end of the snow mountain. After leaving the Azure Wave Snow Mountain, he took out the Gate of Space and appeared above Black Phoenix Mountain. Black Phoenix Mountain. The mountain was like its name. It was like a black divine phoenix that emitted a majestic aura. At a certain spot on the mountain peak, 2 figures were standing side by side. One of them was Elder Hua, and the other was a woman around 30 years old. She wore a long dress and looked graceful and luxurious. Elder Hua. Qin Feiyang landed on the mountain peak and cupped his fists with a smile. You're here. Elder Hua turned and looked at Qin Feiyang. The woman also turned around slowly, revealing a face that wasn't inferior to the girl's. Her skin was crystal clear, her figure exquisite, and there weren't any crow's feet at the corner of her eyes. She exuded the charm of a mature woman. She's our Demon Hall's Hall Master. Elder Hua explained. Junior Qin Feiyang greets Lord Hall Master. Qin Feiyang bowed. Elder Hua has been paying attention to you since you entered the Sky Cloud realm. He has repeatedly praised you. At first, I thought he was exaggerating. But when you showed your talent in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and revealed 7 types of law force, I realized that Elder Hua wasn't wrong. You're a talent. The Demon Hall's Hall Master smiled and looked very amiable. Hall Master, you flatter me. I'm just fooling around. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand. Whether it's fooling around or not, everyone knows in their hearts. Let's not talk about it. I can explain the law of cause and effect to you, but you have to agree to one condition. The Demon Hall's Hall Master said. I'm all ears. Qin Feiyang had expected that the Demon Hall's Hall Master wouldn't agree to help him so easily. So he wasn't surprised at all. Officially become a core disciple of my Demon Hall. The Demon Hall's Hall Master said. Qin Feiyang was stunned and frowned. Didn't I tell Elder Hua that I'll participate in the exchange as a core disciple of the Demon Hall? Although you'll participate in the exchange as a core disciple of the Demon Hall, you're still not a disciple of my Demon Hall. I believe you can understand my difficulties. As the Demon Hall's Hall Master, I can't nurture someone who doesn't belong to the Demon Hall. The Hall Master smiled. Qin Feiyang fell silent. There must be a reason why you've repeatedly rejected our invitations, right? The Demon Hall's Hall Master looked at Qin Feiyang questioningly. That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, since we're here, I'll be direct. I haven't accepted Elder Hua's invitation because I still can't truly trust your Demon Hall. You're very direct. Not only was the Hall Master not angry, but he even praised Xiao Chen. Firstly, I believe Hall Master is aware of my background. Secondly, I have a sovereign weapon and an independent world. You must know that. Qin Feiyang said. That's right. Back then, when Chu Yun rushed to the Heavenly Cloud Ocean to save you, she saw you using origin energy to fight against the Blood Hall's 3 sovereign weapons. We already thought of this back then. The Demon Hall's Hall Master nodded. Chapter 32:15. Since you've already thought of it, why don't you put yourself in my shoes? If it's you, who has an independent world and a sovereign divine weapon, but your own strength isn't that great, how can you not guard against outsiders? Qin Feiyang said. I have to guard against them. The Hall Master nodded. That's why I don't dare to enter the Demon Palace. Because I just came to the Sky Cloud realm and know nothing about the Demon Palace. What if you have other motives? Wouldn't I be a sheep in a tiger's den? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. What about now? Do you know something about the Demon Palace? The Hall Master asked. Over the years, I've been paying attention to the people of the Eastern Continent's evaluation of the Demon Palace. Overall, there's no problem. However, it's still the same thing. Everyone knows how to hide things. For example, the vice leader. During the time I spent with him, he was very kind and treated me like his own son. You would never expect him to be someone who colluded with the Blood Hall. But that's the truth. So, what's the Demon Palace like? I can't make a judgment yet. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Thank you for your honesty. Then, we might as well interact more in the future. As the saying goes, time reveals a person's heart. The Hall Master smiled faintly. Sure. I can also agree to officially join the Demon Palace. However, you can't restrict my freedom, and you have to trust me unconditionally. In other words, no matter what I do, no matter what position I stand on, you have to support me. Of course. I'm also a person with principles. Since I've agreed to join the Demon Palace, I definitely won't do anything that will harm the Demon Palace's interests. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. The Hall Master nodded and said, however, I have an additional condition. Speak. Qin Feiyang smiled. Madman Mo also has to join the Demon Palace. The Hall Master said. Actually, you don't have to do this. Senior brother Fengzi and I have gone through life and death together. We've long trusted each other without a doubt. Our relationship is even closer than that of blood brothers. We have been through life and death together. So, as long as one of us joins your Devil Palace, the other one will become a member of your Devil Palace. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. I like honest young people like you. The Devil Hall Master was very happy. It was the same for Elder Hua. After struggling for so long, he finally managed to convince these 2 brats to join the Devil Hall. The people of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance did not know Qin Feiyang's background, but he knew it very well. The addition of these 2 people was definitely the Devil Hall's fortune. Qin Feiyang said, Junior will ask another question. In the future, if we go to war with the Blood Hall, what will your Devil Hall choose? This was the main point. As long as he had the full support of the demonic palace, he would have the ability to truly contend against the Blood Palace. The Blood Hall has always been our Devil Hall's enemy. The Demon Hall Master smiled. Qin Feiyang also smiled. That was enough for him. Of course. We also hope that you all will treat our Demon Hall well. The Demon Hall Master smiled again. Whether it was Qin Feiyang or Madman Mo, they would definitely have amazing achievements in the future. They might even surpass them. At that time, if the two of them turned against each other, it would undoubtedly be a nightmare for the Devil Hall. So, since Qin Feiyang had made it clear, she would not hide it anymore. Didn't I say just now that I will not harm the Devil Hall? I will not do anything that will harm the interests of the Demon Halls. This promise is not just temporary but eternal. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Okay. The Demon Hall Master smiled happily and asked, "Can you take us to your world for a tour?" Of course. Qin Feiyang nodded. With a wave of his hand, the three of them immediately appeared in the sky above the Devil's Land. What rich energy of the Spirit Vein and Crystal Vein! As soon as the two of them appeared, they could not help but feel shocked when they sensed the majestic energy. Especially when they looked at the boundless medicinal field, even with their mentality, they couldn't help but feel a storm in their hearts. The resources were not much worse than the Devil Halls. Every herb, every soul vein, and every crystal vein here was obtained from the outside with our own efforts. In order to create such a cultivation environment, we went through countless dangers. But fortunately, the heavens did not let us down. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly with a trace of pride on his face. Amazing. The Demon Hall Master and Elder Hue were sincerely impressed. Of course. The main reason is because of this. Qin Feiyang pointed at the ancient castle below. The Demon Hall Master and Elder Hue looked down and their eyes widened. A sovereign divine weapon. It can be said that without the ancient castle, the Black Tortoise world would not be where it is today, and we would not be here today. Qin Feiyang looked at the ancient castle with gratitude in his eyes. The ancient castle was one of the people he was most grateful to in his life. It's rare for young people nowadays to be able to maintain a grateful heart. Elder Hue chuckled. Yeah. In today's world, who can be relied on when it comes to benefits? The most typical example is the Zhao family. Because of their selfishness, they even harmed Zhao Xiaojin. The Demon Hall Master shook his head and sighed. We can't generalize. Whether it's humans or beasts, they are both good and bad. Qin Feiyang smiled. You're very thorough. The Demon Hall Master nodded. Then, he scanned the courtyard beside the ancient castle and asked, "Are the people in those courtyards your friends?" That's right. There are relatives, companions, and former enemies. Qin Feiyang smiled. Enemies? The Demon Hall Master and Elder Hue were stunned. Why would their enemies let them stay in the Black Tortoise world? My relationship with them is very complicated. I can't explain it in a short time. Anyway, it's fine as long as we have the same goal. Qin Feiyang smiled. The people he was talking about were naturally Mu Tianyang, Mu Qing, and the demon ancestor. Can I understand it as being enemies but not enemies? Like friends but not friends? The Demon Hall Master asked. I guess so. After all, no one can predict what happens in the world. Qin Feiyang nodded. Actually, this is the other side of karma. The Demon Hall Master smiled. The other side? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. The so-called karma itself is intricate and complicated. It's like invisible threads that bind both parties together. Initially, you might be enemies, but because of some relationship, you might become friends. Similarly, you might be friends at the beginning, but because of some reason, you might become enemies. In short, karma is everywhere. As long as you use your heart to feel it, you can feel it. The Demon Hall Master smiled. You don't say. I really didn't think of this before. Qin Feiyang lowered his head. The fog in his mind seemed to be gradually dissipating. Swoosh. Suddenly. In the courtyard below, the mermaid princess flew up and bowed. Greetings, Elder Hue. It's you. Elder Hue looked at the mermaid princess with a smile on his face. Elder Hua had already seen the mermaid princess when they were in the space-time teleportation tunnel, so he had a deep impression of her. She is. The Demon Hall Master was a little suspicious. She's the lover of Qin Feiyang that I told you about. Back then, in order to save her, Qin Feiyang fought Old Man Hai in the space-time teleportation tunnel. That scene could really be said to be a scene of anger for a beauty. Elder Hua chuckled. I've embarrassed myself in front of you. The mermaid princess blushed. Qin Feiyang walked over and held the mermaid princess's hand. He smiled and said, "This is the Demon Hall Master." The mermaid princess was stunned. She quickly bowed and said, "Greetings, Lord Hall Master. No need to be so polite." The Hall Master waved his hand. He glanced at the couple and then looked away. But suddenly, he looked at the mermaid princess again with a hint of surprise in his eyes. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess were a little confused. Do you control the law of life? The Demon Hall Master asked in surprise. How did you know? The mermaid princess was surprised. I sensed it. There's an extraordinary life force in your body. Incredible. The law of life, the law of karma, and the law of death. You guys are really monstrous. The Demon Hall Master shook his head and exclaimed. Elder Hua also looked at the mermaid princess in shock. Suddenly, he glanced at the courtyard below and said, Qin Feiyang, in the Wind Sea City, there was a person who controlled the law of space-time. Who is he to you? He's the ancestor of the Qin clan. Qin Feiyang smiled. The Qin clan, looks like your clan isn't simple, Elder Hua said. Not at all. Qin Feiyang shook his head and looked at the mermaid princess. You go back first. I'll accompany them. Are you coming back for dinner tonight? The mermaid princess asked. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, then we'll have to see whether or not these two lords will dislike the simple and plain food you make. You little brat, do you have to mock us in such a roundabout way? Elder Hua couldn't help but laugh. Looks like the two lords don't dislike it. Then I'll have to trouble you. Qin Feiyang squeezed the mermaid princess's jade-like hand lovingly. The mermaid princess smiled and turned to leave. Elder Hua praised, she's a good wife and mother. Brat, you're lucky to have found such a gentle and kind woman. Yeah. Being able to marry her is the luckiest thing in my life. It's also the thing I'm most proud of. Qin Feiyang didn't hide his proud smile. Then lead the way. I'm looking forward to your black tortoise world more and more. The Devil Hall Master smiled. Then let's go to the North region. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and led the two of them to the north of the Devil's Land. North region. The two of them were suspicious. In the Black Tortoise world, other than the Devil's Land, there are 5 other regions. They are the North region, West region, South region, East region, and Central region. Qin Feiyang explained the situation of the Black Tortoise world as they walked. The 3 of them seemed to be taking a stroll as they wandered around. Chapter 32:16. As the number of spirit veins and crystal veins increased, the Black Tortoise world grew faster and faster. The current Black Tortoise world was almost twice the size of the Divine Land. One could only imagine. The Middle Continent, Western region, Northern region, Southern region, and Eastern region were so vast. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that anyone below the imperishable realm would need at least 100 years to traverse the entire Black Tortoise world. Of course. It would be a different story if the teleportation altar was activated. Northern region. In the sky above a city. The city wasn't small, spanning tens of thousands of miles. Tens of millions of people lived there, and their average cultivation was at the Divine Lord realm. The strongest aura was at the half-step imperishable realm. However, the most eye-catching thing was the statue in the middle of the city. It was Qin Feiyang's statue. Hey! All the cities we passed by along the way have your statues. What's going on? Elder Hua looked at the statue and asked curiously. There's a reason for that. Qin Feiyang smiled. What reason? Elder Hua was puzzled. Once, I sacrificed my life to revive all the living beings in the Black Tortoise world. And I've been silently protecting them. So out of gratitude, they made a statue for me. Actually, I didn't think it was necessary, but everyone was too enthusiastic and I couldn't stop them. Qin Feiyang laughed. You sacrificed your life to revive all the living beings? Elder Hua and the Demon Hall Master looked at each other. What kind of method was that? In short, every living being in the Black Tortoise world, whether it's a human or a beast, is greatly indebted to me. Because of their support, I have the ability to fight against the sovereign weapon. So, once, I swore that as long as I, Qin Feiyang, am alive, I won't allow anyone to hurt them. Qin Feiyang said. Then, have you noticed that this is actually karma? Because you're good to them, they'll never abandon you. The Demon Hall Master chuckled. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He carefully recalled the past, and the doubts in his mind seemed to become clearer. How did they help you? It actually gave you the power to fight against a sovereign weapon. Elder Hua was extremely curious. Qin Feiyang smiled. With a wave of his hand, the three of them appeared above the Blood Sea in the western region. Where is this? The two of them were bewildered. What a strong smell of blood. This is the western region of the Black Tortoise realm. The entire western region is like this. Qin Feiyang smiled. You mean the entire western region is a sea of blood? Elder Hua was bewildered. That's right. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and many images of various sizes appeared in the void in front of him. In the picture, there were humans and ferocious beasts. Everyone was lining up to donate blood on the shore of the Blood Sea. What? Seeing this scene, even with Elder Hua and Elder Hua's temperament, they could not help but be extremely shocked. That's right. Every drop of blood in this sea of blood was contributed by them selflessly. Qin Feiyang nodded. Why would they do that? Elder Hua was bewildered. Qin Feiyang's body shook and the slaughter domain appeared. A monstrous killing intent surged out as he said, "This is the slaughter domain. It uses blood as the source. The more blood it absorbs, the stronger it becomes. When it reaches its peak, it can fight against a sovereign divine weapon." I see. Elder Hua was enlightened. When I was in the lower realm, the slaughter domain helped me through many calamities. And all of this is inseparable from the support of every living being in the Black Tortoise realm. Even if there is no war now, they are still silently donating blood for me. Tell me, after seeing this scene, would anyone with a conscience not be moved? Therefore, instead of saying that they are my people, it is better to say that they are Qin Feiyang's relatives. Qin Feiyang smiled as he looked at the ferocious beasts and humans in the picture. His eyes were filled with gratitude. The Devil Hall Master and Elder Hua looked at each other. They admired the young man in front of them more and more. The living beings of the Black Tortoise realm were willing to come to the western region to donate blood. It wasn't hard to imagine how good Qin Feiyang usually was to the living beings of the Black Tortoise realm. This is the so-called tit for tat, right? The Devil Hall Master smiled. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. The cycle of karma, these were all part of the law of karma. And tit for tat, he already knew about it. But at this moment, when he heard this from the Devil Hall Master, his feelings became different. It seemed to be more profound and thorough. Close your eyes and feel it. Actually, every living being in the Black Tortoise realm has an unbreakable karmic connection with you. The Devil Hall Master smiled. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he closed his eyes and calmed his heart. He entered a state of no desire. Then, he released his perception and slowly felt it. The Devil Hall Master glanced at Qin Feiyang and turned to Elder Hua. He smiled and said, "Let's go. We will walk around ourselves." What about him? Elder Hua asked inwardly. His comprehension ability is really terrifying. Above the herb field, I vaguely mentioned the other side of the law of karma. He already comprehended it. Along the way, I kept reminding him. Although I didn't say it clearly, I could tell that he understood it. So now, I don't need to say anything more. I will give him some time to comprehend it himself. The Devil Hall Master smiled inwardly and turned to leave quietly. Elder Hua glanced at Qin Feiyang and hurriedly chased after him. But is this enough? It definitely isn't enough for others. But Qin Feiyang is different. First of all, his comprehension ability is better than others. Second of all, he has too much karma in his life. Every blade of grass and every tree in the Black Tortoise realm has an unbreakable relationship with him. So, in terms of the law of karma, he has an innate advantage that others don't have. In other words, the entire Black Tortoise realm is his source. The Devil Hall Master smiled faintly. I don't understand. Elder Hua shook his head. If you did, you wouldn't have comprehended the law of time, but the law of karma. The law of karma focuses on cause and effect. It's very different from other laws. The Devil Hall Master chuckled. Elder Hua pondered for a while but still couldn't figure it out. So, he decisively gave up. The power of laws couldn't be forced. It depended on fate and luck. Of course, one also had to have the comprehension ability. Back to Qin Fei Yang. At this moment, there was nothing in his mind. He wasn't thinking about anything. He was like a person without consciousness. His perception had already spread to the entire Black Tortoise realm. Everything was in his eyes. He was the master of the Black Tortoise realm. As long as he was willing, no living being could hide anything from him. And others wouldn't be able to sense that they were being spied on. Although the living beings of the Black Tortoise realm were very united at critical times, there were still all kinds of disputes. For example, fighting for power, women, treasures, and some grudges. They would fight to the death. However, Qin Fei Yang didn't care about any of this. He was like a passerby, silently looking at every living being and feeling the karma between them. Because no matter how united a place was, such disputes were inevitable. As long as everyone could unite in the face of the big picture. Of course, small fights were fine, but they couldn't affect the foundation of the Black Tortoise realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't sit by and do nothing. Time quietly passed. In the evening, Elder Hua and the Devil Hall Master returned to the Devil's Land. After a day of asking around, they finally had a thorough understanding of Qin Fei Yang. Basically, the living beings of the Black Tortoise realm knew about Qin Fei Yang's deeds. So, as long as they asked around, they would know everything. Moreover, they also asked about the origins of the Dragon God Sword and the Ice Dragon Sacred Sword. They even found out about the grudges between Qin Fei Yang and the two sovereign divine weapons. In the courtyard, the mermaid princess had already prepared the dishes. Where's Fei Yang? Seeing that only the Hall Master and Elder Hua had returned, a trace of suspicion appeared on her face. He's comprehending the karma law. I don't think he'll be back in a short period of time. Elder Hua smiled. So it's like that. The mermaid princess nodded in realization and smiled. Then, please take a seat. Thank you, but there's no need. We already know what we want to know. Qin Fei Yang has also comprehended something, so we'll take our leave first. The Devil Hall Master smiled. But, the dishes are already prepared. The mermaid princess was startled. I'm sorry. The exchange conference is about to begin. We still have to go back and prepare, so let's wait for the future. The Devil Hall Master smiled apologetically. All right. The mermaid princess nodded and smiled. Then I'll go find Sister Fire Lotus and send you out. Thank you for your trouble. The two of them were very polite to the mermaid princess. Soon, the mermaid princess brought Fire Lotus over. She pointed at Elder Hua and the Devil Hall Master and smiled. It's them. Greetings, seniors. Fire Lotus bowed. You're welcome. The Devil Hall Master waved his hand. Fire Lotus smiled and looked at Elder Hua. Senior Hua, I heard from Qin Dage that you seem to have comprehended the time law? Yes. Elder Hua nodded and asked, what's wrong? Fire Lotus's face lit up and immediately said, then, this junior has a presumptuous request. Can you stay in the Black Tortoise world for a few days and explain the mysteries of the Force Law to this junior? You have grasped the time array? Elder Hua was stunned. The Demon Hall's Hall Master was also stunned. Yes. Fire Lotus nodded and released the power of the Time Law. Although Frenzy had obtained many mysteries of the Time Law from the Hall of Famers, there were still many things that she couldn't understand. It really is the Time Law. Their eyes trembled. Karma Law, Space-Time Law, Death Law, Life Law, and now there was another strongest law, the Time Law. Just who were these people? Any one of these young people could be considered a top monster if they were to walk out of this world. Elder Hua, Can you do it? Fire Lotus looked at him expectantly. Explaining in person would definitely be more detailed and easier to understand than frenzy. Chapter 32:17. This, Elder Hu couldn't help but look at the Devil Hall Master. If the Devil Hall Master wasn't here, with his fondness for Qin Feiyang and frenzy, he would definitely agree without hesitation. Moreover, although the Devil Hall had countless disciples, and there was no lack of monstrous geniuses, no one had comprehended the time law. Therefore, when Fire Lotus comprehended the time law, he was very happy. He had finally met a decent junior. But there was no other way. With the Hall Master present, he had to ask for his opinion. What do you want to do? Can I stop you? The Devil Hall Master shook his head and laughed. Haha, Elder Hu laughed and looked at Fire Lotus. Alright, this old man will stay and guide you. But you have to be more serious. If you're distracted, this old man will leave immediately. That's for sure. Fire Lotus was overjoyed. Elder Hu nodded his head in satisfaction. He looked at the Devil Hall Master and said, then leave the exchange to Chu Yun. All right. The Demon Hall Master smiled. He then looked at Hu Lian and said, send me out. Senior, take care. Fire Lotus bowed respectfully and waved her hand. The Devil Hall Master immediately disappeared in front of the three of them. Isn't the Black Tortoise world an independent world? Qin Feiyang is the master of the Black Tortoise world. How can you control the Black Tortoise world's rule power? Elder Hu looked at Fire Lotus in surprise. This junior has the authority to control everything. Fire Lotus smiled. So that's how it is. Elder Hu nodded his head in realization. To actually give such an important authority to this little girl, that meant that Qin Feiyang trusted her a lot. What's your name? Elder Hu asked. Fire Lotus. Fire Lotus replied honestly. Fire Lotus. Elder Hu glanced at the Fire Lotus mark on Hu Lian's forehead and said with a smile, we are indeed fated. You're called Hu Lian, and others call me Old Man Hu. Maybe we were even family in our previous lives. Ha, Fire Lotus laughed dryly. She didn't know how to reply. She was obviously trying to get close to him. Elder Hu smiled and said, all right, let's not talk too much. Let's find a place where no one will disturb us. Aren't you going to eat first? The mermaid princess quickly asked. Fire Lotus said in a low voice, how can I be in the mood to eat now? You can slowly eat by yourself. After he finished speaking, he looked at Elder Hu and said with a smile, Senior, please follow me. After that, Fire Lotus led Elder Hu towards the castle. Why have they all become cultivation maniacs? Forget it, let's talk to Xiao Xian. The mermaid princess shook her head and walked towards the madman's courtyard. Inside the castle, Fire Lotus stood in the main hall and said with a smile, Senior Hu, no one will disturb you here. Furthermore, you don't have to worry about time because the Black Tortoise world has a time array that lasts for a day and 1,000 years. Impressive. Elder Hu looked around. While praising, there seemed to be a trace of fear in his eyes. Because he was currently inside the castle. If the castle wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as flipping its hand. Suddenly, he looked towards a cultivation room on the second floor and muttered, what a dense pill aura. That's Dan Wangcai refining pills. He's the most powerful alchemist here. Most of our pills are also provided by him. Fire Lotus smiled slightly. They're all provided by him. Then, Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo's 7 dragon-shaped divine pills were also refined by him? Elder Hu was surprised. Yes. Dan Wangcai is just like his name. Other than refining pills, he's not interested in anything else. Even if he wants to cultivate, Qin Dage has to force him to do so. Fire Lotus shook her head and smiled. Then he's really a true alchemist fanatic. But then again, if he's not so obsessed, how could he have such achievements? Elder Hu chuckled. That makes sense. Fire Lotus nodded. Then, is he the only alchemist here? Elder Hu asked. Of course not. Qin Dage is also an alchemist. Fire Lotus shook her head. He's also an alchemist. Elder Hu was stunned. Yes. Qin Dage's alchemy talent is actually better than Dan Wangcai's. Fire Lotus nodded. What? Elder Hua was stunned. Back then, Dan Wangcai admired Qin Dage's alchemy talent and followed Qin Dage. However, after Dan Wangcai joined our family, Qin Dage basically did not come across any pills. So now, he's not even as good as Dan Wangcai. It's considered a waste. Fire Lotus smiled. Elder Hua was stunned. With such a good alchemy talent, it was actually wasted. Wasn't this a waste of God's gift? In fact, Qin Feiyang did not really waste it. Because of the soul refining technique, his mental energy was increasing at any time. Moreover, his mental energy had always been stronger than Dan Wangcai. So, if he were to refine pills now, he would at most be rusty. In terms of quality, Qin Feiyang would definitely be better. Anyway, Qin Dage is a person who hates troublesome things. To him, alchemy is a troublesome thing. Fire Lotus smiled. Alright, who asked him to be a monster? A monster has the capital to be willful. Elder Hua nodded helplessly. Suddenly, he looked at a cultivation room on the first floor with a trace of surprise in his eyes. In this cultivation room, he actually felt an inexplicable fear. Moreover, it was a fear that came from the power of law. Who's the person in there? Elder Hua asked in surprise. The white-eyed wolf. It's Qin Dage's partner. It has been with Qin Dage since they were young. Fire Lotus smiled. A wolf. Elder Hua was even more surprised. How could a mere wolf give him such a feeling? It seemed that anyone who was close to Qin Feiyang, be it a beast or a person, was not simple. The cultivation room on the first floor is for Qin Dage, the white-eyed wolf, and Frenzy. Let's go to the second floor. Hua Lian lightly smiled. Then, she led Elder Hua to the second floor. Black Tortoise World. Time flew by. 100 years had passed. Western region. Qin Feiyang, who was standing above the Blood Sea, seemed to have forgotten where he was. In other words, he had entered a state of selflessness. Fortunately, he was in the Black Tortoise World. Otherwise, he would be in danger. Because in his current state, anyone with a little bit of strength could kill him. At this moment, Qin Feiyang looked at the countless living beings in the Black Tortoise World. He seemed to see something faintly discernible in them. Another few years passed. These things, he saw more and more clearly. It turned out that they were threads of karma that were inextricably linked to him. Judging from these threads, almost all the living beings in the Black Tortoise World had an unbreakable karma connection with him. Moreover, not only did he see the threads of karma between him and everyone, but he also saw the threads of karma of others. For example, a family, a force, and the people in a city were all connected by the threads of karma. In Qin Feiyang's eyes, the Black Tortoise World was covered with spider webs. Those spider webs not only connected everyone together, but they also tied everyone's fates together. Another 100 years passed. Qin Feiyang saw something different again. He realized that these threads of karma all carried different emotions. And he could clearly feel these emotions. Some were anger. Some were hatred. Some were love. Some were jealousy. Some were concern. Wait. In short, he could feel the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the world on these threads of karma. Why do these emotions exist? Qin Feiyang continued to observe. After another few decades, his calm face finally revealed a look of realization, and he opened his eyes. The 7 emotions and 6 desires that he felt on the threads of karma were actually the emotions that were transmitted between people. For example, he and the mermaid princess loved each other, so the love, concern, and so on were transmitted. Then there was Mu Tianyang. From Mu Tianyang's threads of karma, he could feel hostility, jealousy, and dissatisfaction. In other words, karma was also filled with the 7 emotions and 6 desires. After figuring this out, Qin Feiyang felt as if the clouds were parted and he saw the sky. His heart immediately became clear. This was the other side of the law of karma. He closed his eyes again. This time, the threads of karma were even more obvious. Boom. Soon. The law of karma in his body surged out uncontrollably. And in his perception, the thousands of threads of karma were also surging toward him. Gradually, a colorful divine light appeared in front of him. This divine light was filled with all kinds of karma, and it became brighter and brighter. In the end, it even illuminated the entire western region. What's happening? The creatures at the edge of the western region looked at the void that suddenly filled with colorful light, their eyes full of surprise. This seems to be the aura of the Lord Ruler. That's right, it's him. The Lord Ruler must be about to break through. Everyone, keep your voices down. Don't disturb him. You're thinking too much. Even if it's the Lord Ruler, he must be in the central area of the Blood Sea. How can he be disturbed from so far away? That's true. I'm curious. What is the Lord Ruler cultivating to actually produce such a divine light? Everyone looked at the center of the Blood Sea curiously. At this moment, not only Qin Fei Yang, but the surrounding void was also drowned by the colorful light, as bright as the clouds. Clang! Suddenly, a sound like a divine weapon appearing sounded in the sky above the western region, shocking everyone. In the next instant, a lotus flower suddenly appeared in the colorful divine light that drowned the sky. This lotus flower was about the size of an adult's palm. It was colorful, and it emitted a terrifying aura. The fifth profundity, divine lotus. At this moment, Qin Fei Yang opened his eyes, which were full of surprise. That's right. He succeeded. He had comprehended it. Boom. In the next moment, his aura also soared. In just a few blinks of the eye, his cultivation broke through to the initial stage of the ruler realm. I broke through, feeling the surging divine power in his body. Qin Fei Yang was extremely excited. And the five-colored divine lotus in front of him, he could clearly feel that it was much more powerful than the fifth profundity of the law of thunder. With this five-colored divine lotus, as long as the other party did not grasp an ultimate law like the law of karma, he could crush anyone in the same realm as him. Chapter 32:18. At the same time that Qin Fei Yang comprehended the fifth profundity, Madman was sitting on a cushion in his private room. His eyes were closed, and his expression was very serene. On the side, the vice leader was half lying on a reclining chair with his eyes closed. But suddenly, Madman frowned and slowly opened his eyes. There was a trace of confusion in his eyes. What's wrong? The vice leader opened his eyes and looked at him with a smile. After receiving your guidance, my comprehension of the law of death is much more thorough than before. I even have a feeling that the fifth profound is standing right in front of me, but I just can't break through this barrier. I feel like I'm still missing something. Madman frowned. What you encountered, this seat has also encountered it before. The vice leader smiled. Then what is the last point? Madman looked at the vice leader suspiciously. You can only comprehend it yourself. Once you comprehend it, you will succeed. However, this seat can give you a clear path. The vice leader smiled. Please speak. Madman's eyes were filled with expectation. Come closer. The vice leader sat up straight and smiled. Madman got up and walked in front of the vice leader and moved his head closer. The vice leader whispered something in Madman's ear. That's right, this sentence. But this sentence caused Madman's eyes to tremble and his face to turn pale. He looked at the vice leader and asked, Are you serious? This seat never jokes. The vice leader said. But, Madman frowned. This is the fastest way. Of course, you have to have the ability to comprehend it, otherwise you will die. The vice leader said. Madman went silent. After a long time, he laughed. What I like the most is taking risks, especially those that walk on the edge of death. The vice leader was stunned for a moment before he shook his head and smiled. You brat. Madman smiled and asked, Right, how long have I been in seclusion? Almost 200 years. The vice leader smiled. What? Almost 200 years? Madman immediately asked, Then isn't the exchange conference over? You also know about the exchange conference. The vice leader was taken aback. That's for sure. It's such a big deal that everyone is talking about it. Madman nodded. He had actually missed the exchange. The vice leader smiled and said, The exchange hasn't started yet. What? It hasn't started yet. Is there a delay? Madman was suspicious. No. The Vice Alliance Master shook his head and smiled. I didn't tell you in advance, but this secret room has a 500-year time formation. That's why I brought you here. With the time formation, you won't waste too much time. Time array? Madman looked around the secret room in shock. Yes. Back then, when I asked your master to help me set up this time formation, it took me a lot of effort. I don't know what's wrong with this old thing. He just likes to go against me. The vice leader shook his head. That gave me a fright. I thought the exchange had already ended. Madman patted his chest. What is it? You brothers also want to participate in the exchange? The vice leader asked. Of course. The geniuses of the 4 superforces are gathering. We definitely have to go and take a look. Madman chuckled. Then you'll be disappointed. The vice leader shook his head. What do you mean? Madman was startled and looked at him suspiciously. I've already discussed with Old Man Chi. We won't allow you brothers to participate in the exchange. The vice leader said. Why? Madman frowned. Your talents are indeed very good. Even in the entire Sky Cloud realm, you're at the top. No one can surpass you. However, you still haven't matured. With your half-step ruler cultivation, you won't be their match. We're also thinking for you, so that you won't accidentally die. This isn't just your loss, it's also the loss of my Rogue Cultivator Alliance. The vice leader said with a smile. So you guys care about us that much? Madman grinned. Who asked you brothers to be our disciples? The vice leader shook his head and smiled. What about Yi Tian? Madman asked. It's even more impossible for him to participate. The people going this time are all older than you. The lowest cultivation is at the initial stage ruler realm. He's only at the peak undying realm. Isn't he just sending himself to death? In short, Tian is the same as you guys. He still needs time to grow. The vice leader said. All right. Madman nodded and smiled. Then I'll leave first. Thank you. I suddenly realized that you're quite a good person. Ah. The vice leader looked at Madman in shock and asked curiously, then in your eyes, what kind of person was I? You really want to know? Madman asked. Ian. The vice leader nodded. Then I'll tell you. Don't be angry, Madman said. I won't be angry. The vice leader shook his head. I don't believe you. Open the door to the secret room first. Madman pointed at the closed stone door. Why are you so long-winded? The vice leader glared at Madman and waved his hand. The stone door opened and he said, Speak now. In the past, the impression you gave me was that you didn't recognize your family, apathetic, and cold, finished. Madman turned around and ran out like a wisp of smoke. Ah. The vice leader was stunned. He looked at the empty secret passage outside and the veins on his forehead couldn't help but pop out. He didn't chase after me. After running for a while, Madman turned around and couldn't help but be stunned. He thought that these words would anger the vice leader, but he didn't expect that there was no movement at all. It seemed that they had completely obtained the vice leader's trust. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed him to be so presumptuous. Wait. I used almost 200 years to complete the law of time. Then wouldn't 300 to 400 years have passed in the Black Tortoise world? No, I have to hurry out and ask old Chin how his harvest was. But, it shouldn't be as great as mine. Madman smiled proudly and ran out. At this moment, Qin Feiyang had already returned to the Devil's Land. Penthouse, bedroom. Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess were entangled for a while, then leaned against the back of the bed and asked, Where's Elder Hua and the Demon Palace Hall Master? The Palace Hall Master left long ago. But Elder Hua stayed behind. The mermaid princess lay in Qin Feiyang's arms, her face flushed red. Why did he stay behind? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Doesn't Elder Hua control the law of time? That's why Sister Fire Lotus begged him to stay. All these years, he has been in the cultivation room, guiding Sister Fire Lotus step by step. The mermaid princess smiled. So that's how it is. Huolian, this girl is quite clever. Qin Feiyang chuckled. With Elder Hua's strength and status, who knew how many people in the Eastern continent dreamed of getting his guidance, let alone guiding them step by step. That was a great honor. What do you think? After all, Sister Fire Lotus was once the palace master of the Nine Heavens Palace. The mermaid princess rolled her eyes at him. Hee, let's not talk about her. Let's do it again. Qin Feiyang hugged the naked and soft body and crawled into the bed. Buzz. However, at this moment, the divine sound transmission stone in the pocket of the clothes on the bedside table rang. What a bummer. Qin Feiyang crawled out of the bed and took out the divine sound transmission stone. After checking it, he was slightly stunned. Who is it? The mermaid princess popped her head out and asked. Senior brother Madman. After saying that, Qin Feiyang sat up and activated the divine sound transmission stone. You should at least put on some clothes. The mermaid princess hurriedly said. I'm a man, what's there to be afraid of? Just wrap yourself in the quilt. Qin Feiyang bared his teeth and smiled. As the divine sound transmission stone was activated, Madman's image suddenly appeared. What the hell, what are you doing? You're not wearing any clothes and lying on the bed. Madman was stunned. What do you think? Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Madman rolled his eyes and said with a smile, I understand. Then, why don't you guys continue first? I'll send you another message later. Get lost. Say it, what's the matter? Qin Feiyang asked. I just want to ask you, have you comprehended the fifth profound of the cause and effect law? Madman said. No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. No, you're still in the mood to do that. Madman was speechless. The power of law is very important, but it can't affect the normal life of husband and wife. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and asked, what about you? Have you comprehended the fifth profound of the law of death? I haven't either. Madman shook his head regretfully. It can't be. Qin Feiyang was stunned. I'm just one step away. My head hurts. Madman rubbed his head. Then, it's only a matter of time. Qin Feiyang asked. It's hard to say. Anyway, we'll see when the time comes. Madman shook his head and asked, are you still outside? Yes. At a place called Black Phoenix Mountain. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then come back quickly. I'll go to the Black Tortoise world to ponder. Madman said. One day in the Black Tortoise world was 1,000 years, and only a few hundred years had passed. So, there were still 2 days before the exchange began. In other words, as long as he entered the Black Tortoise world, there were still 2,000 years to comprehend. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and turned off the sound transmission god stone. Why did you lie to him? Mermaid Princess popped her head out and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. I was planning to give him a surprise. Qin Feiyang smirked. You. Mermaid Princess shook her head and laughed. Okay then, I'll return to the Alliance capital first. Qin Feiyang got up and quickly put on his clothes. He kissed Mermaid Princess on the forehead and turned to leave. As soon as he went out, he saw a person standing in the tea garden, curiously looking at the tea trees around. Elder Hua. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He stepped in front of Elder Hua and asked, when did you come out? A while ago. Elder Hua faintly smiled and asked, did you cultivate these tea trees? No, it's fire lotus. Qin Feiyang shook his head. So it's this girl. Elder Hua nodded and turned to Qin Feiyang. He smiled and asked, how's your comprehension? Chapter 32:19. Qin Feiyang smiled and released his aura. The aura of a new sovereign was the best proof. Amazing. Elder Hua exclaimed. You're too kind. It's all thanks to the Hall Master's good advice. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Although the Hall Master gave a hint, those with poor comprehension wouldn't be able to understand it. Elder Hua shook his head and smiled. This time, my demon hall has done you a favor. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. Why did it suddenly change to this topic? Since you've done me a favor, shouldn't you repay the favor? Elder Hua's eyes contained a trace of a sinister smile. Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He shook his head and said, if you have something to say, just say it. Give fire lotus to this old man. Elder Hua said. What? Qin Feiyang's body stiffened. He hurriedly said, Elder Hua, I know fire lotus is very beautiful, but the age gap between you two is too big. What are you talking about? Elder Hua's face darkened. He said angrily, This old man wants Fire Lotus to be my disciple. I see. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and said apologetically, I'm sorry, it's a misunderstanding. I really don't know what's in your head all the time. Elder Hu rolled his eyes. He then smiled and said, Fire Lotus's comprehension is pretty good. I've only guided her for a short while, but she's already comprehended the fourth profound. The fourth profound? Doesn't that mean she's only one step away from becoming a half-step sovereign? Qin Feiyang nodded. Yes. Elder Hu nodded and smiled. Most importantly, my demon hall hasn't produced anyone who has comprehended the law of time. There's no one to inherit this old man's ability, so you're planning to take Fire Lotus as your disciple and make her your successor? Qin Feiyang asked. Don't talk nonsense. It's not easy to take over this old man's position in the demon hall. Elder Hu shook his head. Then what is your identity in the Devil Palace? Qin Feiyang was curious. Until now, he only knew that Elder Hu was from the Demon Palace. He didn't know anything else. Guess. Elder Hu smiled mysteriously. Judging from the Hall Master's attitude towards you, he seems to be very courteous. Could it be that you are the Vice Hall Master? Qin Feiyang asked. No. Elder Hu shook his head. No. Qin Feiyang was stunned. I won't beat around the bush with you. This old man is actually the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. Elder Hu smiled. Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. That's right. In the past, this old man was indeed the Vice Hall Master of the Devil Palace. However, I have long since given up my position. Originally, after abdicating, this old man planned to conceal my identity and live a carefree life. However, there was nothing I could do about it. The Palace Master repeatedly begged me to continue staying in the Demon Palace. Moreover, he even made me the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. However, don't underestimate the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. His authority in the Demon Palace is not inferior to that of the Vice Hall Master. Elder Hu smiled. Then, who is the Vice Hall Master of the Devil Palace now? Qin Feiyang was curious. You've seen him before. Elder Hu smiled. Seen him before? Figures flashed past Qin Feiyang's mind. He had seen Elder Hu, the Hall Master, and Chu Yun before. Could it be Chu Yun? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Yes. This girl, Chu Yun, is also this old man's student. However, this girl has surpassed me. Although her strength is not as good as mine for the time being, her ability is above mine. Moreover, all the devil pavilions in the eastern continent are managed by her. Elder Hu smiled. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and said with a smile, Then, I have really underestimated her in the past. Then, what do you think about the Fire Lotus? Elder Hu asked. The Fire Lotus has the right to make her own decisions. Therefore, you have to ask her personally. Qin Feiyang said. But she said that she will listen to you. Elder Hu was helpless. He had already mentioned this to the Fire Lotus face to face, but the Fire Lotus attitude was that if Qin Dage said it was okay, then it was okay. This girl, Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and pondered for a while before saying, It is her fortune to be able to become your disciple. Of course, I will not object. However, she has to stay in the Black Tortoise world. Understood. After all, the Black Tortoise world has a time array that lasts 1,000 years. It will be of great help to her cultivation. Elder Hu nodded. All right then. She will be your disciple. Qin Feiyang smiled. Haha, this old man will go and ask her to become your disciple now. Elder Hu laughed and flew toward the ancient castle. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. This old man was quite interesting. Sure. With a thought, he appeared at the peak of the Black Phoenix Mountain. Then, he opened a space-time gate and descended outside the Azure Wave Snow Mountain. Then, he flew toward the Azure Wave Snow Mountain. Very soon, he returned to the Hall of Fame. Frenzy was already waiting in the cave. Qin Feiyang also deliberately suppressed his cultivation. He was still a half-step ruler. Let me tell you a piece of good news. Frenzy chuckled. I also have a piece of good news to tell you. Qin Feiyang smiled. Then you go first. Frenzy said. You go first. Qin Feiyang sat beside the tea table and looked at Frenzy. Frenzy sat opposite Qin Feiyang and said, Vice Alliance Leader, they forbid us from participating in the exchange. This is also considered good news. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Of course. If they forbid us from going, then can't we reveal our true identities and participate as core disciples of the Devil Palace? Frenzy said. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. If the Vice Alliance Leader also allowed them to participate in the exchange, then they wouldn't be able to participate as core disciples of the Devil Palace. Although our identities might still be exposed in the end, it's best to delay it as much as possible. At that time, we will seal the cave and announce to the outside world that we are in seclusion. In fact, we will secretly leave the Azure Wave Snow Mountain and head to the Heavenly Cloud Sea. Frenzy smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then what's your good news? Frenzy asked. Elder Hue wants to accept Fire Lotus as his disciple. Qin Feiyang smiled. What? Frenzy was stunned. And he also said that he wants Fire Lotus to be his successor. Qin Feiyang chuckled. This is a good thing. Elder Hue's strength is unfathomable. The most important thing is that he also grasps the law of time. If Fire Lotus becomes his disciple, then he can teach her step by step. Frenzy said. He has already taught Fire Lotus step by step in the Black Tortoise world. Now, Fire Lotus has already comprehended the fourth profound of the law of time. Qin Feiyang smiled. Amazing. However, you can't let Elder Hue bring Fire Lotus to the Demon Palace. Frenzy said. Of course. Qin Feiyang nodded. Since it's an apprenticeship, then is there a gift? Frenzy asked. I'm not sure about that. This is their own business. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Are you stupid? The Demon Palace is so much stronger than the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Their resources are definitely better than the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. The Rogue Cultivator Alliance doesn't have many supreme treasures, but the Demon Palace definitely has a lot. Not to mention others, they definitely have more than the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Such a good opportunity, why don't you personally go and let Fire Lotus take the opportunity to get a few? Frenzy stared at Qin Feiyang as if he expected better from Qin Feiyang. What was going on in his head? The opportunity was right in front of him, but he didn't grasp it. Enough. If Elder Hue really wants to nurture Fire Lotus, even if others don't remind him, he will give Fire Lotus some divine items to protect himself. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Not everyone thinks the way you do. Frenzy pursed his lips and asked, then is Elder Hue still in the Black Tortoise world? Qin Feiyang nodded. Quickly send me in, I'll go take a look. Frenzy urged. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. With a wave of his hand, he sent Frenzy to the Black Tortoise world and then lowered his head to ponder. Blood Hall used the lives of the Sword Emperor and the other three to threaten him. When the exchange begins, would Blood Hall also bring the Sword Emperor and the other three? If he really brought them along, he might be able to find an opportunity to save them. However, Blood Hall shouldn't be so stupid. Even if they brought them, they should only bring the Sword Emperor. Because the portrait that appeared in the major cities of the Eastern Continent was the Sword Emperor. In other words, at that time, even if he saved the Sword Emperor, he would have to think of another way to save the Mermaid Emperor and the other two. Exchange Conference, Blood Hall. You guys tried every means to kill me, but I won't let you guys do as you wish. Just wait and see. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly as he prepared to enter the Black Tortoise world. Brother Qin. Suddenly, Yi Tian's voice sounded from outside. Qin Feiyang was taken aback. With a wave of his hand, the law of thunder on the door dissipated. Yi Tian strode in, but seemed to have something on his mind. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang stood up to welcome him. Have you heard about the exchange conference? Yi Tian asked. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then did my grandfather let you guys participate? Yi Tian asked. No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. I didn't either, but it would be a pity to miss this kind of peak showdown of the younger generation, especially all the monsters of the four continent. Yi Tian sighed. Master is also thinking about us. Qin Feiyang laughed. Grandpa must have good intentions, but even if you don't participate, you can still bring us along to join in the fun. Yi Tian looked unhappy. You're not thinking of sneaking there, are you? Qin Feiyang was stunned. I have this intention. How about it? Do you want to go together? This kind of peak showdown is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yi Tian looked at Qin Feiyang temptingly. It's not good to do this. Qin Feiyang hesitated. What's not good about it? When Grandpa blames me, I will bear the responsibility. Yi Tian said heroically. I still think it's inappropriate. The heavenly cloud sea is so dangerous. If we sneak there, it's hard to guarantee that there won't be any accidents. Brother Yi, I know what you're thinking. As the #1 monster in the Hall of Fame, you definitely won't be willing to hide in the Alliance capital. However, Master is right. We still need time to grow. There's still a long way to go. There will be opportunities in the future. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Yi Tian sighed and shook his head. I knew you would say that. All right, just treat it as if I've never been here. After saying that, Yi Tian turned around and left. Space-time law. Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Tian's back. This person's current strength was indeed a lot worse than those older disciples, but his future achievements would definitely be higher than those people. He only hoped that they would not become enemies in the future. Chapter 32:20. In the blink of an eye. The morning of the third day. Boom. 3 powerful auras suddenly descended above the Hall of the Exalted. Qin Feiyang, Madman, Zhao Xiaojin, Yi Tian, the woman in green, and the other Hall of the Exalted disciples walked out of the cave. The vice leader, Great Elder, and the Hall of Famers stood side by side in the sky, their faces extremely solemn. They are going to the Sky Cloud Sea. I wonder who is going to participate in the exchange conference this time? Do you think Mo Wuyuan and Mo Wuhui will go? They should. After all, their talents are so good. In this exchange conference, the 4 superpowers of the Sky Cloud realm will all be present. How can they miss such an opportunity to make a name for themselves? Everyone whispered. Disciples who are going to participate in the exchange conference, gather immediately. The Great Elder spoke, his voice was like a bell, resounding in all directions. Whoosh! Immediately, figures rushed out from the mountains and landed in front of the 3 giants. There were a total of 50 people. There were men and women, fat and thin, all of them looked young. Without exception, each of them stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens, outstanding. Moreover, they all exuded an extremely strong aura. It's them. They are all geniuses in our Hall of the Exalted. It's almost impossible to see them appear usually. Many disciples suddenly had a fanatical look in their eyes. But at the same time, there were also doubts. Who are they? Are they qualified to participate in the exchange conference? Don't embarrass our Rogue Cultivator Alliance. The owner of this questioning voice was none other than Madman. Hearing this voice, Yi Tian and the woman in green couldn't help but look at him in astonishment. What? Did I say something wrong? Madman said lightly. What do you know? Don't think that just because you have a little talent, you have the qualification to look down on others. Let me tell you, in front of them, you are nothing. The woman in green despised. Even if I am nothing, I am still stronger than you. Madman picked his nose. You, the woman in green suddenly glared at him. You are really enemies, quarreling when you meet. Yi Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Who is his enemy? The green-clothed woman's face was filled with disdain. You're right. I feel ashamed to be your enemy. Madman nodded. Bastard, I'll kill you. The green-clothed woman immediately pounced at Madman. She gritted her teeth as if she wanted nothing more than to cut Madman into pieces. All right, stop messing around. Yi Tian stopped the 2 of them. He looked at Madman and said, Brother Wuhui, this time I'm on Dan Dan's side. These people can't be underestimated. Look at the young man standing in the second row. The Madman glanced at the green-clothed woman and looked in the direction Yi Tian was pointing. There was indeed a young man who was about 8 feet tall. He looked like a small giant and his entire body emitted an explosive wild aura. This person is called Wang Kuang. I heard that when he first reached the imperishable realm, he comprehended the law of strength and the law of war. At that time, he was called a monster that only appears once every 10,000 years. And the woman in white in the third row. Her name is Little Sister Sue. She also comprehended the law of water and the law of ice when she just entered the imperishable realm. Back then, she was praised as a rare genius girl. In short, among these people, none of them are ordinary. Yi Tian said in a low voice. Just reached the imperishable realm? Is that very impressive? Madman asked. Yi Tian was stunned. Then tell me, when did you comprehend the law of strength? The green-clothed woman looked at Madman. Why did he look so arrogant? Me. Madman was stunned and snorted. I'm afraid I'll scare you to death if I tell you. Then tell me, let's see if you can scare me to death. The green-clothed woman sneered. Zhao Xiaojin and Yi Tian also looked at Madman curiously. Madman smiled proudly and said, when I first comprehended the law of slaughter, I was only at the monarch god level. What? Monarch god level? The three of them were dazed. A monarch god already comprehended the law of strength. This was too perverted. Don't try to fool us. Do you think we're stupid? The green-clothed woman came back to her senses and stared at Madman angrily. If you don't believe me, ask my brother. Madman pointed at Qin Feiyang. Is this true? Yi Tian looked at Qin Feiyang. There's no need for him to lie about this. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Yi Tian sucked in a breath of cold air. He was indeed abnormal. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, then what about you? When did you comprehend the first law of strength? Me. Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and said with a smile, the first law of strength I comprehended was the law of light. At that time, my cultivation base seemed to be at the paragon god level. As for which realm it was, it's been so long that I forgot. The three of them looked at each other. One comprehended the law of slaughter at the monarch god level, and the other comprehended the law of light at the paragon god level. These two brothers, what kind of monsters were they? Madman's words were a bit unreliable, but since it came from Qin Feiyang's mouth, it was definitely not false. This was really like the old saying, comparisons are odious. At the same time, in the sky. Are you all ready? The Vice Alliance Master swept his gaze over the 50 people standing in front of them, a sharp glint in his eyes. We're ready. The 50 people spoke, their voices like thunder, and their bodies emitted a shocking sharpness. Very good. This exchange is an opportunity for our Wandering Cultivator Alliance to rise. We must do our best. The vice leader shouted. Yes. The 50 people spoke in unison, their voices sonorous and powerful, and there was a sense of determination between their brows. Then, let's go. Following the vice leader's order, the group immediately flew out of the Hall of Fame under the lead of the Grand Elder and disappeared at the end of the glacier. Whoosh! The vice leader and the Hall of Famers landed in front of Qin Feiyang and the others. Master! Grandpa! They all bowed. The vice leader looked at Yi Tian, Qin Feiyang, and Madman and sighed. I know you're unwilling, but Old Man Qi and I are doing this for your own good. You still can't compete with the core disciples of the four superpowers. That's right. The future is long. There will be opportunities for you to show your strength in the future. The Hall of Famers nodded in agreement. We understand. Qin Feiyang nodded. All right then. Don't run around while we're away. Cultivate well. The vice leader reminded them and then looked at the Hall of Famers. Then, they soared into the sky and flew away like lightning. They're all gone. Who will be in charge of the Wandering Cultivator Alliance's affairs in the future? Madman was suspicious. Aren't the other 8 elders still here? Yi Tian shook his head. Brother Yi, I have a question. Are there only 50 lesser sovereigns in the Hall of Fame? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Of course not. There are at least 800 lesser sovereigns in the Hall of Fame. However, the others can't compare to these 50 people. Because these 50 people have already comprehended the fourth profound of the fourth law. Yi Tian said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. Comprehending the fifth profound of 3 laws meant that they were lesser sovereigns. And comprehending the fifth profound of 4 laws meant that they were greater sovereigns. Now, these 50 people had already comprehended the 4th profound of 4 laws. They were only 1 step away from becoming greater sovereigns. Indeed, they were the strongest among the disciples. All right. This is not something we should be concerned about. Go back and cultivate. By the way, Dandan, come here for a while. I have something to tell you. Yi Tian shook his head and returned to his cave. All right. The green-clothed woman responded. Then, she glared at Madman and ran into Yi Tian's cave. So even they didn't have the chance to participate. There's nothing we can do about it. Although they're talented, they're not strong enough. That's true. With their cultivation, they'll only be abused if they go to the conference. Wait. Did you forget about the other 2? Who? Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo. That's right. After they seized the Zhao clan's crystal vein and soul vein, they seemed as if they'd vanished into thin air and never showed themselves again. This time, all the geniuses of the Skycloud realm are gathering at the Skycloud Ocean. I wonder if they'll join in the fun. I don't think so. Although the 2 of them have sovereign weapons, their strength is still far from enough. That might not be the case. If they really go to the Skycloud Ocean, then the conference will definitely be very lively. Everyone was discussing. Hearing these discussions, Zhao Xiaojin held back his laughter and said via voice transmission, if they were to find out that the 2 of you are Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo, I wonder what expressions they would make? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Qin Dage, Big Brother Mo, are you really not going? Zhao Xiaojin asked. Take a guess. Madman smiled mysteriously. Zhao Xiaojin was stunned. Looking at Madman's eyes, he knew that he definitely wouldn't miss such a good thing. Wait a minute. This doesn't seem to be a good thing, Qin Feiyang thought. I think not only me and senior brother Madman, but your big brother Yi Tian might also sneak over to join in the fun. What? Zhao Xiaojin couldn't help but turn to look at cave abode number 1. How about it? Do you want to go too? Madman chuckled. Me? Zhao Xiaojin was stunned and asked, can I? No. Before Madman could speak, Qin Feiyang shook his head. Why not? It's good to go and join in the fun, Madman said. Don't forget our purpose for going. If our identities are really exposed in the end, Xiaojin will be implicated if she follows us. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. That's true. Madman nodded. All right then, I won't go. You guys must be careful. Zhao Xiaojin warned. She still had self-awareness. Although she didn't know the real purpose of Qin Feiyang and Madman's trip, she knew that it must be something dangerous. If she insisted on going, she would only be a burden to the 2 of them. Cultivate well. Don't let your father down. If our identities are really exposed, you have to immediately cut ties with us and even have the chance to kill us in public. Only in this way can you remove the suspicion. Qin Feiyang secretly reminded. I understand. Zhao Xiaojin nodded. In addition, you must not let others know about the potential mark on your body. Otherwise, it will bring you a fatal disaster. Qin Feiyang said. Don't worry, I know what to do. Zhao Xiaojin smiled. All right then. Qin Feiyang smiled and led Madman back to the cave abode. Sigh. Zhao Xiaojin glanced at Qin Feiyang and Madman's cave abode and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She wondered if this was the last time they would meet. Then, she returned to the cave abode. Chapter 32-21. Black Tortoise World. Qin Feiyang found Elder Hua. Elder Hua said, I've already contacted Chu Yun. We'll meet at the coast of Heavenly Cloud Ocean. Okay. I'll go out and think of a way to leave Azure Wave Snow Mountain. Qin Feiyang left Black Tortoise World alone and stood in his cave dwelling. Should he bring Black Dragon and Fire Luan along? Black Dragon and Fire Luan were both perfect sovereigns. If he brought them along, they would definitely be of great help. However, he was worried that his identity would be exposed and they would turn against him. There was also the Fire Dragon. If it knew that he was going to the exchange, it would definitely shamelessly follow him. Black Dragon and Fire Luan were fine, but if something happened to the Fire Dragon, how would he explain it to the Alliance Master and Fire Dragon's parents? They might even find him to settle the score. Forget it. I'm not bringing either. Qin Feiyang shook his head and walked out of the cave dwelling. Seeing that there was no one around, he activated the law of lightning and sealed the cave dwelling. Then, he prepared to activate the concealment technique and leave. I knew you wouldn't stay in the cave dwelling obediently. Suddenly, a sneaky laugh sounded behind him. Qin Feiyang's body stiffened. This voice belonged to Black Dragon. He turned around and saw Black Dragon, Fire Luan, and Fire Dragon squatting at the entrance of cave dwelling number 4, looking at him with shifty eyes. What are you doing squatting there? Qin Feiyang looked at the three beasts suspiciously. What do you think? Black Dragon asked. How would I know? Qin Feiyang laughed. Still playing dumb? Brother, if you want to go to the exchange, just say it. We're not outsiders. Is there a need to hide it from us? Black Dragon walked out, his eyes full of disdain. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm just bored and want to go out for a walk. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Is that so? It just so happens that we're bored. Why don't we go out for a walk? Black Dragon looked at him playfully. The Fire Luan and Fire Dragon were the same. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. It seemed that it would not be easy to get rid of these three fellows. Look, a female dragon. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and pointed behind the three beasts. Female dragon? The Fire Dragon immediately looked behind him, but it was empty. However, the Black Dragon and the Fire Luan remained indifferent, as if they had already seen through Qin Feiyang's little trick. No. The Fire Dragon glanced at the void, then turned back to look at Qin Feiyang. Are you stupid? You actually believed it. He's obviously trying to distract us so that he can slip away. The Black Dragon looked at it with disdain. The Fire Dragon was astonished. He looked at Qin Feiyang with a dark face and said angrily, You bastard, you're too dishonest. What do you want? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. The Fire Dragon was easy to fool, but the Black Dragon and the Fire Luan were two wily old foxes. It was impossible to fool them. Nothing, we're just going out for a stroll. After all, you'll be lonely if you go out alone, right? The Black Dragon looked at him mockingly. I don't feel lonely. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Believe me, as time goes by, you'll definitely feel lonely. The Black Dragon chuckled. Fine, follow me if you want. Qin Feiyang's face was dark as he turned around and flew outside. The three beasts looked at each other and laughed sinisterly. They followed Qin Feiyang unhurriedly. He wanted to test his patience with these three fellows. But no matter what, the three beasts kept following him. They even talked and laughed as if they were out to relax. Why is it so troublesome? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang, you didn't even leave the alliance. Little Yoon is urging you. Elder Hua's voice suddenly sounded. Qin Feiyang sighed, stopped, and looked at the three beasts. What are you doing? The three beasts looked at him suspiciously. Fine, we'll go to the border together, but we have to make a deal. Qin Feiyang said. See, you finally can't hold it in anymore. You're really naive to want to test our patience. The Black Dragon smiled proudly. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Cut the crap. How about we make a deal? Say it. The Black Dragon said. First, all of you have to listen to me. Second, without my permission, all of you have to stay in my space god item and can't run around. Third, no matter what happens in the future, you're not allowed to attack me. Qin Feiyang said. The first and third are no problem. But for the second, you want us to stay in your space god item. What's the difference between that and being locked up in the Hall of the Exalted? The Black Dragon frowned. So, do you agree or not? Qin Feiyang asked. No. The three beasts shook their heads. They were just there to join in the fun. What was the point of staying in the space god item? If you don't agree, don't follow me, Qin Feiyang said angrily. We don't agree, but we have to follow you. If you're so capable, you can chase us away by force. The Black Dragon looked at him provocatively. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. How could a divine dragon act like a hooligan? He pondered for a while. Qin Feiyang said telepathically, Elder Hua, I've run into some trouble. Why don't you let Chu Yun bring some people to Sky Cloud Island first? What trouble? Elder Hua was suspicious. Qin Feiyong briefly explained the situation. So that's the case. How about this? Leave the Itinerant Cultivators Alliance first, find a place where there's no one, and have a showdown with them. If they dare to do anything to you, I'll kill them directly. Elder Hua said telepathically. Kill them? Qin Feiyong was stunned. That's right. Otherwise, if you keep them by your side, they'll become a disaster sooner or later. Elder Hua said. Are you confident? Qin Feiyong asked secretly. Of course. They haven't comprehended the strongest law, let alone the supreme profound. It's easy for me to kill them. Elder Hua said proudly. Okay then. Qin Feiyong agreed secretly. This was a good way to solve the problem once and for all. With Elder Hua's help, he could abandon all his worries. If the soft approach didn't work, then he would use the hard approach. Qin Feiyong's eyes flashed slightly as he looked at the three beasts and said, let's leave the Kanglan Snow Mountain first. Okay. The black dragon nodded. Whoosh. Immediately, one man and three beasts rushed towards the border. When Zhongde Yuan saw Qin Feiyong and the three beasts, he couldn't help but be stunned and asked, Don't tell me you guys want to sneak to Sky Cloud Ocean too? What do you mean? Qin Feiyong and the three beasts were taken aback. They wanted to sneak there too. Could it be that someone was one step ahead of them? Zhongde Yuan said, Young Master Yi Tian and the Great Elder's granddaughter just left. As expected. Qin Feiyong muttered. However, this person's speed was quite fast. He was actually ahead of him. Alright, I know that I can't persuade you guys. Be careful. Zhongde Yuan directly took out the token and opened the barrier. Qin Feiyong smiled faintly and led the three beasts out, but suddenly turned to look at Zhongde Yuan and said, There is something you must remember. Zhongde Yuan looked at him suspiciously. If anything happens in the future, you must remember to cut ties with me immediately. Qin Feiyong said. What do you mean? Zhongde Yuan was a little confused. You will understand in the future. Qin Feiyong smiled and then said, Of course, you can escape from the Rogue Cultivators Alliance immediately and come to me. After saying that, he left with the three beasts without looking back. Escape from the Rogue Cultivators Alliance? Zhongde Yuan was stunned. What the hell is this? Outside the glacier, in a desolate mountain, Qin Feiyong and the three beasts landed in a valley. Why did you stop here? The three beasts were suspicious. Qin Feiyong turned to look at the three beasts in silence. The three beasts looked at each other with a puzzled look. I think there are some things that I have to tell you guys. Qin Feiyong smiled. What is it? The three beasts were curious. My identity. Qin Feiyong took it and took out a facial restoration pill. This is a facial restoration pill? The Black Dragon and Fire Luan were stunned. Could it be? The same thought appeared in their minds at the same time. Could it be that the person in front of them didn't have his real face? Qin Feiyong took the facial restoration pill and quickly restored his true appearance. You are. The two beasts' eyes suddenly trembled as they stared at Qin Feiyong. The fire dragon's expression was very calm. Because when they were in the trial ground, Qin Feiyong had already confessed to it. Therefore, it had long known Qin Feiyong's true identity. Don't overreact. Qin Feiyong smiled faintly. Qin Feiyong, the black dragon murmured, looked at Qin Feiyong and suddenly said angrily, Bastard, you killed Mo Yuanyuan? I killed Mo Yuanyuan? Qin Feiyong was stunned. You dare to kill my brother, I will destroy you. The Fire Luan was even more irritable. When it came back to its senses, it erupted with a terrifying aura and directly pounced at Qin Feiyong. Wait. Qin Feiyong hurriedly waved his hand and said, Your reaction is a bit too surprising, let me think about it first. Why did the Black Dragon and Fire Luan have such a reaction after seeing his true appearance? Wait. Could it be that these two guys thought he killed Mo Yuanyuan and then disguised themselves as him to infiltrate the Rogue Cultivators Alliance? What's there to think about? Tell me the truth, when did you kill Brother Mo? Let me tell you, even if you have a Dominator's divine weapon, I will avenge Brother Mo. The black dragon's eyes flashed fiercely. Ah! Qin Feiyang was stunned, then a sly look flashed in his eyes and asked, even if you die, you will avenge Mo Yuanyuan? That's right. He saved my life. The black dragon nodded. How loyal. Qin Feiyang muttered. Hearing this, he was quite touched. Don't talk nonsense with me. Where is Mo Yuanyuan's body? The black dragon shouted. What are you thinking about? Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and said, I didn't kill Mo Yuanyuan, because I am Mo Yuanyuan, and Mo Yuanyuan is me, do you understand? What do you mean? The two beasts frowned, unable to understand. They couldn't be blamed because this was too sudden. Although they were shouting to kill, they were actually very nervous. After all, everyone knew that this person had a Dominator's divine weapon, so they were a little slow. Chapter 32:22. Don't you understand? Qin Feiyang pointed at himself and said, I am Mo Yuanyuan, the real Mo Yuanyuan. Aren't you Qin Feiyang? How can you be Mo Yuanyuan? The two beasts were suspicious. Oh my god, Qin Feiyang looked at the sky speechlessly and said, Mo Yuanyuan is just an identity that I used to enter the alliance. Let's put it this way, Mo Yuanyuan and I are the same person. Do you understand? The same person? You mean, from the beginning, Mo Yuanyuan was you? Hulwan was suspicious. That's right, that's right. Qin Feiyang nodded. He had finally turned the corner. Where's the evidence? Black Dragon immediately questioned again. That's right. Just because you say so. I can also say that I am Mo Yuanyuan. Do you believe me? You have to show me the evidence. Hulwan also nodded. Qin Feiyang was a little helpless and asked, what evidence do you want? The two of them thought for a while and said in unison, the power of law. The appearance could be changed, but the power of law could not be changed. As long as they showed the power of law, they would be able to tell if Qin Feiyang and Mo Yuanyuan were the same person. All right. Qin Feiyang was helpless. With a wave of his hand, the power of the 7 laws appeared. The law of light, the law of force, the law of war, the law of wind, the law of massacre, the law of light, and the law of cause and effect. Black Dragon and Hulwan looked at them one by one. The more they looked, the more shocked they were. Whoosh. In the end, the two beasts looked at Qin Feiyang in unison. So, you are really Qin Feiyang? And Mo Yuanyuan? Black Dragon asked. That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, and Mo Wuhui is also the Madman Mo that you all know. Madman Mo? Black Dragon was slightly stunned. That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded. Damn, you two really have guts. You actually dared to infiltrate the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and even become the Vice Alliance leader and the personal disciple of the Hall of Famers? The Black Dragon was stunned. All these years, the Rogue Cultivator Alliance had been searching for the two of them everywhere. However, they never expected that the two of them had already infiltrated the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and stayed by everyone's side. Now that you know who I am, it's time for you to make a statement, Qin Feiyang said. Take a stand. The Black Dragon and Fire Luan stared blankly. What kind of attitude was that? Stand. Are we still friends like before, or are we still enemies in the future? Qin Feiyang asked. Listen to what you're saying. As long as you are Mo Fengyuan, then we are still friends. The Black Dragon immediately spoke, looking at Qin Feiyang with displeasure. Then you've never thought of dealing with me? Qin Feiyang asked. Why would I want to deal with you? You're my brother and my benefactor. Why would I want to deal with you? Do you think I have nothing better to do? Besides, I don't have any direct relationship with the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Why would I help them deal with you? The Black Dragon said. That's right. We only recognize you as a person. Everything else has nothing to do with us. Fire Luan also said. Thank you. Qin Feiyang breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes were filled with gratitude. He had thought too much before. There was no falling out at all. This was because the attitude of a beast was like this. As long as they recognized you as a friend, they would never change their attitude for the rest of their life. As for this guy, the Black Dragon and Fire Luan looked at the Fire Dragon. Their eyes flashed with killing intent. What are you guys trying to do? Let me tell you, bullying with numbers is the behavior of a villain. The fire dragon immediately began to retreat. His eyes were filled with vigilance. Then let's have a one-on-one battle. You can choose between me and Brother File 1. You can't say that we're bullying with numbers. The black dragon chuckled. The fire dragon's face turned black. Both of them were perfect realm sovereigns. Wouldn't it be the same no matter who he chose? Qin Feiyang looked at the fire dragon with amusement. He stopped the black dragon and File 1 and said with a smile, "You already know my identity, but you've kept it a secret for me. I think you can still be trusted. How about this, let's cooperate." Cooperate? The fire dragon was stunned. That's right. I sneaked into the Rogue Cultivator Alliance for only one purpose. That is to investigate the reason why the Vice Alliance leader wanted to kill me. Qin Feiyang nodded. This matter, I heard that the Vice Alliance leader ordered to kill you because of a person called Wang Hui? The Black Dragon asked. On the surface, that's the case. But what about the real situation? Do you really believe that he would sacrifice his grandson's reputation to kill me for a small Wang Hui? Qin Feiyang said. You mean, there's another reason behind this? The Black Dragon asked. That's right. Furthermore, I've already investigated it. Qin Feiyang took out the divine sound transmission stone. With a wave of his hand, a video slowly unfolded in the void. It was the conversation between the Vice Alliance leader and the black-robed man that he had recorded. What? He actually colluded with the Blood Hall. The fire dragon's body shook violently. His eyes were filled with disbelief. If he didn't see the evidence with his own eyes, he wouldn't dare to believe it. The Black Dragon and File 1 were also shocked. This was truly a piece of explosive news. Furthermore, I suspect that the Alliance leader and your father's disappearance should be related to him. Therefore, we can cooperate. My intention is also good. I've helped the Rogue Cultivator Alliance uncover such a big spy. Qin Feiyang said. I originally thought that someone was colluding with the Demon Palace, but I didn't expect him to be colluding with the Blood Hall. Outrageous. I'm going to announce his crimes. The fire dragon roared. Don't. Qin Feiyang hurriedly stopped Huolong. He shook his head and said, if the Alliance Master and your parents are still alive, then if you were to announce his crimes now, he would definitely be driven to desperation and die together with the Alliance Master and your parents. This wouldn't benefit us at all. Then what do you think we should do? The fire dragon frowned. First, we have to find out whether your parents and the Alliance leader are alive or not, and whether they are controlled by him. Only then can we make the next step of the plan. Qin Feiyang said. The fire dragon pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, we'll cooperate. If it's really related to him, I'll skin him alive. That's a wise move. Qin Feiyang smiled. The fire dragon glanced at him indifferently and said, what about Yi Tian? I can conclude that Yi Tian has nothing to do with this. Qin Feiyang said. That's good. I'm quite satisfied with Yi Tian. If he's also involved, then I'll feel bad. The fire dragon sighed. Then, you should have a purpose for going to the exchange, right? The black dragon looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Yes. You should have heard about the portraits that appeared in the major cities of the Eastern continent 3 days ago, right? Qin Feiyang said. Yes. At that time, we were discussing why these inexplicable portraits would appear. The black dragon nodded. To be honest, the person in the portrait is my friend. And all of this is controlled by the Blood Hall. They did this to force me to participate in the exchange. If I don't go, this friend of mine will die in their hands. Qin Feiyang said. Then, what identity are you going with now? Huolong asked. The Blood Hall wants my and senior brother friends' lives. Of course, we have to go with our real identities. I didn't want to bring you guys along because I didn't want you to know my identity. But I didn't expect you guys to pester me and not let go. That's why I told you guys the truth. Qin Feiyang was helpless. Then, if we didn't shamelessly follow you, would you still keep hiding it from us? The black dragon frowned. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. All right, as expected, you didn't treat us as brothers. I'm so sad. Brother Huoluan, let's go. The black dragon turned around and left with a sad face. Enough. You don't have the talent to act. Qin Feiyang was speechless. The black dragon grinned. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, now, I'm going to participate in the exchange as a core disciple of the Devil Hall. So, we have to meet up with the people of the Devil Hall later. Are you really a disciple of the Devil Hall? Fire Dragon frowned. I wasn't in the past, but now I am. This is also the deal that I discussed with Elder Hua and the Devil Hall Master. They will help me deal with the Blood Hall, and I will become a disciple of the Devil Hall. Qin Feiyang smiled. So that's how it is. Fire Dragon nodded and said with a frown, then, were you the one who planned to execute me? Yes. Because I wanted to know the Alliance leader's whereabouts from you, I used this method to gain your trust. Qin Feiyang didn't hide anything. Despicable. Fire Dragon snorted. There's a problem with your words. Who am I doing this for? Isn't it to find out whether the Alliance leader and your parents are alive? Qin Feiyang looked at it with dissatisfaction. All right. Fire Dragon nodded and looked at Qin Feiyang. Then, I wish us a happy cooperation. Qin Feiyang smiled and called Madman and Elder Hua out. Damn, you were actually hiding in his spatial divine item? Fire Dragon's pupils shrank when he saw Elder Hua. That's right. If you don't cooperate with Qin Feiyang, this old man will directly kill you. Elder Hua nodded. Bullying the weak, what kind of big shot are you? Fire Dragon grumbled with dissatisfaction. Madman also returned to his original appearance. He glanced at the three beasts and said, you guys are too conspicuous, change yourselves too. The three beasts looked at each other and didn't object. Fire Luan turned into a black crow, while Fire Dragon and Black Dragon turned into a red snake and a black snake respectively. Then let's go. Qin Feiyang glanced at the three beasts and then at Elder Hua. Elder Hua waved his hand and opened the altar. Then, he led Qin Feiyang and the three beasts towards the heavenly cloud ocean. Chapter 32-23. The Heavenly Cloud Sea. This place had different statuses in the eyes of different people. For example, the four superforces and the various giants of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance all regarded the Heavenly Cloud Sea as the biggest forbidden area. The reason was that there was a beast god here. Because this beast god was so powerful that even they were afraid of it. No one dared to cause trouble here. If there was nothing important, they would never step into the Heavenly Cloud Sea. But in the eyes of ordinary people, this was a relatively dangerous sea. If they had nothing to do, they would go in to explore and search for treasures. Although it was life-threatening, it was also a great fortune. So, the Heavenly Cloud Sea was a place that even the overlords feared, but it was also a place that ordinary people often went to. The coast. The sea wind whistled, rolling up huge waves that covered the sky. The crashing sound was deafening. Somewhere, about 100 people gathered in the void. The leader was a young and beautiful woman. She was tall and exquisite, wearing a snow-white dress. She was like a fairy from a painting, causing the world here to lose its color because of her. Behind the woman, many young men were looking at her back with admiration in their eyes. This woman was the Deputy Hall Master of the Demon Palace, Chu Yun. This was a woman who had beauty, strength, ability, and means. She was all in one. She could be a femme fatale, but she could also be a demon king that countless people feared. Behind Chu Yun, there were all kinds of young men and women. Among them, there were more men and fewer women. Each of them had an outstanding temperament and emitted a powerful aura. And they were the core disciples representing the Demon Palace to participate in the exchange conference. Miss Yun, why isn't Elder Hua here yet? We've been waiting for half a day. Did something happen to Elder Hua? Seeing that Elder Hua hadn't arrived yet, some disciples couldn't help but worry. Don't you know Elder Hua's strength? Even I'm not his match. How could there be an accident? He went to look for Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo. Chu Yun said indifferently. Are Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo really disciples of our Demon Palace? We've never seen them in the Demon Palace. A young woman looked at Chu Yun suspiciously. Yes. They are indeed disciples of our Devil Palace, but they were hidden by Elder Hua, so no one knows where they are. Chu Yun shook his head. I see. I heard that Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo seem to have comprehended a few types of law powers, but they don't seem to be very strong. I've heard of them as well. I don't think there's anything special about them other than their dominator weapons. Why does Elder Hua value it so much? Everyone discussed in low voices. Their faces were filled with doubt and a hint of dissatisfaction. As people who could participate in the exchange, they were naturally the most outstanding core disciples of the Devil Halls. They had all heard of the deeds of Qin Feiyang and the Madman, but they felt that they didn't live up to their reputation. Because if it were them, if they also had Dominator divine weapons, their abilities and methods would definitely be more outstanding than Qin Feiyang and the Madman. Chu Yun ignored him. These people were all favored by the heavens and were born with an arrogant temperament. They never knew that there was always someone better than them in this world. Perhaps when Qin Feiyang and the Madman came, they could be taught a lesson. Shua. Suddenly, 3 figures descended in the void not far away. It's Elder Hua. A group of core disciples immediately went up to welcome him. Sorry to keep you waiting. Elder Hua chuckled. No, no. Everyone waved their hands and then looked at Qin Feiyang and the Madman. Similarly, the Madman and Qin Feiyang were also sizing up these people. There were about 100 of them. The men had extraordinary temperaments, and the women were intelligent. All of them had reached the early stage dominator realm. Unfortunately, almost everyone's face was filled with arrogance. How are the core disciples of our Devil Palace? Elder Hua asked with a smile. They still need to be polished. The Madman grinned. Senior brother, what are you talking about? Qin Feiyang immediately stared at the Madman. How could such words be said in public? With a single glance, one could tell that these people were a group of arrogant people. If such words were said, it would definitely cause them to be dissatisfied. As expected, hearing the Madman's words, the group of core disciples instantly opened their eyes wide in anger. Can't I speak the truth? The Madman looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang. Don't cause trouble. Qin Feiyang glared at him. All right, all right. The Madman helplessly nodded his head. He then seriously sized up these core disciples and cupped his hands. Everyone, just now, I spoke the truth without thinking. It's my fault. I apologize. I sincerely apologize to all of you. Actually, it's not an exaggeration to say that all of you are dragons and phoenixes that only appear once in 100 years. When a small character like me stands together with all of you, I can only look up to all of you. Sorry. Next time when I speak the truth, I will definitely think about it. The Madman repeatedly apologized, appearing very sincere. However, Qin Feiyang's face became darker and darker. Chu Yun and Elder Hua's mouths were also twitching. As for the group of core disciples, many of them were already on the verge of exploding in anger. All of them were gnashing their teeth. Speak the truth. This was called an apology. He was clearly mocking them even more. Madman Mo, what are you being arrogant for? You're just a half-step dominator now. Someone spoke. The meaning was self-evident. You're just a half-step dominator. What right do you have to evaluate us geniuses? Yes. Sorry. I've really offended you. You're all magnanimous. Don't bicker with a country bumpkin like me. The Madman continuously apologized with a fawning expression. However, the ridicule in his eyes was not concealed at all. What the hell? Isn't he just a core disciple of the Demon Palace? He had the right to be arrogant in front of others, but in front of him, he was nothing. Geniuses. Can you be more shameless? Alright, it's almost noon. The Sky Palace, Deity Palace, Blood Palace, and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance should have arrived. Let's go. Chu Yun spoke. If this continued, there would be a fire in the backyard before the exchange even started. After speaking, she waved her hand and a space-time crack opened. She took the lead and walked in. Let's wait and see. I want to see what you're capable of at the exchange. A young man coldly glanced at the Madman and Qin Feiyang before turning around and walking into the space-time crack. The others did the same. Before entering the space-time crack, they all glared at the Madman and Qin Feiyang. See, this is the trouble you've caused. Qin Feiyang was helpless. He was just a fish in the moat that was implicated. He didn't even say a word and he was already hated. Trouble? It doesn't exist. It's just a bunch of small fries who think they're all right. The madman's face was filled with disdain. Small fries. The corner of Elder Hua's mouth twitched as he coughed dryly. Kid, I'm still here. Can you consider my feelings? After all, they were the core disciples that they had carefully selected. Now, this kid actually said that they were a bunch of small fries. Wasn't this deliberately slapping his face? Is it true that you can't speak the truth? The madman frowned. All right. You're amazing. Back then, they didn't even need to show up. Just the two of you swept the core disciples of the Sky Hall, God Hall, and Blood Hall. Now, Elder Hua even felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, this little madman didn't stay in the Demon Hall. Otherwise, with his personality, he would definitely cause a ruckus in the Demon Hall. Can you not include me? I didn't say anything. Qin Feiyang was helpless. He glanced at the core disciples and whispered, "Where's the Hall Master? Didn't she come? It's enough with little Yun and me." Elder Hua smiled proudly. Then, among you core disciples, did you comprehend the strongest law? Qin Feiyang was curious. Make a guess. Elder Hua smiled mysteriously. How am I supposed to guess? Qin Feiyang was speechless. You'll know when the time comes. Elder Hua smiled. As they spoke, almost all of them entered the space-time crack. Elder Hua looked at the two of them and smiled. Let's go. The two of them nodded and followed behind Elder Hua. They stepped into the space-time crack one after another. As for the fire dragon, the black dragon, and the fire one, the crow that the fire one transformed into stood on the madman's shoulder. Its pair of black eyes were rolling around. No one knew what it was thinking about. As for the fire dragon and the black dragon, one on the left and one on the right, they coiled around Qin Feiyang's wrist like two exquisite bracelets. Sky Cloud Island. Qin Feiyang and the madman were naturally familiar with each other. They also had a deep impression of the little rabbit. They had never seen a rabbit that loved to drink so much. Other people's spatial divine items were used to store treasures, but the little rabbit's spatial divine item was filled with wine. At this moment, above Sky Cloud Island, there were 5 islands floating. The islands weren't big, only about half a mile in diameter. They were like 5 wooden boats that surrounded Sky Cloud Island. The 5 islands were a certain distance away from Sky Cloud Island, about 100 miles apart. Furthermore, at the edge of each island, there was a stone tablet erected. Among them, on the western island, there were 2 words carved on the stone tablet. Blood Hall. On the northern island, there were 2 words carved on the stone tablet. On the southern island, there were 2 words carved on the stone tablet. In the east, there were 2 small islands. They were about a dozen miles apart from each other. One of the islands had the words Demonic Hall carved on it, while the other had the words Rogue Cultivator Alliance carved on it. These were the 5 forces that were participating in the exchange conference. At this moment, the Blood Hall, Sky Hall, Deity Hall, and the small island of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance were all occupied. Only the small island of the Demon Hall was empty. This Demon Hall is really arrogant, making us wait for them here. On the Blood Hall's island, a young man in crimson clothes spoke as he stared at the empty island. His eyes were filled with hostility. There's nothing we can do about it. Who asked the Demon Hall to have 2 monstrous disciples now? There are rumors about Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo even in the southern continent. On the Deity Hall's island, a young man in white clothes spoke calmly. It's the same in the northern continent. They are the most talked about now. However, at the same time, there are rumors about the Blood Hall in the western continent. I heard that the Blood Hall chased them all the way to the eastern continent to kill them. What? The dignified Blood Hall can't deal with 2 inexperienced brats. A young man in black clothes from the northern continent's Sky Hall spoke as he stared at the people from the Blood Hall in the western continent. His eyes were filled with mockery. What did you say? The young man in crimson clothes from the Blood Hall raised his eyebrows. I'm just curious. If you don't like it, just pretend I didn't say anything. The young man in black clothes from the Sky Hall chuckled. The eyes of the young man in crimson clothes from the Blood Hall flashed coldly. However, the young man in black clothes from the Sky Hall didn't take it seriously at all. He even had a provocative look on his face. Regardless of whether it was the Sky Hall, Deity Hall, or Blood Hall, all of them closed their eyes and rested. They didn't say anything to stop it, as if they were giving tacit consent. Chapter 32-24. On the island where the Rogue Cultivator Alliance was located. The Deputy Alliance Leader, Hall of Famers, and Grand Elder all had their eyes closed and were silent. However, the 50 core disciples behind them looked a little nervous. It seemed like the Blood Hall, Sky Hall, and Divine Hall were giving them a lot of pressure. Swoosh! Suddenly, a space-time crack appeared. Immediately, everyone raised their heads to look. Even the leaders of the 4 major forces opened their eyes and locked their gazes on the space-time crack. Especially the Blood Hall. There was a gaze that was filled with killing intent. The owner of this gaze was Elder Hai, who had come to the Great Qin Empire and kidnapped the mermaid princess. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Following a pleasant voice, Chu Yun walked out of the space-time crack. What a nice voice. She seems to be Chu Yun. I heard that she's Elder Hua's disciple, but now she has inherited Elder Hua's position and become the Deputy Demon Hall leader. I wonder how strong she is. Elder Hua's strength is definitely not to be underestimated, but his disciple, no matter how strong she is, she can't be that strong. The core disciples of the Sky Hall, Divine Hall, and Blood Hall were all looking at Chu Yun with unscrupulous eyes and discussing without hiding anything. Preposterous. Is Miss Yun someone you can talk about? I really don't know how your parents taught you. There's no difference in seniority at all. Senior brother, you're wrong. Their parents are long gone. I see. So it's a bunch of trash who didn't learn anything. No wonder their mouths are so dirty. The core disciples of the Demon Hall walked out one after another. When they heard these voices, they immediately started arguing with the core disciples of the 3 major forces. At the same time, Chu Yun frowned, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she asked the core disciples of the Demon Hall to stop arguing. Others might be rude, but the people of the Demon Hall couldn't be rude. However, the leaders didn't care about the conflict between the disciples and continued to stare at the space-time crack. Finally, 3 figures walked out. His Elder Hua. The disciples of the various major forces looked at Elder Hua in surprise. Although Elder Hua's reputation was resounding, those who had interacted with Elder Hua were basically the leaders of the various forces, such as Elder Hai. As for the disciples below, they had only heard of Elder Hua's reputation and did not know him personally. Of course, the Rogue Cultivator Alliance was an exception. After all, they were all from the Eastern continent. Who didn't know this famous person? But soon after, everyone's gaze shifted to Qin Feiyang and Frenzy, who were standing behind Elder Hua. Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo. Old Hai opened his mouth, and his tone was filled with a bone-piercing chill. Are they Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo? That's not right. Why is he only a half-step sovereign? He's not that strong. Their cultivation levels are not high, but I heard that they have sovereign divine weapons. The reason why the Devil Palace took such good care of them is because of this sovereign divine weapon. To put it simply, the Devil Hall is trying to curry favor with them. I see. I was wondering why they were following behind Elder Hua. It turns out that Elder Hua is protecting them. The disciples of the various major factions began to discuss in low voices. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy glanced at each other and scanned the crowd. Of course, they knew the people from the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. As for the Heavenly Hall, Blood Hall, and Deities Hall, these 3 factions had about the same number of core disciples as the Devil Hall. There were about 100 of them, and they were all sovereigns. Finally, their gazes landed on the Blood Hall's island. They were naturally familiar with Old Hai. After all, he had chased them for so long. Next to Old Hai was a black-clothed youth with a cold expression. They were also familiar with this person. He was the Grand Deacon who had attacked them in the Heavenly Cloud Ocean. He was extremely powerful. Old Hai, Grand Deacon, haha, long time no see. How have you been? Frenzy laughed loudly. Yes. Long time no see. Seeing that all of you are doing so well, I am deeply gratified. Old Hai said with a fake smile. Thank you for your concern. However, you seem to be a little haggard. Have you encountered some problems? Tell me, seeing that you have taken care of us so much, should I help you come up with an idea? Frenzy laughed. A cold light flashed in Old Hai's eyes as he said with a smile, Don't worry about my matters. You should pray for your own fortune. Alright, then let's see who will pray for their own fortune in the end. Qin Feiyang spoke with a sneer in his eyes. Then let's wait and see. Old Hai chuckled as a cold light surged in his eyes. The smell of gunpowder is even stronger than before. It seems that the Blood Hall and Qin Feiyang really have a deep grudge. However, what exactly is the conflict between them? How did two inexperienced little fellows offend the Blood Hall? When the leaders of the Heavenly Hall and Deities Hall saw this scene, they couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. Alright, let's go. Chu Yun waved her hand and led everyone to fly towards the small island. On the island, there were a few mountain ridges with lush vegetation. The group landed on a flat grassland. This is where we will be cultivating from now on. Remember this. No matter what grudges you have in private, you must not have internal strife during the exchange and embarrass our demonic hall. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Chu Yun looked at the group of disciples and said with a cold gaze. Yes. The group of disciples nodded. Alright then. The exchange will take a long time. You can arrange your own cave abodes first. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me and Elder Hua. After Chu Yun finished speaking, she looked at Qin Feiyang and Frenzy and said, The two of you, follow me. The two of them looked at each other suspiciously and followed Chu Yun to the other side. Elder Hua has already said the reason why you came to participate in the exchange. As for you all, you should also know that the Blood Hall has organized this exchange for you all. Therefore, unless there is no other choice, I will not allow you all to fight. You must also remember not to act recklessly. Wait and see. Chu Yun warned. Got it. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy nodded. Chu Yun continued, in addition, you must be prepared to expose your identity. After all, your power of law is too special. Once the Rogue Cultivator Alliance sees your power of law, they will probably guess your identity in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. We have already expected this. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Alright, hurry up and go cultivate. Every bit of improvement is still a bit. Chu Yun waved her hand. Qin Feiyang nodded and turned his head to glance at the island. This place was definitely not suitable for cultivation. Now that he had recovered his identity, there was no need to hide in the Black Tortoise world. Therefore, if he wanted to cultivate, it was better to go to the Black Tortoise world. After Chu Yun finished speaking, she walked to Elder Hua's side. It was unknown what they were discussing. Old Qin, are you really going to listen to that woman and wait and see? Frenzy suddenly spoke. Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at Frenzy. He saw Frenzy looking at the core disciples of the Blood Hall as if he was about to make a move. What do you want? Qin Feiyang was bewildered. Since I'm here, I will definitely cause a ruckus. Otherwise, how would it be like my character? Frenzy chuckled. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he suddenly felt powerless. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have sensed something and turned his head to look at the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. The Rogue Cultivator Alliance and the Demon Hall's island were only 10 miles apart, so everything could be seen clearly. At this moment, the Vice Alliance leader was looking at him. Seeing Qin Feiyang looking over, the Vice Alliance leader smiled at Qin Feiyang, showing a trace of goodwill. Still acting. Frenzy also noticed the Vice Alliance leader, and a trace of disdain appeared in his eyes. If he wants to act, then let him act. Qin Feiyang secretly smiled and looked at the Vice Alliance leader. He smiled and said, Senior is the Vice Alliance leader of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Yes. The Vice Alliance leader nodded. Senior's name has long been like thunder to my ears. Qin Feiyang smiled. I'm ashamed. I only hope that you're magnanimous and don't mind what happened in the past. The Vice Alliance leader waved his hands. It's all in the past, let's not talk about it. Where's Yi Tian? Why don't I see him? I haven't seen him since the last time we parted ways in Wind Sea City. Didn't he come? Qin Feiyang asked. No. Tian'er's cultivation is still shallow and is not qualified to participate in such an exchange. The Vice Alliance leader shook his head. That's a pity. Although we were opponents in the battle in Wind Sea City, I can tell that he's a very good person. I really hope that I can become true friends with him in the future. Qin Feiyang smiled. After Tian'er returned, he often mentioned you and said that he admires you very much. Sigh. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been foolish and caused so much trouble, you and Tian'er would have become friends long ago. The Vice Alliance leader sighed, his face filled with self-blame. It's understandable for you to do that. After all, Wang Hui is a member of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Young friend, your magnanimity really makes me ashamed. If there's a chance in the future, you must come to our Rogue Cultivator Alliance as a guest. The Vice Alliance leader said sincerely. There will be a chance. Qin Feiyang smiled. Look at this, look at this. The Vice Alliance leader of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance is actually trying to poach him in front of us. What a joke. After all, these two have sovereign weapons. The reason why the Rogue Cultivator Alliance has always been suppressed by our Demon Hall is because they don't have sovereign weapons. Originally, the Rogue Cultivator Alliance had a chance. Unfortunately, the Vice Alliance leader is muddle-headed. He actually gave the order to hunt them down for a small member. This is really like the saying, don't be afraid of a godlike opponent, but be afraid of a pig-like teammate. Not far away, a few Demon Hall disciples saw this scene and could not help but mock. What did you say? A disciple of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance stood out and glared at the few Demon Hall disciples. Qin Feiyang had some impression of this person. His name was Wang Kuang. Yi Tian had introduced him to him before. He had mastered the law of force and the law of war. Am I wrong? Where did the Rogue Cultivator Alliance get the confidence to come to the exchange? Take a look for yourselves. Which of the four major forces here isn't stronger than you? You're just here to humiliate yourselves. The few Demon Hall disciples sneered. They did not care about the Rogue Cultivator Alliance at all. Chapter 32-25. Bastard, what's so great about the Demon Hall? If you have the guts, come out and fight me now. Wang Kuang took a step forward and left the island. Standing in the void, a terrifying aura roared in all directions. Wang Kuang, stop fooling around. Come back. Seeing this, the deputy leader immediately shouted. My lord, they are already talking about you like this. Are you still going to admit it? Wang Kuang roared. Let them say whatever they want. We can't break the rules. If you really want to fight, wait until the exchange officially starts. At that time, fight for me and beat them until they shut up. The deputy leader said coldly. Yes. Wang Kuang responded respectfully. Looking at the few Demon Hall disciples, he sneered, listen up, when the exchange officially starts, I will definitely make you kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Ha. The few Demon Hall disciples suddenly laughed, their eyes filled with ridicule. Damn, this Wang Kuang is really crazy. He directly shouted at the disciples of the Demon Hall. Madman transmitted his voice. After all, he is a core disciple of the Hall of Fame. How can he not have a temper? Let's talk about it later. Look at the people here, which one of them isn't a genius? No one will submit to anyone. At that time, there will definitely be a good show to watch. Qin Feiyang secretly smiled. After saying that, he looked at Sky Cloud Island and muttered, why don't I see that little rabbit? Isn't that it? Madman pointed at a spot halfway up the mountain. Qin Feiyang looked over and saw that the little rabbit was lying on a rock halfway up the mountain. It was holding a wine jug and leisurely drinking wine while swinging its feet. It was looking at the people from the various factions with interest. Wine really never leaves its body. Qin Feiyang was speechless. Old Qin, do you think we should bribe Bai? Madman suddenly asked. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Look, this is its territory. As long as we curry favor with it, there will definitely be benefits for us in the future. Madman smiled slyly. Good idea. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up and asked, "How much wine did you and Hulwan get last time?" "A lot. Almost emptied their wine cellar." Madman chuckled. "All right, let's go." Qin Feiyang chuckled and the two of them left the island and flew towards Sky Cloud Island. "What are you doing?" When Chu Yun saw this, her expression immediately changed, and she hurriedly shouted. Chu Yun's shout immediately alarmed everyone present, and they all looked towards Qin Feiyang and Madman. Qin Feiyang and Madman turned to look at Chu Yun suspiciously. "I'm asking you, what are you doing?" Chu Yun frowned. "To Sky Cloud Island." Madman said. "What? They actually want to go to Sky Cloud Island? Don't they know that Sky Cloud Island is that little rabbit's territory? No one is allowed to enter." The disciples of the major forces were dumbfounded. "We can't go to Sky Cloud Island," Chu Yun said in a deep voice. "I can't go." Qin Feiyang and Qin Haodong were puzzled. Why couldn't they go? Before the exchange began, that little rabbit had already made 3 rules with us. No one is allowed to enter Sky Cloud Island. If you go there now, it's equivalent to breaking the rules. The most important thing is to anger it. It won't do you any good, and it might even vent its anger on our demon palace. Chu Yun transmitted her voice. "I see." The two of them suddenly understood. Madman grinned and said, "It's fine." After saying that, the two of them turned around and disappeared into Sky Cloud Island. Chu Yun didn't even have time to stop them. They're quite bold. Sure enough, they can do whatever they want just because they have a sovereign weapon. However, even the major forces are quite afraid of that little rabbit, let alone the two of them. Just wait, there will definitely be a good show to watch later. Many people were gloating over his misfortune. Although they didn't know the identity and strength of the little rabbit, before coming to Sky Cloud Island, the major forces above had told them not to provoke it. This was enough to prove the little rabbit's status in Sky Cloud Sea. "Hello, Master Rabbit." Madman began to wave his hand from afar. "Ah." The little rabbit looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman in astonishment. Swoosh. The two of them landed on the stone. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Long time no see." "It hasn't been long. I heard that the Eastern continent is living quite well." The little rabbit smacked its lips while drinking wine. "It's all thanks to you. If it weren't for your guidance, we might have run directly to the Western continent. So in order to thank you, we specially brought some good wine when we came. Senior brother, quickly give it to Master Rabbit," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "Okay." Madman waved his hand, and thousands of wine jars appeared in the void. There was the Heavenly Joy Pavilion's specialty, Immortal Drunkenness, and the famous divine wine of the Eastern continent, Heavenly Mountain Dew. "Not bad, you two brats are very sensible." Looking at these wine jars, the little rabbit immediately beamed with joy. "Ah, this is a bribe, right?" "That's not right. How did they know that this little rabbit likes to drink? Why did they prepare so much? Could it be that they know each other?" Everyone looked at this scene in astonishment. This was too unexpected. Even Chu Yun and Elder Hue were dumbfounded. They knew that Qin Feiyang and Madman came from the lower realm. They also knew that the two of them must have seen the little rabbit before because this was the only way to come from the lower realm. However, they never expected that the two of them were so familiar with the little rabbit. "Master Rabbit, it seems that you're quite bored drinking alone. Why don't we stay and accompany you?" Madman chuckled and said. "Accompany me?" The little rabbit was stunned. It glanced at the people from the blood hall and said with a sinister smile, "Brat, you're looking for a backer, right?" Master Rabbit's eyes are really sharp. Madman bared his teeth. "But you've found the right person. As long as you're in Master Rabbit's territory, the blood hall won't dare to touch you no matter how bold they are." The little rabbit said proudly. "Awesome. Come, come, come. Let's get drunk today." Madman picked up a wine jar and drank it like a cow. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He really started drinking. Since it was already like this, he definitely had to do something. He also picked up a wine jar and drank a mouthful. "Brother Rabbit, when the blood hall came, did you see this person?" Madman's skill of getting close was getting better and better. After a while, he started to call him brother. After asking, he turned his back to everyone and took out a portrait. It was the portrait of the Sword Emperor. No. The little rabbit looked at the portrait and shook its head. No. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other. Did the Blood Hall bring the Sword Emperor or not? What? This person is your friend? The little rabbit was suspicious. To tell you the truth, this person is indeed our friend. Moreover, he's currently in the Blood Hall. This is also the reason why we came to participate in the exchange. Don't you think the Blood Hall is despicable? It's fine if they want to deal with us, but they actually used our friend to threaten us. Madman had a furious expression. If that's the case, then this exchange conference is a plot against you all? The little rabbit said. I really admire you, Brother Rabbit. You're able to get to the point in one go. What do you think we can do in the face of such a powerful Blood Hall? Brother Rabbit, we can be considered to have some friendship. You can't just watch us brothers die. The madman looked at the little rabbit pitifully, like a helpless little lamb. That's it. The little rabbit grinned and said, Uncle Rabbit really can't interfere because I've already made an agreement with them. Uncle Rabbit will only be the referee and won't ask about anything else. Sigh. Madman had a disappointed expression when he heard this and shook his head sadly, thinking about it. We're in the Sky Cloud domain. We're not familiar with the place and we're all alone. The only brother we know also didn't save him. How pitiful. The little rabbit's face darkened and said angrily, You're still acting with me? Although Uncle Rabbit has been staying in the Sky Cloud Island, I know all about your deeds in the Eastern continent. How can the things you two have done be considered pitiful? I think the ones who are truly pitiful are those opponents who died in your hands. Ha! Madman laughed dryly and quickly twisted the wine jar, saying, Let's not talk about it. Come, let's drink. What are they mumbling about? I really want to go over and take a look. Everyone mumbled. Old High's brows were tightly knitted together. Looking at this situation, could it be that when Qin Feiyang came to the Sky Cloud domain, he should have built a good relationship with this little rabbit? It was even possible that Qin Feiyang went to the Eastern continent because of this little rabbit's hint. It seemed that this matter was more difficult than he imagined. They drank until midnight. Qin Feiyang and Madman finally left the Sky Cloud Island. When they returned to the island, Chu Yun immediately stopped the two of them. What are you doing in the middle of the night? I'm telling you, I'm a man who's taken, don't think about it. Madman smiled evilly. Chu Yun's face darkened, saying, Tell me the truth, how did you know that little rabbit? Are you stupid? This is the only way to go to the lower realm. We came from the lower realm, so we naturally know it. Madman looked down on them. Chu Yun said angrily, What I mean is, what methods did you use to be so close to it? You still don't admit that you're stupid, isn't it right in front of you? It's definitely wine. There's a good saying, if you want to get closer to someone, you have to cater to their interests, understand? The disdain in Madman's eyes became even stronger, making Chu Yun gnash her teeth in hatred. All right, I won't talk nonsense with you, we're going to cultivate. Madman waved his hand and looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly and immediately brought Madman to the Black Tortoise domain. Qin Feiyang was about to enter the cultivation room when Madman suddenly stopped him, saying, Old Qin, I think we have to research a peerless divine brew. Peerless divine brew? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and frowned, but we don't know how to brew wine. Madman's meaning was obvious. If they had a peerless divine brew in their hands, then they could get closer to the little rabbit. We don't know, but there are so many people in the Black Tortoise domain, there must be someone who knows. Madman chuckled. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded, pondered for a moment, then closed his eyes and found Pai Lupi and Theta Wang. With a thought, the two of them appeared in the castle hall. Lord Ruler? The two of them were stunned and quickly bowed. I told you not to be so polite when you see me in the future, why can't you remember? Qin Feiyang was displeased. The two of them rubbed their heads and laughed dryly. Their respect for Qin Feiyang had long been ingrained in their bones, so it was almost impossible to erase. Chapter 32-26. Are there any famous brewmasters in our Black Tortoise world? Madman asked. Brewmaster? The two were slightly stunned. Why did he suddenly ask this? Don't tell me that there's no one in the Black Tortoise world that knows how to brew wine? Madman asked. Of course there is. But we don't understand. Lord Ruler, don't you dislike drinking wine? Why did you suddenly think of looking for a brewmaster? The two were puzzled. I have my own plans. How about this? Gather all the famous brewers together and have them work together to brew a peerless divine brew. Qin Feiyang said. Peerless divine brew? The two looked at each other. That's right. It has to be a divine brew. As for what they need, the two of you will cooperate fully. In short, give them whatever they want. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. We will go and arrange it. The two respectfully responded and turned to leave. With these two helping us, it's quite easy for us. Madman smiled. Yes. The Fire Lotus was able to cultivate all these years thanks to their help. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then let's go and study the slaughter law together. Madman asked. Study the slaughter law? Aren't you in a hurry to study the death law? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Didn't they say that there was still one last step? Then they should strike while the iron is hot and quickly comprehend it. No hurry. Madman waved his hand. Qin Feiyang was stunned. This was the first time he saw someone who wasn't in a hurry to comprehend the death law. Let's go. Madman turned and walked into the cultivation room. Qin Feiyang also followed with large strides. Their slaughter law had already reached the fourth profound. As long as they comprehended the fifth, Qin Feiyang would be able to break through to the early stage ruler realm. Once he reached the early stage ruler realm, he would have the confidence to sweep through the core disciples of the major factions. However, it was still far from enough to deal with giants like Old Sea. Because these giants all grasped a supreme profound. This was a huge hurdle. If he wanted to rely on his own strength to fight against these people, he would have to comprehend a supreme profundity. It would be best if it was the supreme profundity of the law of karma. Time flew by. 2 days passed outside. On the morning of the third day, the little rabbit walked out with a jug of wine in her hand. She stood at the peak of Skycloud Island and said, I've already cultivated for 3 days. It should be about time. Let's not waste any more time and quickly begin. As soon as these words were spoken, whether it was the various big shots or the disciples cultivating on the island, they all walked to the edge of the island and looked at the little rabbit. There are 2 rules for this exchange. The first is to stop when it's appropriate, which is just a simple exchange of pointers. The second is a battle of life and death. It's your choice. As for your opponents, it's up to you. In addition, in a battle of life and death, you can fight 1 against 2, 1 against 3. As long as you have the ability, you can even overturn the entire battlefield. Lastly, apart from the sovereign weapon, you are allowed to use everything you have. That's the rules. Let's begin. After the little rabbit finished speaking, she half lay on a rock nearby and drank wine while looking at the people from the various factions. As the little rabbit finished speaking, a muscular young man from the Wandering Cultivator Alliance took the first step forward. Wang Quang. The Vice Alliance leader was stunned and quickly said, What are you doing? Don't you know that the bird that sticks out gets shot? Lord, this is our chance to defeat the Demon Hall, so the first battle must be between the Wandering Cultivator Alliance and the Demon Hall. Wang Quang thought. The Vice Alliance leader pondered for a moment and glanced at the people from the Demon Hall opposite him. He secretly said, All right, be careful. Wang Quang nodded and looked at the little rabbit. Lord, where is the battlefield? The entire Sky Cloud Ocean is your battlefield. The little rabbit said indifferently. Whoosh. Wang Quang immediately stepped forward and landed in the air above the ocean. He pointed at a disciple of the Demon Hall and shouted, Do you dare to come out and fight to the death? This disciple of the Demon Hall was one of the disciples who mocked the Wandering Cultivator Alliance 3 days ago. Fight to the death. And the first one is the Demon Hall. It seems that the Wandering Cultivator Alliance is prepared to use this exchange to defeat the Demon Hall. The other 3 forces muttered in their hearts. The core disciple of the Demon Hall had an ugly expression on his face. The other three forces didn't challenge them but chose to challenge the Demon Hall. Wasn't it obvious that they wanted to compete with the Demon Hall for the right to rule the Eastern continent? Go, you can only win, you can't lose. Chuyun glanced at that disciple and shouted. Yes. That disciple responded and landed in front of Wang Kuang with a cold smile on his face. Boom. Wang Kuang's aura suddenly erupted. The surrounding void began to shatter, and the ocean below also surged with huge waves. However, he didn't see a single sea beast. Obviously, the sea beasts in this area had already left in advance. A mere wandering cultivator alliance wants to turn the tables and become the ruler? What a joke! The Demon Hall disciple snorted coldly, and a monstrous aura also surged out. Boom! The two auras met in the void, and a violent wind instantly blew. Don't make it sound like your Demon Hall is very powerful. If it weren't for the sovereign divine weapon, my wandering cultivator alliance might not be weaker than you. Wang Kuang snorted coldly, and his body expanded with the wind, surrounded by the power of law. This was the law of force. The law of force's profundity was to strengthen the strength and power of the physical body. The first profundity, 100 feet tall divine body. The second profundity, 100 feet tall divine body. The third profundity, 10,000 feet tall divine body. The fourth profundity, 10,000 feet tall divine body. The fifth profundity, 100,000 feet tall divine body. The power of one's fist and palm could destroy the world. Wang Kuang's divine body finally reached 100,000 feet tall. He was like an ancient giant in the sky above the ocean, and the invisible power turned into storms that swept in all directions. Die! Wang Kuang roared, and his voice was like thunder, shaking the sky. Then, he stomped toward the Demon Hall disciple. Even if it was just a foot, the 100,000 feet tall divine body was still in existence like a mountain. The Demon Hall disciple was like a tiny ant in front of Wang Kuang. When he stomped, it was as if a demon god had descended to the world. The void collapsed, and the world trembled. However, the Demon Hall disciple did not show any fear. Boom! A surge of law power appeared, turning into a huge tortoise shell in the sky. The tortoise shell was more than 10,000 feet tall, and it emitted a dazzling divine light. This was the law of earth. Wang Kuang stomped on the tortoise shell, but the shell did not show any signs of cracking, and it blocked this terrifying attack. This is the fifth profundity of the law of earth, the black tortoise shell. The black tortoise shell is known to have the strongest defense among all the law profundities. One has infinite strength, and the other has absolute defense. This battle will definitely be very exciting. Everyone was looking forward to it. Only the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and the Demon Hall looked very serious. This was the first battle of the exchange, and it was also the first real battle between the core disciples of the Demon Hall and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Therefore, no matter what, they could not lose. If Wang Kuang lost, it would undoubtedly be a fatal blow to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, which was already the weaker side. It might even affect the fighting spirit and performance of the following disciples. If the Demon Hall disciple lost, it would be a great humiliation to the Demon Hall. Wang Kuang and the Demon Hall disciple naturally knew this, so they went all out. Boom! Crack! The two sides continued to collide. Even the void here had been smashed into chaos. Wang Kuang's fist was bleeding, and the black tortoise shell of the Demon Hall disciple was gradually shattering. It has already begun. At this moment, Qin Feiyang and Madman appeared and walked to Elder Hua's side, looking at Wang Kuang and the Demon Hall disciple. Yes. Elder Hua nodded. What is that? Madman stared at the black tortoise shell. The fifth profundity of the law of earth, the black tortoise shell. To be able to shatter the black tortoise shell with one punch after another, the law of force is indeed extraordinary. Elder Hua muttered. The law of force, the law of earth, then they have met their match. Madman's eyes were filled with playfulness. What else can you do besides hiding behind that shell? Watch me shatter your shell now. Wang Kuang roared, and like an ancient giant ape, he threw a punch at the cracked black tortoise shell with an imposing aura. With a loud bang, the Xuanwu tortoise shell finally shattered, and Wang Kuang's fist was also split open, revealing his white bones. Puff! Both of them spat out a mouthful of blood. Law of War, 5th level battle intent. Wang Quang roared, and a monstrous battle intent burst out of his body. Although his body was injured, under the support of the battle intent, he was like a god of war, brave and unstoppable. Immediately after, he threw another punch at the demon hall disciple, and wherever his fist passed, strong winds howled and tore apart the surrounding. Do you really think that I only know how to defend? The demon hall disciple snorted coldly, and waves of sword light flew out. The sword light was like countless blades intertwined, emitting a sharp aura that could destroy the world. This is the 5th profundity of the Law of Sword, Raging Dragon. Elder Hu knew that Qin Feiyang and Madman were unaware of many of the 5th profundity, so he explained in a low voice. As soon as Elder Hu finished speaking, the sword chi surged forward, turning into a huge divine dragon that smashed towards Wang Quang's fist. Boom! When the two collided, a dazzling divine light erupted, and heaven and earth lost their color. In the next moment, the huge dragon formed by the sword chi actually let out a sorrowful cry and collapsed on the spot. The demon hall disciple retreated, and blood flowed out of his mouth. Wang Quang's fist, including his arm, shattered upon impact. His face was deathly pale. However, Wang Quang was supported by the 5th level battle intent of the Law of War, so he didn't feel pain or fatigue at all. He raised his other arm and threw another punch at the demon hall disciple. Every power of law had its own advantages. For example, the Law of Sword was invincible. For example, the Law of Force was invincible in terms of physical body and strength. The advantage of the Law of War was that it could give a person endless fighting spirit. In other words, the Law of War was a strengthening of the mind. Not only had Wang Quang activated the Law of Force to strengthen his physical body and strength, but he had also activated the Law of War to strengthen his mind and will. He was equivalent to a fearless battle machine.